I think things are depends on what level of well really is, what your benchmark. America's not built on complacency. We're built on the pursuit of excellence. And are we still the greatest nation on planet Earth? I believe we are. I agree with you on that. But are we great as we could possibly be, or even as we have been in the past, measured against our own standards of excellence? No, we're not. I think the nation is in a trajectory of decline. That doesn't mean it's the end of the empire yet. But we are a nation in decline right now. I don't think we have to be. But part of that decline is driven by the rise of this managerial class, the bureaucracy, sucking the lifeblood out of the country, sucking the lifeblood out of our innovative culture, our culture of self-governance. So is it possible? Yes, it's really possible. I mean, I'll tell you one easy way to do it. This is a little bit, I'm being a little bit glib here, but I think it's not crazy, at least as a thought experiment. Get in there on day one, say that anybody in the federal bureaucracy who's not elected representatives, obviously, were elected by people, but if the people who are not elected, if your social security number ends in an odd number, you're out. If it ends in an even number, there's a 50% cut right there. Of those who remain, if your social security number starts in an even number, you're in. And if it starts with an odd number, you're out. Boom. That's 75% reduction. Then literally stochastic. Okay. One of the virtues of that, the thought experiment, not a policy perspective, but one of the virtues of that thought experiment is that you don't have a bunch of lawsuits you're dealing with about gender discrimination or racial discrimination or political viewpoint discrimination. Actually, the reality is you at mass, you didn't bring the chisel, you brought a chainsaw. I guarantee you, do that on day one, and do step two on day two. On day three, not a thing will have changed for the ordinary American, other than the size of the government being a lot smaller and more restrained, spending a lot less money to operate it. And most people who run a company, especially larger companies, know this. It's 25% of the people who do 80 to 90% of the useful work. These government agencies are no different. So now imagine you could do that same thought experiment, but not just doing it at random, but do it still at large scale while having some metric of screening for those who actually had both the greatest competence as well as the greatest commitment and knowledge of the Constitution. That, I think, would immediately raise not only the civic character of the United States. Now we feel like the people we elect to run the government, they've got the power back from running the government again, as opposed to the unelected bureaucrats who wield the power today. It would also stimulate the economy. I mean, the regulatory state is like a wet blanket on the American economy. Most of it's unconstitutional. All we require is leadership with a spine to get in there and actually do what conservative presidents have maybe gestured towards and talked about. Really effectuate ever in modern history.
And by the way, that kind of thing would attract the ultra competent that actually want to work in government.
Exactly, which you're missing today. Because right now the government is swallowing. Most competent people feel like that bureaucratic machine will swallow them whole. You clear the decks of 75% of them, real innovators can then show up.
Yeah, there's kind of this cynical view of capitalism where people think that the only reason you do anything is to earn more money. But I think a lot of people want to work in government to build something that's helpful to a huge number of people.
Yeah, well, look, I think there's opportunities for the very best to have large-scale impact in all kinds of different universities, to K-12 education, to entrepreneurship. I'm obviously very biased in that regard. I think there's a lot you're able to create that you couldn't create through government. But I do think in the moment that we live in, where our government is as broken as it is and is as responsible for the declining nature of our country, yeah, I think bringing in people who are unafraid, talented, and able to have an impact could make all of the difference. And I agree with you. I don't think actually most people, even most people who say they're motivated by money, I don't think they're actually motivated by money. I think most people are driven by a belief that they can do more than they're being permitted to do right now with their skill sets. See, I'll tell you that, so I've run a number of companies. So one of the things that I used to ask when I was not day-to-day involved in them anymore, but as CEO, I would ask when I did interviews. The first company I started at Rothschild, like for 4 years in, the company was pretty big by that point. I would still intend on interviewing every candidate before they join, screening for the culture of that person. I can talk a lot more about things we could build that culture. But one of the questions I would always ask them naturally just to start a conversation, it's pretty basic. question is, why did you leave your last job, or why are you leaving your last job? I'll tell you what I didn't hear very often is that I wasn't paid. Right? Maybe they'd be shy to tell you that during an interview, but there's indirect ways to say that. That really wasn't at all like even a top 10 reason why people were leaving their job. I'll give you what the number one reason is that they felt like they were unable to do the true maximum of what their potential was in their career. That's the number one reason people do it. And I think, by the way, I would say that I'm saying that in a self-boastful way that we attract these people. I think that's also true for most of the people who left the company as well, right? And that was true at Royman, it's true at other companies I've started. I think the number one reason people join companies, the number one people leave companies, whether they've been to join mine or to leave mine in the past, have been that they feel like they're able to do more, that they're able to, with their skill set, than that environment permits them to actually achieve. And so I think that's what people hung for. When we think about capitalism, true free market capitalism, we used words earlier like meritocracy. It's about building a system, whether it's in a nation or whether it's even within an organization, that allows every individual to flourish and achieve the maximum of their potential. And sometimes it just doesn't match for an organization. If the mission is here, and somebody's skill sets could be really well aligned with different missions, then the right answer is it's not a negative thing. It's just that person needs to leave and find their mission somewhere else. But to bring that back to government, I think part of what's happened right now is that the rise of that bureaucracy in so many of these government agencies has actually obfuscated the mission of these agencies. I think if you went to most federal bureaucracies and just asked them, like, what's the mission? I'm just making one up off the top of my head right now. The Department of Health and Human Services. What is the mission of the HHS in the United States? I doubt somebody who works there, even the person who leads it, could give you a coherent answer to that question. I just heavily doubt it. And you could fill in the blank for any range of like the Department of Commerce. And there's go straight down the list of each of these other. What is the mission of this organization? You could say for the U.S. military. What's the purpose of the U.S. military and the Department of Defense? I can give you that. I think it is to win wars and, more importantly, prove its strength to avoid wars. That's it. Well, okay, if that's the mission, then okay, it's not tinkering around and messing around in some foreign conflict where we kind of feel like it sometimes, and other ones where we don't. And who decides that? I don't really know, but whoever the people are that decide that, we follow those orders. No, our mission is to protect the United States of America, to win wars, and to avoid wars. Good. Those three things. What's protecting the United States of America mean? Number one, the homeland of the United States of America and the people who reside there. Okay, that's a clear mission. The Department of Health and Human Services maybe could be a reasonable mission to say that I want to make America the healthiest country on planet Earth, and we will develop metrics and meet those metrics. That's the goal of the Department of Aging, to set policies, or at least to implement policies that best achieve that goal. But you can't, and maybe that's the right statement of the mission, maybe it's not. But one of the things that happens is when you're governed by a committee class, it dilutes the sense of mission out of any organization, whether it's a company or government agency or bureaucracy. And once you've done that, then you lose the ability to attract the best and the brightest, because in order for somebody to achieve the maximum of their potential, they have to know what it's towards. There has to be a mission in the first place. Then you're not getting the best and brightest, you get more from the committee class, and that becomes a self-perpetuating downward spiral. And that is what a lot of the federal bureaucracy really looks like today.
Yeah, you said something really profound. At the individual scale, the individual contributor, doer, creator, what happens is you have a certain capacity to do awesome shit. And then there's barriers that come up. We have to wait a little bit. This happens, there's friction always. When humans together are working on something, there's friction. And so the goal of a great company is to minimize that friction, minimize the number of barriers. And what happens is the managerial class, the incentive is to create barriers.
That's what it does. I mean, that's by the nature of the bureaucracy. It creates sand in the gears to slow down whatever the other process. Is there some room for that somewhere in some context? Sure. It's a defensive mechanism that's designed to reduce dynamism. But I think when that becomes cancerous in its scope, it then actually kills the host itself, whether that's a school, whether that's a company, whether that's a government. And so the way I think about it, there's sort of a balance of distributed power. And I don't mean power in the Foucault sense of social power, but I mean just sort of power in the sense of the ability to effect relevant change in any organization between what you could call the founder class, the creator class, the everyday citizen, the stakeholder class, and then the managerial class. And there's a role for all three of them, right? You can have the constituents of an organization, say in a constitutional republic, that's the citizen. You could have the equivalent of the creator class, the people who create things in that polity. And then you have the bureaucratic class that's designed to administer and serve as a liaison between the two. I'm not denying that there's some role somewhere for people who are in that managerial class. But right now, in this moment in American history, and I think it's been more or less true for the last century, but it's grown, starting with Woodrow Wilson's advent of the modern administrative state, metastasizing through FDR's New Deal, what was required to administer, blown over and metastasizing further through LBJ's Great Society, and everything that's happened since, even aided and abetted by Republican presidents along the way, like Richard Nixon, has created a United States of America where that committee class, both in and outside the government and our culture, wields far too much influence and power relative to the everyday citizen stakeholder and to the creators who are in many ways constrained, hamstrung, shackled, in straitjacket from achieving the maximum of their own contributions. And I certainly feel that myself. I probably identify as being a member of that creator class. Or still, it's just what I've done. I create things. And I think we live in an environment in the United States of America where we're still probably the best country on earth where that creator has that shot. So that's the positive side of it. But one where we are far more constrictive to the creator class than we have been when we've been in our past. And that's what I want to see change.
Can you sort of steel man the perspective of somebody that looks at a particular Department of Education, and are saying that the amount of pain that will be caused by closing and firing 75% of people will be too much?
Yeah, so I go back to this question of mission, right? A lot of people who make arguments for the Department of Education aren't aware why the Department of Education was created in the first place. Actually, so that might be a useful place to start, is that this thing was created. It had a purpose. What was that purpose? Might be at least a relevant question to ask before we decide what are we doing with it or not. What was the purpose of this thing that we created? It's not to me, seems like a highly relevant question, yet in this discussion about government reform, it's interesting how eager people are to skip over that question and just talk about, okay, but we got the status quo and it's just going to be disruptive, versus asking the question of, okay, this institution was created, it had an original purpose. Is that purpose still relevant? Is this organization at all fulfilling that purpose today? To me, those are some relevant questions to ask. So let's talk about that for the Department of Education. Its purpose was relevant at that time, which was to make sure that localities, and particularly states, were not siphoning dollars, taxpayer dollars, away from predominantly black school districts to predominantly white ones. And that was not a theoretical concern at the time. It was happening. There was at least some evidence that was happening in some states and stuff. And so you may say you don't like the federal solution, you may say you like the federal solution, but like it or not, that was the original purpose of the U.S. Department of Education, to make sure that from a federal perspective, that states were not systematically disadvantaging black school districts over predominantly white ones. However noble and relevant that purpose may have been 6 decades ago, it's not a relevant purpose today. There's no evidence today of states intentionally mapping out which are the black versus white school districts and siphoning money in one direction versus the other. To the contrary, one of the things we've learned is that the school districts in the inner city, many of which are predominantly black, actually spend more money per student than other school districts for a worse result, as measured by test scores and other performance on a per student basis, suggesting that there are other factors than the dollar expenditures per school determining student success, and actually suggesting that even the overfunding of some of those already poorly run schools rewards them for their actual bureaucratic failures. So against that backdrop, the Department of Education has instead extrapolated that original purpose of what was a racial equality purpose to instead implement a different vision of racial equity through the ideologies that they demand in the content of the curriculum that these public schools actually teach. So Department of Education funding, so federal funding accounts for about, round numbers here, but around 10% of the funding of most public schools across the country. But that comes with strings attached. So in today's Department of Education, this didn't happen back in the 1970s, but it's happening today. ironically, it's funny how these things change. With the bureaucracies that fail, they blow up smoke to cover up for their own failures. What happens with today's Department of Education? They effectively say you don't get that funding unless you adopt certain goals aimed at achieving racial or gender equity goals. And in fact, they also intervene in the curriculum where there's evidence of schools in the Midwest or in the Great Plains that have been denied funding because the Department of Education funding so long as they have certain subjects like archery. There was one instance of a school that had archery in its curriculum. I find that to be pretty interesting, actually. I think there are different kinds of physical education. This is one that combines mental focus with physical aptitude. But hey, maybe I'm biased. Doesn't matter whether you like archery or not. I don't think it's the federal government's job to withhold funding from school because they include something in their curriculum that the federal government deems inappropriate, where that locality found that to be a relevant locus of education. So what you see then is an abandonment of the original purpose that's long past. You don't have this problem that the Department of Education was originally for to solve of siphoning money from black school districts to white school districts and laundering that effectively into public funds. That doesn't exist anymore. So they find new purposes instead, creating a lot more damage along the way. So you asked me to steel man it, can I say something constructive rather than just pounding down on the other side? One way to think about this is, for a lot of these agencies, were many of them formed with a positive intention at the outset? Yes. Where that positive intention existed, I'm still a skeptic of creating bureaucracies, but if you're going to create one, at least make it, what should we call it, a task force. Make it a task force. A task force versus an agency means after it's done, you celebrate, you've done your work, pat yourself on the back, and then move on. Rather than creating a standing bureaucracy, which actually finds things to do after it has already solved or addressed the first reason it was born in the first place. And I think we don't have enough of that in our culture. I mean, even if you have a company that's generated tons of cash flow and it solved a problem, let's say it's a biopharmaceutical company that developed a cure to some disease. And the only thing people knew at that company was how to develop a cure to that disease. And they generated a boatload of cash from doing it. At some point, you can just give it to your shareholders and close up shop. And that's actually a beautiful thing to do. You don't see that happen enough in the American consciousness and the American culture. When an institution has achieved its purpose, celebrate it and then move on. And I think that culture in our government would result in a vastly restrained scope of government rather than today. It's a one-way racket. Once you cause it to come into existence, you cause new things to come into existence, but the old one that came into existence continues to persist and exist as well. And that's where you get this metastasis over the last century.
But what kind of things do you think government should do that the private sector, the forces of capitalism, would create drastic inequalities or create the kind of thing we don't want to happen?
So if the question is what should government do that the private sector cannot, I'll give you one. Protect our border. I mean, capitalism, it's never going to be the job of capitalists, or never going to be the capability or inclination of capitalists to preserve a national border. And I think a nation, literally, I think one of the chapters of this book, okay, a nation without borders is not a nation. It's almost a tautology. An open border is not a border. Capitalism's not going to solve it. What's going to solve that is a nation. Part of the job of the federal government is to protect the homeland of its nation, in this case, the United States of America. That's an example of the proper function of the federal government, to provide physical security to its citizens. Another proper role of that federal government is to look after, or in this case, could be state government, to make sure that private parties cannot externalize their costs onto somebody else without their consent. Fancy way economists would use to describe it. What does that mean? It means if you go dump your chemicals in somebody else's river, then you're liable for that. It's not that, okay, I'm a capitalist, and so I want to create things, and I'm going to do hell or high water, whether or not that harms people around me. The job of the proper government is to make sure that you protect the rights of those who may be harmed by those who are pursuing their own rights through a system of capitalism and seeking prosperity. You're free to do it. But if you're hurting somebody else without their consent in the process, the government is there to enforce what is really just a different form of enforcing a private property. So I would say that those are two central functions of government: is to preserve national boundaries and the national security of the homeland, and number two is to protect and preserve private property rights and the enforcement of those private property rights. And I think at that point you've described about 80 to 90% of the proper role of what infrastructure. Look, I think that most infrastructure can be dealt with through the private sector. when we need the specifics, you could have infrastructure that's specific to national security. No, I do think that military industrial base is essential to provide national security. That's a form of infrastructure. I don't think you could rely exclusively on the private sector to provide the optimal level of that protection to the nation. But, interstate highways, I think you could think about whether or not that's a common good that everybody benefits from, but nobody had the incentive to create. I think you could make an argument for the existence of interstate highways. I think you could also make powerful arguments for the fact that actually you couldn't have enough private sector co-ops that could cause that to come into existence as well. But I'm not dogmatic about this. But broadly speaking, 80 to 90% of the goal of the federal government, I'm not going to say 100, 80 to 90% of the goal of the existence of the federal government should be to, or a government period, should be to protect national boundaries and provide security for the people who live there, and to protect the private property rights for the people who reside there. If we restore that, I think we're well on our way to a revival of what our founding fathers envisioned, and I think many of them would give you the same answer that I just did.
So if we get government out of education, would you be also for reducing the size of government in the states for something like
I think
education?
here, if it goes closer to municipalities and the states, I'm fine with that being a locus for people determining, as for example, let's say school districts are taxed at the local level. For that to be a matter for municipalities and townships to actually decide democratically how they actually want that government, whether it's balanced between public school district versus making that same money available to families in the form of vouchers or other forms of ability to educational savings accounts, whichever mechanism it is, to opt out of that. If that's done locally, I'll have views on that tend to go further in the direction of true educational choice and diversity of choice, the implementation of charter schools, the granting of state charters, or even lowering the barriers to granting money. I favor those kinds of policies. But if we've gotten the federal government out of it, that's achieved 75% of what I think we need to achieve, that I'm focused on solving other problems and leave that to the states and municipalities to cover.
So given this conversation, what do you think of Elon's proposal of the Department of Government Efficiency in the Trump administration, or really any administration?
Well, I'm of course, biased because Elon and I have discussed that for the better part of the last year and a half. I think it's a great idea. It's something that's very consistent with the core premise of my presidential candidacy. I got to know him as I was running for U.S. president in a couple of events that he came to, and we built a friendship after that. So obviously, I think it's a great idea.
Who do you think is more hardcore on the cutting, you or Elon?
Well, I think Elon is done pretty hardcore. I said 75% of federal bureaucrats, and while I was running for president, he said you need to put at least 75%. So I agree with him. I think I think it'd be a fun competition to see who ends up more hardcore. I think I don't think there's someone out there who's going to be more hardcore than Hillary would be. And the reason is, I think we share in common the willingness to take the risk and see what happens. I mean, the sun will still rise in the east. That much I guarantee. Is there going to be some broken glass and some damage? Yes, there is. There's no way around that. But once you're willing to take that risk, then it doesn't become so scary anymore. And here's the thing, Lex. It's easy to say this. Let's talk about what the rubber hits the road. Even in the second Trump term, this would be, the discussion. President Trump and I have had this conversation, but I think we would continue to have this conversation. Is where does it rank on our prioritization list? Because there's always going to be a trade-off. If you have a different policy objective that you want to achieve, a good policy, whatever that is, right? Immigration policy, you can talk about economic policy, there are other policy objectives. You're going to trade off a little bit in the short run the effectiveness of your ability to carry out that policy goal if you're also committed to actually thinning out the federal government by 75%, because there's just going to be some clunkiness, right? And there's just going to be frictional costs for that level of cut. So the question is, where does that rank on your prioritization list? To pull that off, to pull off the 75% reduction in the size and scale of the federal government, the regulatory state, and the headcount, I think that only happens if that's your top priority. You can do it at a smaller scale, but at that scale, it only happens if that's your top priority, because then as president, you're in a position to say, I know in the super short run, that might even make it a little bit harder for me to do this other thing that I want to do and use the regulatory state to do it. But I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to pass that up. I'm going to bear that hardship and inconvenience because I know this other goal is more important on the scale of decades and centuries for the country. So it's a question of prioritization. And certainly my own view is that now is a moment where that needs to be a top priority for saving this country. And if there's one thing about my campaign, if I was to do it again, I would be even clearer about, because we talked about a lot of things in the campaign, and we can cover a lot of that too. But if there's one thing that I care about more than anything else, it's dismantling that bureaucracy. And moreover, it's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state. And that nanny state presents itself in several forms. There's the entitlement state, it's the welfare state, presents itself in the form of the regulatory state, that's what we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively we are subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of protection or other resources. That's to summarize my ideology in a nutshell. It is to terminate the nanny state in the United States of America in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. Once we've done that, we've revived the republic that I think would make George Washington proud.
You mentioned Department of Education. There's also the Department of Defense. And there's a very large number of very powerful people that have gotten used to and a budget that's increasing and the number of wars and military conflicts that's increasing. If we just talk about that, so sure. This is the number one priority. It's like there's difficulty with this here. The DoD it would be probably the hardest. So let's take that on. What's your view on the military-industrial complex, Department of Defense, and wars in general?
So I think the nanny state, I'm against it overall. I'm against the foreign policy nanny state as well. Let me start from that as the starting off point, and I'll tell you about my views on the DoD. First of all, I think that, and I think that it was for many people from the neocon school of thought to caricature my views with the media at their side. But actually, my own view is, if it's in the interest of the United States of America to provide certain levels of protection to U.S. allies, we can do that as long as those allies actually pay for it. And I think it's important for two reasons. The less important reason, still important reason, the less important reason is it's still money for us, right? It's not like we're swimming in a cash surplus. $34 trillion national debt and growing. And I think pretty soon the interest payments are going to be the largest line item in our federal budget. So it's not like we have money willy-nilly to just hand over for free. That's the less important reason. The more important reason is that it makes sure that our allies have actual skin in the game to not have skewed incentives to actually enter conflicts where they're not actually bearing the full cost of those conflicts. So take NATO, for example. Most NATO countries, literally a majority of NATO countries today, do not pay or contribute 2% of their GDP to their own national defense, which is supposedly a requirement to be in NATO. So the majority of NATO countries are failing to meet their basic commitment to be in NATO in the first place. Germany particularly is, I think, arbitraging the hell out of the United States of America. And I don't think that, I'm not going to be some sort of shrill voice here saying, so therefore we should not be supporting any allies or providing security blankets. No, I'm not going in that direction. What I would say is you got to pay for it. Right? Pay for your fair share. A, because we're not swimming in excess money ourselves. But B, is it tells us that you actually have skin in the game for your own defense, which actually then makes nations far more prudent in the risks that they take, whether or not they have a war, versus if somebody else is paying for it and somebody else is providing our security guard, I might as well, take the gamble and see where I end up at the end of a war, versus the restraint that imposes on the decision making for allies. So now let's bring this home to the Department of Defense. I think the top goal of the U.S. defense policy establishment should be to provide for the national defense of the United States of America. And the irony is that's what we're actually doing this for. We're not really using, other than the Coast Guard, we're not really using the U.S. military to prevent crossings at our own southern border and crossings at our own borders. In fact, the United States of America, our homeland, I believe is less secure today than it has been in a very long time. Vulnerable to threats of hypersonic missiles, where China and Russia certainly has capabilities in excess of that of the United States. Missiles hypersonic means faster than the speed of sound that could hit the United States, including those carrying nuclear warheads. We are more vulnerable to super EMP attacks, electromagnetic pulse attacks, that could, without exaggeration, some of this could be from other nations, some of this could even be from solar flare, cause significant mass casualty in the United States and America. The electric grid's gone. It's not an exaggeration to say if that happened, planes would be falling out of the sky because our chips really depend on those would be affected by those electromagnetic pulses. More vulnerable to cyber attacks. I know this, people start yawning and say, okay, boring stuff, super EMP, cyber, whatever. No, actually, it's pretty relevant to whether or not you actually are facing the risk of not getting your insulin because your refrigerator doesn't work anymore, or your food can't be stored, or your car, or your ability to fly in an airplane is impaired. Okay, so I think that these are serious risks where our national defense spending has been wholly inadequate. So I'm not one of these people that says, oh, we decrease versus increase national defense spending. We're not spending it in the right places. The number one place we need to be spending it is actually protecting our national defense. And I think protecting our own physical homeland. And I think we actually need an increase in spending on protecting our own homeland. But that is different from the agenda of foreign interventionism and foreign nanny-statism for its own state, where we should expect more and demand more of our allies to provide for their own national defense, and then provide the relevant security guarantees to allies where that actually advances the interests of the United States. So that's what I believe. And I think this process has been corrupted by what Dwight Eisenhower famously in his farewell address called the military-industrial complex in the United States. But I think it's bigger than just I think it's easy to tell the tales of the financial corruption. It's kind of cultural corruption and conceit that just because a certain number of people in that expert class have a belief, that their belief happens to be the right one because they can scare you with what the consequence would be if you don't follow their plans. And one of the beauties of the United States is, at least in principle, we have civilian control of the military. The person who we elect to be the U.S. president is the one that actually is the true commander-in-chief. I have my doubts on whether it operates that way. I think it is quite obvious that Joe Biden is not a functioning commander-in-chief of the United States of America. On paper, supposedly we still are supposed to call him. But at least in theory, we're supposed to have civilian control of the U.S. military. And I think that one of the things that leader needs to do is to ask the question of, again, the mission. What's the purpose of this U.S. military in the first place? At the top of the list should be to protect the homeland and the people who actually live here, which we're failing to do. So that's where I land.
Right. Okay. There's a lot of stuff to ask. First of all, on Joe Biden, you mean he's functionally not in control of the U.S. military because of the age factor, or because of the nature of the presidency?
It's a good question. I would say in his case, it's particularly accentuated because it's both. In his case, I don't think anybody in America anymore believes that Joe Biden is the functioning president of the United States. How could he be? He wasn't even sufficiently functioning to be the candidate after a debate that was held in June. There's no way he's going to be in a position to make the most important decisions on a daily and demanding basis to protect the leading nation in the world. Now, more generally, though, I think we have a deeper problem that even when it's not Joe Biden, in general, the people we elect to run the government haven't really been the ones running the government. It's been the unelected bureaucrats and bureaucratic deep state underneath that's really been making the decisions. So I've done business in a number of places. I've traveled to Japan. This interesting corporate analogy. Sometimes if you get outside of politics, people can, I find, listen and pay attention a little bit more. Because politics is so fraught right now that if you start talking to somebody who disagrees with you about the politics of it, you're just butting heads. We're not really making progress. So let's just make the same point, but go outside of politics. So I was traveling to Japan. I was having a late night dinner with a CEO of a Japanese pharmaceutical company. And it takes a while to really get them to open up, culturally speaking, in Japan. A couple nights of karaoke and whatnot. Maybe late night restaurant, whatever it is. We would build a good relationship where he was very candid. He said, "I'm the CEO of the company. I could go and find the head of the research team and tell him, okay, this is a project we're no longer working on. We don't want to spend money on it. We're going to spend money somewhere else." And he'll look me in the eye and he'll say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll come back 6 months later and find that they're spending exactly the same amount of money on those exact same projects. And I'll tell them, no, we agreed. I told you that you're not going to spend money on this project. And we have to stop now. It should have stopped 6 months ago. Get a slap on the wrist for it. Says, yes, no, sorry. Yes, no, of course, that's correct. Cut back 6 months later, same person is spending the same money. Here's why. Historically in Japan, and I should say in Japan this is changing now, but historically, until very recently, and even to an extent now, it's near impossible to fire people. So if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they don't actually work for you. It means in some deeper, perverse sense, you work for them because you're responsible for what they do without any authority to action. So I think most people who travel to Japan, maybe even some vestiges in the 2020s, wouldn't really dispute what I just talked about. Now, we're bringing it back to the more contentious terrain. I think it's basically how things would work in the executive branch of the federal government of the United States. You have these so-called civil service protections on the books. Now, if you really read them carefully, I think that there are areas to provide daylight for a truly constitutional, well-trained president to act. But apart from those, that's a contrary view that I have that bucks conventional wisdom. But apart from that caveat, in general, the conventional view is that the U.S. president can't fire these people. There's 4 million federal bureaucrats, 99.9% of them can't be touched by the person who the people who elected to run the executive branch can't even fire them. It's like the equivalent of a job CEO. And so that culture exists every bit as much in the federal bureaucracy of the United States of America as it did in Japanese corporate culture through the 1990s. And that's a lot of what's the way that our Department of Defense is run, and our foreign policy establishment is run, but I think it applies to a lot of the domestic policy establishment as well. And to come back to the core point, how are we going to save this republic? This is the debate in the conservative movement right now. So this is a little bit spicy for some Republicans to swallow right now. And my top focus is making sure that we win the election. But let's just move the ball forward a little bit and skate to where the puck is going. Okay. Yes, let's say we win the election, all is well and dandy. Okay, what's the philosophy that determines how we govern? There's a little bit of a fork in the road amongst conservatives, where there are those who believe that the right answer now is to use that regulatory state and use those levers of power to advance our own pro-conservative, pro-American, pro-worker goals. And I'm sympathetic to all of those goals. But I don't think that the right way to do it is to create a conservative regulatory state that replaces a liberal regulatory state. I think the right answer is actually to get in there and shut it down. I don't want to replace the left-wing nanny state with a right-wing nanny state. I want to get in there and actually dismantle the nanny state. And I think it has been a long time in the United States, maybe ever in modern history, that we've had a conservative leader at the national level who makes it their principal objective to dismantle the nanny state in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy of the state. That was a core focus of my candidacy. One of the things that I wish, and this is on me, not anybody else, that I should have done better, was to make that more crystal clear as a focus without getting distracted by a lot of the shenanigans, let's just say, that happen as sideshows during the presidential campaign. I call that a lesson learned, because I do think it's what the country needs now more than ever.
Yeah, it's a really, really powerful idea. It's actually something Donald Trump ran on in 2016.
Drain the swamp.
Drain the swamp. I think by most accounts, maybe you can disagree with me, he did not successfully do so. He did fire a bunch of people, more than usual.
Can I say a word about the conditions he was operating in? Because I think it's why I'm far more excited for this time around. Is that a lot has changed in the legal landscape. So Donald Trump did not have the Supreme Court backdrop in 2016 that he does today. So there's some really important cases that have come down to the Supreme Court. One is West Virginia versus EPA. I think it's probably the most important case of our generation. In 2022, that came down. It said that if Congress has not passed a rule into law itself through the halls of Congress, and it relates to what they call a major question, a major policy or economic question, it can't be done by the stroke of the pen by a regulator, an unelected bureaucrat. That quite literally means most federal regulations there are constitutional. Then this year comes out a different, big one, another big one from the Supreme Court in the Loper-Bright case, which held that historically, for the last 50 years in this country, the doctrine has been called Chevron deference. It's a doctrine that says that federal courts have to defer to an agency's interpretation of the law. They now toss that out the window. They said, no, the federal courts no longer have to defer to an agency's interpretation of the law. Actually, the combination of those two cases is seismic in its impact on regulatory. There's also another great case that came out was SEC versus Jarkissi. And the SEC is one of these agencies that embodies everything we're talking about here. The SEC, among other agencies, has tribunals inside that not only do they write the rules, not only do they enforce those rules, they also have these judges inside the agency that also interpret the rules and determine and dole out punishments. That doesn't make sense if you believe in separation of powers in the United States. So the Supreme Court put an end to that and said that practice at the SEC is unconstitutional. Actually, as a side note, the Supreme Court has said countless practices and rules written by the SEC, the EPA, the FTC in recent years were outright unconstitutional. Think about what that means for a constitutional republic. That supposedly these law enforcement agencies, the courts have now said, especially this year, the courts have now said that their own behaviors actually break the law. So the very agencies entrusted with supposedly enforcing the law are actually behaving with utter, blatant disregard for the law itself. That's un-American. It's not tenable in the United States anymore. But thankfully, we now have a Supreme Court to recognize. So, whether or not we have a second Trump term, well, that's up to the voters. But even whether or not that now takes advantage of that backdrop that the Supreme Court has given us to actually gut the regulatory state, we'll find out. I'm optimistic. I certainly think it's the best chance that we've had in a generation in this country. That's a big part of why I'm supporting Donald Trump. And well, I'm going to do everything in my power to help him. But I do think it is going to take a spine of steel to see that through. And then after we've taken on the regulatory state, I think that's the next step. But I do think there's this broader project of dismantling the nanny state in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. Three-word answer, to summarize my worldview and my presidential campaign in 3 words: shut it down.
Shut it down. Okay, so the Supreme Court cases you mentioned, there's a lot of nuance there. Yeah, I guess it's weakening the immune system of the different departments.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
On the human psychology level. So you basically kind of implied that for Donald Trump or for any president, the legal situation is difficult. Is that the only thing really operating? Like, isn't it probably not just on a psychological level, just hard to fire a very large number of people? Is that what it is? Like, why is there a basic stability and momentum
I
going
think there's
on?
one other factor. So you're right to point. I mean, the legal backdrop is an understandable excuse and reason. I think there are other factors at play too. So I think there's something to be said for never having been in government, showing up there the first time, and you're having to understand the rules of the road as you're operating within them, and also having to depend on people who actually aren't aligned with your policy vision to tell you to your face that they are. And so I think that's one of the things that I've admired about President Trump is he's actually been very open about that, very humble about that. Said there's a million learnings from that first term that make him ambitious and more ambitious in that second term. But everything I'm talking to you about, this is what needs to happen in the country. It's not specific to Donald Trump. It lays out what needs to be done in the country. There's the next 4 years. Donald Trump is our last best hope and chance for moving that ball forward. But I think that the vision I'm laying out here is one that hopefully goes even beyond just the next 2 or 4 years of really fixing a century's worth of mistakes. I think we're going to fix a lot of them in the next 4 years of Donald Trump's president. But if you have a century's worth of mistakes that have accumulated with the overgrowth of the entitlement state, I think it's going to take probably the better part of a decade at least to actually fix it.
I disagree with you on both the last and the best hope. Donald Trump is more likely to fire a lot of people, but is he the best person to do so?
You got 2 candidates, right? People face a choice. It's a relevant election. One of my goals is to speak to people who may not agree with 100% of what Donald, who do not agree with 100% of what Donald Trump said. And I can tell them, you know what, I don't agree with 100% of what he says. And I can tell you, as somebody who ran against it for U.S. president, that right now he is, when I say the last best hope, I mean this cycle, the last best hope that we have for dismantling that bureaucratic class. And, I think that I'm also open about the fact that it's going to take, this is a long run project, but we have the next step to actually take over the next few years. So that's kind of where I land on it. I mean, you talked to him about this a few weeks ago. I saw you at a podcast. Right? What was your impression about his preparedness to do it?
My impression is his priority allocation with different leaders. I think he's more focused on some of the other topics than you are.
More laser focused on.
And there is a tension there, just as you clearly highlighted.
We share the same priority with respect to the southern border, and those are near-term fixes that we can hit out of the park in the first year. But at the same time, I think we've got to think also on decade-long time horizons. So my own view is, I think that it is my conviction and belief that he does care about dismantling that federal bureaucracy, certainly more so than any Republican nominee we have had certainly in my lifetime. But I do think that there are going to be competing schools of thought where some will say, okay, well, we want to create a right-wing entitlement state, to shower federal subsidies on favored industries while keeping them away from disfavored industries, new bureaucracies to administer them. And I don't come from that school of thought. I don't want to see the bureaucracy expand in a pro-conservative direction. I want to see the bureaucracy shrink in every direction. And I do think that from my conversation with Donald Trump, I believe that he is well aligned with this vision of shrinking bureaucracy. But it's a longer-term project.
There's so many priorities at play here, though. I mean, you really do have to do the Elon thing of walking into Twitter headquarters, trying to definitely sink, right? Let that sink in. That basically firing a very large number of people. And it's not just about firing, it's about setting clear missions to the different departments to remain, hiring back to overfire, hiring back based on meritocracy. I mean, it's a full-time, and it's not only full-time in terms of actual time, it's full-time psychologically, because you're walking into a place, unlike a company like Twitter, but an already successful company. In government, I mean, everybody around you, all the experts and the advisors are going to tell you you're wrong. Mm-hmm. And like, it's a very difficult psychological place to operate, mm-hmm, because like you're constantly the asshole. And I mean, the certainty you have to have about what you're doing is just like nearly infinite, because everybody, all the really smart people are telling you, no, this is a terrible idea. Sir, this is a...
You have to have the spine of steel to cut through with that short-term advice you're getting. And I'll tell you, certainly, I intend to do whatever I can for this country, both in the next 4 years and beyond. But my voice on this will be crystal clear. And President Trump knows that's my view on it, and I believe he shares it deeply, is that policy people get in there and shut down as much of the excess bureaucracy as we can, do it as quickly as possible. And that's a big part of how we save our country.
Okay, I'll give you an example that's really difficult tension, given your priorities. Immigration. There's an estimated 14 million illegal immigrants in the United States. You've spoken about mass deportation.
Yes.
That requires a lot of effort. Right? Money. I mean, like, how do you do it, and how does that conflict with the Chevy dollar?
Sure. And so it goes back to that original discussion we had. What are the few proper roles of the federal government? I give you two. One is of the government period. One is to protect the national borders and sovereignty of the United States, and two is to protect private property. There's most of what the government's doing today, both at the federal and state level, is something other than those two things. But in my book, those are the two things that are the proper government. So for everything else the federal government should not be doing, the one thing they should be doing is to protect the homeland of the United States of America and the sovereignty and sanctity of our national borders. So in that domain, that's mission aligned with a proper purpose for the federal government. I think we're a nation founded on the rule of law. I say this is the kid of legal immigrants. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. And in some ways, if I was to summarize a formula for saving the country over the next 4 years, it would be a tale of two mass deportations. The mass deportations of millions of illegals who are in this country and should not be, and then the millions of unelected federal bureaucrats out of Washington, you could say that those are intention, but I think that the reality is anything outside of the scope of what the core function of the government is, which is protecting borders and protecting private property rights, that's really where I think the predominant cuts need to be. And if you look at the number of people who are looking after the border, it's not even 0.1% of the federal employee base today. So 75% isn't 99.99%, it's 75%, which still leaves it would still be a tiny fraction of the remaining 25%, which I actually think needs to be more rather than less. So it's a good question, but that's sort of where I land on it. But it's a proper role of the federal government, great. Act and actually do your job. The irony is 99.9999% of those resources are going to functions other than the protection of private property rights and the protection of our national physical protection.
There is a lot of criticism of the idea of mass deportation. So one, it would cause a large amount of economic harm, at least in the short term. The other is there would be potentially violations of our kind of higher ideals, how we like to treat human beings, in particular separation of families, for example, tearing families apart. And the other is just like the logistical complexity of things like this. How do you answer some of those things?
So fair enough. And I would call those, even I think criticisms, but just thoughtful questions, right? Even if somebody who's really aligned with doing this, those are thoughtful questions to ask. So I do want to say something about this point on how we think about the breakage of the rule of law in other countries. There are 350,000 mothers who are in prison in the United States today who commit crimes, who were convicted of them. They didn't take their kids with them to those prisons either, right? So we face difficult trade-offs in all kinds of contexts as it relates to the enforcement of law. And I just want to make that basic observation against the backdrop of the nation founded on the rule of law. That we acknowledge that there are trade-offs to enforcing the law. And we've acknowledged that in other contexts. I don't think that we should face special exemption for saying that somehow we weigh the other way when it comes to the issue of the border. We're a nation founded on the rule of law. We enforce law that has costs, that has trade-offs, but it's who we are. So that backdrop is the easiest fact I can cite is 250,000 or so mothers who are in prison and did not take their kids to prison. Is that bad? That it is undesirable for kids to grow up without those 250,000 mothers? It is. But it's a difficult situation created by people who violated the law and face the consequences of it, which is also a competing and important priority in the country. So that's in the domestic context. As it relates to this question of mass deportations, let's just get very practical. So all that was theory. Very practically, there's ways to do this, starting with people who have already broken the law, people who have not just broken the law entering, but are committing other crimes while already here in the United States. That's a clear case for an instant mass deportation. You have a lot of people who haven't integrated into their communities. You can't think about the economic impact of this. A lot of people are in detention already. A lot of those people should be immediately returned to their country of origin, or at least what is called a safe third country. The safe third country means if somebody's claiming to seek asylum from political persecution, we'll move them to another country that doesn't have to be the United States. Other countries around the world are doing this. Australia is detaining people. They don't let them out like a normal, joyful life because they came to the country. They detain them until their cases are adjudicated. Well, the rates of fraud in Australia of what people lie about what their conditions are is way lower now than in the United States because people respond to those incentives. So I think that in some ways people make this sound much bigger and scarier than it needs to be. I've never taken a deeply pragmatic approach. And the North Star for me is I want a policy that helps the United States citizens who are already here. What's that policy? Clearly, that's going to be a policy that includes a large number of deportations. I think by definition, it's going to be the largest mass deportation in American history. Sounds like a punchline at a campaign rally, but actually it's a factual statement that says if we've had the by far largest influx of illegal immigrants in American history, it just stands to reason. It's logic that, okay, if we're going to fix that, we're going to have the largest mass deportation in American history. And we can be rational. Start with people who are breaking the law in other ways here in the United States. Start with people who are already in detention or entering detention now. That comes at no cost and strict benefit. There isn't even a little bit of an economic trade-off. Then you get to areas where you would say, okay, the costs actually continue to outweigh benefits. And that's exactly the way our policy should be guided. I want to do it in as respectful and as humane of a manner as possible. And the reality is, I think one of the things we've got to remember, I'll give you the example I gave with the Haitian case in Springfield, a town that I spent a lot of time in growing up in Ohio. I live about an hour from there today. I don't blame the individual Haitians who came. I'm not saying that they're bad people, because in that particular case, those weren't even people who broke the law in coming here. They came as part of a program called temporary protected status. Now, the operative word there is the first one, temporary. They have been all kinds of lawsuits. There have been all kinds of lawsuits from people who even 8, 10, 12, 14 years after the earthquake in Haiti, where many of them came, when they're going to be removed, there are allegations of racial discrimination or otherwise. No, temporary protected status means it's temporary. And we're not abandoning the rule of law when we send them back. We're abandoning the rule of law when we let them stay. Now, if that has true benefit to the United States of America, economically or otherwise, go through the paths that allow somebody to enter this country for economic reasons. But don't do it through asylum-based claims of temporary protected status. I think one of the features of our immigration system right now is it is built on a lie, and it incentivizes them. The reason is the arguments for keeping people in the country, if those are economic reasons, but the people actually enter using claims of asylum or refugee status, those two things don't match. So just be honest about what our immigration system actually is. I think we do need dramatic reforms to the legal immigration system to select purposely for the people who are going to actually improve the United States of America. I think there are many people, I know some of them. I gave a story of one guy who I met who is educated at our best universities, or among our best universities, like Princeton. He went to Harvard Business School. He has a great job in the investment community. He's a professional tennis player. He's a concert pianist. He can do a Rubik's Cube in less than a minute. I'm not making this stuff up. These are hard facts. He can't get a green card in the United States. He's been here for 10 years or something like that. He asked me for the best advice I could give him. I unfortunately could not give him the actual best advice, which would be to just take a flight to Mexico and cross the border and claim to be somebody who is seeking asylum in the United States. That would have been morally wrong advice. I didn't give it to him. But practically, if you're giving him advice, that would be the best advice that you actually could give somebody, which is a broken system on both sides. People who are going to make those contributions to the United States and pledge allegiance to the United States and speak our language and assimilate, we should have a path for them to be able to add value to the United States. Yet they're not the ones who are getting in. It's actually the people, our immigration system selects for people who are willing to lie. That's what it does. Select for people who are willing to say they're seeking refugee status or seeking asylum when in fact they're not. And then we have policymakers who lie after the fact using economic justifications to keep them here. But if it was an economic justification, that should have been the criteria used to bring them in the first place, not this illusion of asylum or refugee status. There was a case, actually, even the New York Times reported on this, believe it or not, of a woman who came from Russia fleeing Vladimir Putin's intolerant anti-LGBTQ regime. She was fleeing persecution by the evil man Putin. She came here, and eventually, when she was pressed on a series of lies, it came out that she was crying, but she broke down for people. She's like, I'm not even gay. I don't even like gay people. That's what she said. And yet she was pretending to be some sort of LGBTQ advocate who was persecuted Russia. When in fact, it was just somebody who was seeking better economic conditions in the United States. I'm not saying you're wrong to seek better economic conditions in the United States, but you are wrong to lie about it. And that's what you're seeing a lot of people, even in this industry of sort of quote-unquote tourism to the United States. They're having the kids in the United States. They go back to their home country, but their kids enjoy birthright citizenship. That's done a lot. You have people claiming to suffer from persecution. In fact, they're just working in the United States and then living in these relative mansions in parts of Mexico or Central America after they've spent 4 or 5 years making money here. Just abandon the lie. Let's just have an immigration system built on honesty. Just tell the truth. If the argument is that we need more people here for economically filling out, I'm skeptical the extent to which a lot of those arguments actually end up being true, but let's have that debate in the open, rather than having it through the back door saying that it's refugee and asylum status. We know it's a lie. And then we justify it after the fact by saying that economically helps the United States. Cut the dishonesty. And I just think that is a policy we would do well to expand to every sphere. We talk about military-industrial complex, to the rise of the managerial class, to a lot of what our government's covered up about our own history, to even this question of immigration today. Just tell the people the truth. And I think our government would be better serving our people.
Yeah, in the way you describe eloquently, the immigration system is broken in that way, that it's built fundamentally on lies. But there's the other side of it. Illegal immigrants are used in political campaigns for fear mongering, for example. So what I would like to understand is, what is the actual harm that illegal immigrants are causing? So the claim, one of the more intense claims is of crime, and I haven't studied this rigorously, but sort of the surface level studies all show that legal and illegal immigrants commit less crime. And
I think that is true for legal immigrants. I think it's not true for illegal.
That's not what I saw.
So it's sort of this part why I wrote this book, okay? And the book is called Truths, so better darn well have well-sourced facts in here, right? Can't be made up hypotheses. Are truths, and there's chapter even in my own research on it. Lex, I mean, I know a lot about this issue from my time as presidential candidate, but even in writing the chapter on the border, I learned a lot from a lot of different dimensions, and some of which even caused me to revise some of my premises going into it. Okay, my main thesis in that chapter is forget the demonization of legal immigrants or whatever, as you put it, right? Fear mongering, just put all that to one side. I want an immigration system that is built on honesty. Identify what the objective is. We could debate the objective. We might have different opinions on the objectives. Some people may say the objective is the economic growth of the United States. I air that argument this way. And I think that that's insufficient. Personally, I think the United States is more than just an economic zone. It is a country. It is a nation bound together by civic ideals. I think we need to screen not just for immigrants who are going to make economic contributions, but those who speak our language, those who are able to assimilate, and those who share those civic ideals and know U.S. history even better than the average U.S. citizen who's here. That's what I believe. But even if you disagree with me, and your sole goal is economic production in the United States, then at least have an immigration system that's honest about it, rather than one which claims to solve for that goal by bringing in people who are rewarded for it. We should reward the people in that model, which is, I'm going to give you the whole model. But even if that were your model, reward the people who are demonstrably proven that they would make economic contributions to the United States,
how are you?
Not the people who have demonstrated that they're willing to lie to achieve a goal. And right now, our immigration system rewards one quality over any other. There's one parameter that it rewards over any other. It isn't civic allegiance to the United States. It isn't fluency in English. It isn't the ability to make an economic contribution to this country. The number one attribute, human attribute, that our immigration system rewards is whether or not you're willing to lie. And the people who are telling those lies about whether they're seeking asylum or not are the ones who are most likely to get it. And the people who are most unwilling to tell those lies are the ones who are actually not getting it. That is a hard, uncomfortable truth about our immigration system. And the reason is the law says you only get asylum if you're going to face bodily harm or near-term risk of bodily injury based on your religion, your ethnicity, or certain other factors. And so when you come into the country, you're asked, do you fulfill that criteria or not? And the number one way to get into this country is to check the boxes. So that means just systematically, right? Imagine if you're University of Harvard or Yale or whatever, running your admissions process. The number one attribute you're selecting for isn't your SAT score, isn't your GPA, isn't your athletic accomplishments. It's whether or not you're willing to lie on the application. You're going to have a class populated by a bunch of charlatans and frauds. That's exactly what our immigration system is doing to the United States of America. This is literally selecting for the people who are willing to lie. Let's say if somebody who's a person of integrity says, I want a better life for my family, I want to teach my kids, and I'm not going to lie, break the law to do it. That person is infinitely less likely to get into the United States. I know it sounds provocative to frame it that way, but it is not an opinion. It is a fact that is the number one human attribute that our current immigration system is selecting for. I want an immigration system centered on honesty. In order to implement that, we require acknowledgement of the goals of our immigration system in the first place. And then we have competing visions on the right. Okay, amongst them there's rift. Some conservatives believe, I respect them for their honesty, I disagree with them, believe that the goal of the immigration system should be to, in part, protect American workers from the effects of foreign wage competition. That if we have immigrants, it's going to bring down prices, and we need to protect American workers from the effects of that downward pressure on wages. It's a goal. It's a coherent goal. I don't think it's the right goal, but many of my friends on the right believe that's a goal. But at least it's honest, and then we can design an honest immigration system to achieve that goal if that's their goal. I have other friends on the right that the sole goal is economic growth. Nothing else matters. I disagree with that as well. My view is the goal should be whatever enriches the civic quality of the United States of America. That includes those who know the language, know our ideals, pledge allegiance to those ideals, and also are willing to make economic contributions to the country, which is one of our ideals too. But whatever it is, we can have that debate. I have a very different view. I don't think it's proper immigration policy to make it a place. The United States of America is founded on excellence. We should be able to compete. But that's a policy debate we can have. But right now, we're not even able to have a policy debate because the whole immigration policy is built on not only a lie, but on rewarding those who do lie. And that's what I see change.
There, just to linger a little bit on the demonization and to bring Ann culture into the picture, her, which I recommend people should listen to your conversation with her. I haven't listened to her much, but she had this thing where she clearly admires and respects you as a human being, and she's basically saying you're one of the good ones. And this idea that you had this brilliant question of like, what does it mean to be an American? And she basically said, not you. She said, well, maybe you, but not people like you. So that whole kind of approach to immigration, I think, is really anti-democratic.
And maybe even anti-American.
Anti-American. Yeah.
So I want to confront this directly because it is a popular current on the American right. The reason I'm not big on Ann culture specifically is I think actually it's a much more widely shared view, and I just give her at least credit for willing to articulate it. A view that the blood and soil is what makes for your American identity, your genetic lineage. And I just reject that view. I think it's anti-American. I think what makes for an American identity is your allegiance, your unabiding allegiance to the founding ideals of this country, and your willingness to pledge allegiance to those ideals. So those are two different views. I think that there is a view on the American right now that says that we're not a creedal nation, that our nation is not about a creed, it's about a physical place and a physical home. I think that view fails on several. Obviously, we're a nation. Every nation has to have a geographic space that defines its own. So obviously, among other things, a geographic space. But the essence of the United States of America, I think, is the common creed, the ideals that hold that common nation together. Without that, a few things happen. First of all, American exceptionalism becomes impossible. And I'll tell you why. Every other nation is also built on the same idea. Most nations have been built on common blood and soil arguments, genetic stock. But Italy or Japan would have a stronger national identity than the United States in that case because they have a much longer standing claim on what their genetic lineage really was. The ethnicity of the people is far more pierced in those contexts than in the United States. So that's the first thing. American exceptionalism becomes impossible. The second is there's all kinds of contradictions against start to emerge. Your claim on American identity is defined based on how long you've been here. But the Native Americans would have a far greater claim of being American than somebody who came here on the Mayflower or somebody who came here afterwards. Now, maybe that blood and soil view is not quite the Native Americans. You only have to start at this point and end at this point. So on this view of blood and soil identity, you couldn't have come before a certain year, then it doesn't count. But if you came after a certain year, it doesn't count either. That just becomes highly uncompelling as a view of what American national identity actually is. Versus my view that American national identity is grounded on whether or not you pledge allegiance to the ideals codified in the Declaration of Independence and actualized in the U.S. Constitution. And, it's been said, some of my friends on the right have said things like, people will not die for a set of ideas. People won't fight for abstractions, for abstract ideas. I actually disagree with that. The American Revolution basically disproves that. The American Revolution was fought for anything over abstract ideals. That said that, we believe in self-governance, free speech, and free exercise of religion. That's what we believe in the United States, which is different from what we believe. So I do think that there is this brewing debate on the right, and do I disagree like hell with Ann Coulter on this? Absolutely. And did I take serious issue with some of the things she told me? Absolutely. But I also believe that she had the stones to say, if I may say it that way, that things that many on the right believe, but haven't quite articulated it the way that she has. And I think we need to have that debate in the open. Now, personally, I think most of the conservative movement actually is with me on this. But I think it's become a very popular counter-narrative in the other direction to say that your vision of American identity is tied, is far more physical in nature And to me, I think it is still ideals-based in nature. I think that that's a good debate for the future for us to have in the conservative movement. And I think it's going to be a defining feature of what direction the conservative movement goes in the future.
Quick pause. Bathroom break?
Yeah.
Let me ask you to, again, steelman the case for and against Trump. So my biggest criticism for him is that the fake election scheme, the 2020 election, and actually the 2020 election in the way you formulated in the Nation of Victims. It's just the entirety of that process, instead of focusing on winning, doing a lot of whining. I like people that win, not whine, even when the refs advise them the direction.
So look, I think the United States of America, I preach this to the left. I preach it to my kids. We got to accept it on our own side too. We're not going to save this country by being victims. We're going to save this country by being victorious. Okay? And I don't care whether it's victim of right wing, victim of against the victim of culture. The number one factor that determines whether you achieve something in life is you. I believe that's not the only factor that matters. There's a lot of other factors that affect whether or not you succeed. Life is not fair. But I tell my kids the same thing. Number one factor that determines whether or not you succeed in achieving your goal is you. Preach to the left, I'm going to preach that to our own side as well. Now, that being said, that's just a philosophy. Okay, that's a personal philosophy. You asked me to do something different, and I'm always a fan of one of the things that the standard I hope that people hold me to when they read this book as well is I try to do that in this book is to give the best possible argument for the other side. You don't want to give some rinky-dink argument for the other side and knock it down. You want to give the best possible argument for the other side, and then offer your own view, or else you don't understand. So you asked me, what's the strongest case against Donald Trump? Well, I ran for U.S. president against Donald Trump. So I'm going to give you what my perspective is. I think it's nothing of what you hear on MSNBC or from the left attacking him to be a threat to democracy. I think all of that's actually nonsense. I actually think it is, if you were making that case, and here's my full support, as you know, but if you were making that case, I think for many voters who are of the next generation, they're asking a question about how are you going to understand the position that I'm in as a member of a new generation. The same criticism they had of Biden. They could say, oh, well, are you too old? Are you from a different generation? It's too far removed from my generation's concerns. And I think that that's, in many ways, a factor that was weighing on both Trump and Biden. But when they played the trick of swapping out Joe Biden, it left that issue much more on the table for Donald Trump. So you asked me to steelman it? That's what I would say. When I look at what's the number one issue that I would need to persuade independent voters of to say that this is still the right choices, even though the other side claims to offer a new generation of leadership, here's somebody who is one of the older presidents we all had who was elected. How do we convince those people to vote? That's what I would give you in that time.
Right, but I get it, and you share a lot of ideas with Donald Trump, so I get when you're running for president that you say that kind of thing. But there's other criticism you can provide. Again, the 2020 election.
Let me ask you, you spoke to Donald Trump recently. What's your top objection to potentially voting for Donald Trump? And let me see if I can address that.
2020 election, and not in the, TDS kind of objection. It's just, I don't think there's clear, definitive evidence that there was voter fraud.
Let me ask you about a different area.
Hold on a second. I think there's a lot of interesting topics about the influence of media, of tech, and so on. But I want a president that has a good, clear relationship with the truth, that knows what truth is, what is true, and what is not true. And moreover, I want a person who doesn't play victim, as you said, who focuses on winning and winning big. And if they lose, walk away with honor and win bigger next time, or channel that into growth and winning, or winning in some other direction. So just like the strength of being able to give everything you've got to win and walk away with honor if you lose. And everything that happened around 2020 election just goes against that to me.
So I'll respond. Obviously, I'm at the candidate, but I gave you my perspective. I think we have seen some growth with Donald Trump over that first term and the experience of the 2020 election. And you hear a lot of that on the campaign trail. I heard a lot of that even in the conversation that he had with you. I think he is more ambitious for that second term than he was for that first term. So I think that was the most interesting part of what you just said, is you're looking for somebody who has growth in their own experiences. Say what you will, I have seen, personally, I believe, some meaningful level of personal growth and ambition for what Donald Trump hopes to achieve for the country in the second term that he wasn't able to for one reason or another. COVID, you could put a lot of different things on it, but in that first term. Now, I think the facts of the backdrop of the 2020 election actually really do matter. I don't think you can isolate one particular aspect of criticizing the 2020 election without looking at holistically. On the eve of the 2020 presidential election, we saw a systematic, bureaucratically and government-aided suppression of probably the single most important piece of information released in that election, the Hunter Biden laptop story, revealing potentially a compromised U.S. presidential candidate. His family was compromised by foreign interests, and it was suppressed as misinformation by every major tech company. The New York Post had its own Twitter account locked at that time. And we now know that many of the censorship decisions made in the year 2020 were actually made at the behest of U.S. bureaucratic actors in the deep state, threatening those tech companies to do it, or else those tech companies would face consequences. I think it might be the most undemocratic thing that's happened in history, is the way in which government actors who were never elected to the government used private sector actors to suppress information on the eve of an election that, based on polling afterwards, likely did influence the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. That was election interference of the highest order. So I think that that's just a hard fact that we have to contend with. And I think a lot of what you've heard in terms of complaints about the 2020 election, whatever the complaints are, take place against the backdrop of large technology companies interfering in that election in a way that I think did have an impact on the outcome. I personally believe if the Hunter Biden laptop story had not been suppressed and censored, I think Donald Trump would have been unambiguous. I think the president of the United States right now would be Donald Trump. No doubt in my mind. With the polling before and after, the impact that would have had on the independent voter. Now you look at, okay, let's talk about constructive solutions, because I care about moving the country forward. What is a constructive solution to this issue of concerns about election integrity? Here's one. Single-day voting on election day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued voter ID to match the voting time. I favor that. We do it even in Puerto Rico, which is a territory of the United States. Why not do that everywhere in the United States? And I'll make a pledge. I'll do it right here. Right. My pledge is, as a leader in our movement, I will do everything in my power to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections. If we get to that simple place of basic election security measures, I think it'd be unifying too. Make Election Day a national holiday that unites us around our civic purpose. Single day voting on Election Day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued voter ID to match the voter file. Let's get there as a country, and you have my word. I will lead our movement in whatever way I can to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections and fake ballots. And I think the fact that you see resistance to that proposal, which is otherwise very practical, very reasonable, nonpartisan proposal, I think the fact of that resistance actually provokes a lot of understandable skepticism. Understandable skepticism. What else is actually going on? If not that, what exactly is going on here?
Well, I think I agree with a lot of things you said. I probably disagree, but it's hard to disagree with the Hunter Biden laptop story, whether that would change things.
We can't know that, obviously. I look at some post-election polling about the views that would have had. I can't prove that to you, but that's my instinct, that's my opinion.
I think that's just one example of maybe a sexy example of a bias in the complex of the media. And there's bias in the other direction too, but probably there's bias. It's hard to characterize bias.
Let me ask one question about, because there's bias in reporting. Censorship is one. So I would be open-minded to hearing an instance of, and if I did hear it, I would condemn it, of the government systematically ordering tech companies to suppress information that was favorable to Democrats, suppress that information to lift up Republicans. If there was an instance that we know of government bureaucrats that were ordering technology companies covertly to silence information that voters otherwise would have had to advantage Republicans at the ballot box, to censor it, I would be against that. And I would condemn that with equal force as I did suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story, suppression and censorship of the origin of COVID-19, all happened in 2020. These are hard facts. I'm not aware of one instance. If you are aware of one, let me know, because I would condemn it.
Most people in tech companies are privately with their political persuasions on the left, and most journalists, majority of journalists, are on the left. But to characterize the actual reporting and the impact of the reporting in the media and the impact of the censorship is difficult to do. But that's a real problem, just like we talked about, a real problem in immigration.
But there's two different problems I just want to sort out, right? Because I have a problem with both. You talked about two issues. I think both are important, but they're different issues. One is bias in reporting. One is censorship of information. So bias in reporting, I felt, certainly the recent presidential debate moderated by ABC was biased in the way that it was conducted. But that's a different issue from saying that voters don't get access to information through any source. So this Hunter Biden laptop story, we now know that it contains evidence of foreign interference in potentially the Biden administration, their families, in Senate structure. That story was systematically suppressed. So in the United States of America, if you want to find that on the internet, through any major social media platform or through even Google search, that story was suppressed or downplayed algorithmically, that you couldn't see it. Even on Twitter, if you tried to send it via direct message, that's the equivalent of email, right? Sending a peer-to-peer message. They blocked you from even being able to send that story using private messages. That, I think, is a different level of concern. That's not bias at that point. That's outright interference in whether or not, that's outright interference in the election. Let's do a thought experiment. Let's suppose that Russia orchestrated. What would the backlash be? Let's say the Russian government orchestrated the U.S. election, they interfered in it by saying that tech companies, they worked with them covertly to stop U.S. citizens from being able to see information on the election. There would be a mass uproar in this country if the Russian government orchestrated. Well, if actors of the U.S. government bureaucracy or the U.S. technology industry bureaucracy orchestrated the same thing, then we can't apply a different standard and say that if Russia did it, it's really bad and interfered in our election. But if it happened right here in the United States of America, and by the way, they blame Russia for it falsely, the Russian disinformation of the Hunter Biden false claim, we have to apply the same standard in both cases. And so the fact that if that were Russian interference, it would have been an outcry, but now it happened domestically, and we just call that, hey, it's a little bit of bias ahead of an election. I don't think that that's a fair characterization of how important that is.
Okay, so the connection of government to platform it should not exist. Government, FBI, or anybody else should not be able to pressure platforms to censor information. Yes, we can talk about Paul Durov and the censorship there. There should not be any censorship, and there should not be media bias. And you're right to complain if there is media bias, and we can lay it out in the open and try to fix that system. That said, the voter fraud thing, you can't right a wrong by doing another wrong. You can't just, if there's some shady stuff going on in the media and the censorship complex, you can't just make shit up. You can't do the fake election scheme and then do a lot of shady, crappy behavior during January 6th and try to shortcut your way just because your friend is cheating in Monopoly. You can't cheat. You shouldn't cheat yourself. You should be honest and with honor, use your platform to help fix the system versus cheat your way. So here's my view: has any U.S. politician ever been perfect throughout the course of American history? No. But if you want to understand the essence of what was going around in 2020, the mindset of the country, we had a year where people in this country were systematically locked down, told to shut up, sit down, do as they're told. Unless they're BLM or Antifa rioters, in which case it's perfectly fine for them to burn cities down.
We were told that we're going to have an election, a free and fair election, and then they will deny information systematically heading into that election, which is really important, and in this case, damning information about one of the parties. And then you tell these people that they still have to continue to shut up. That creates, I think, a real culture of deep frustration in the United States of America. I think that the reaction to systematic censorship is never good. History teaches us that. It's not good in the United States. It's not good at other points in the history of the United States. The reaction to systematic, coordinated censorship and restraints on the freedom of free people is never. And if you want to really understand what happened, if one really wants to get to the bottom of it rather than figuring out who to point fingers at, that really was the essence of the national malaise at the end of 2020. Is it was a year of unjust policies, including COVID-19 lockdowns, systematic lies about the election, that created a level of public frustration that I think was understandable. Now, the job of leaders is to how do you channel that in the most productive direction possible. And to your question, to the independent voter out there evaluating, as you are, do I think that Donald Trump has exhibited a lot of growth based on his experience in his first term and what he hopes to achieve in his second term? I think the answer is absolutely yes. And so even if you don't agree with everything that he's said or done in the choice ahead of us in this election, I still believe he's unambiguously the best choice to revive that sort of national pride and also prosperity in our country. So people aren't in the condition where they're suffering at behest of government policies that leave them angry and channel that anger in other unproductive ways. No, the best way to do it is actually actions do speak louder than words. Implement the policies that make people's lives better. And I do think that's the next step of how we best serve the country.
Are you worried if in this election, it's a close election, and Donald Trump loses by a whisker, that there's chaos that's unleashed? How do we minimize the chance of that?
I mean, I don't think that that's a concern to frame narrowly in the context of Donald Trump winning it or losing it by a whisker. I think this is a man who, in the last couple of months, in the span of 2 months, has faced 2 assassination attempts. We're not talking about theoretical attempts, we're talking about gunshots fired. That is history changing in the context of American history. We haven't seen that in a generation. And yet now that has become normalized in the US. So do I worry we're skating on thin ice as a country? I do. I do think it is a little bit strange to obsess over our concerns with national and media concerns over Donald Trump, when in fact he's the one on the receiving end of fire from assailants who reportedly are saying exactly the kinds of things about him that you hear from the Democratic machine. And I do think that it is irresponsible, at least, for the Democratic Party to make their core case against Donald Trump. I mean, Joe Biden's entire message for years that he's a threat to democracy, to the existence of America. If you keep saying that about somebody against the backdrop conditions that we live in this country, I don't think that's good for a nation. And so, do I have concerns about the future of the country? Do I think we're skating on thin ice? Absolutely. And I think the best way around it is really through it in this election, win by a landslide. I think a unifying landslide would be the best thing that happens for this country. Like Reagan delivered in 1980, and then again in 1984. And in a very practical note, a landslide minus some shenanigans is still going to be a victory. That, I think, is how we unite this country. So I don't think, 50.001 margin where cable news is declaring the winner 6 days after the election, I don't think that's going to be good. I think a decisive victory that unites the country, turns the page on a lot of the challenges of the last 4 years, and says, okay, this is where we're going. This is who we are, what we stand for. This is a revival of our national identity, revive national pride in the United States, regardless of whether you're Democrat or Republican. That, I think, is achievable in this election, too, and that's what the outcome I'm rooting for.
So, just to pile on, since we're still manning the criticism against Trump, is the rhetoric. I wish there was less of, although at times it is so ridiculous, it is entertaining, the I hate Taylor Swift type of tweets or truths or whatever. I don't think that's...
He's a funny guy. I mean, the reality is different people have different attributes. One of the attributes for Donald Trump is he's one of the funnier presidents we've had. That might not be everybody's cup of tea. Maybe different people don't want that's not a quality they value in their president. I think at a moment where you're also able to make, I will say this much, is everybody's got different styles. Donald Trump's style is different from mine. But I do think that if we're able to use levity in a moment of national division, in some ways, I think right now is probably a role where really good stand-up comedians could probably do a big service to the country if they're able to laugh at everybody 360 degrees. So they can go up there and make fun of Donald Trump all they want, do it in a lighthearted and manner that loves the country, do the same thing to Kamala Harris with an equal standard. I think that's actually good for the country. But, I think I'm more interested, Lex, as you know, in discussing the future direction of the country. My own views. I was a presidential candidate who ran against Donald Trump, by the way. I'm supporting it now. But I just prefer engaging on the substance of what I think each candidate's going to achieve for the country rather than picking on really the personal attributes of either one. Right? I'm not criticizing Kamala Harris's manner of laugh or whatever. One might criticize like a personal attribute of hers that you may hear elsewhere. And I just think our country's better off if we have focus on both the policies, but also who's going to be more likely to revive the country. That, I think, is a healthy debate headed in an election. I think everybody has their personality attributes and flaws. What makes them funny and lovable to some people makes them irritating to others. I think that matters less heading into the election.
I love that you do that. I love that you focus on policy and can speak for hours on policy. Let's look at foreign policy.
Sure.
What kind of peace deal do you think is possible, feasible, optimal in Ukraine? If you sat down, you became president, if you sat down with Zelensky and sat down with Putin, what do you think is possible to talk to him about? One of the hilarious things you did, which were intense and entertaining, your debates in the primary. But anyway, it's like how you grilled the other candidates that didn't know any regions. They wanted to send money and troops and lead to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, and they didn't know any of the regions in Ukraine.
Yeah.
You had a lot of zingers in that one. But anyway, how do you think about negotiating with world leaders about what's going on?
Yeah, so look, I think that let's just get the self-interest of each party on the table. And to be very transparent. From everyone's perspective, they think the other side is the aggressor or whatever. Just get it on the table. Russia is concerned about NATO shifting the balance of power away from Russia to Western Europe when NATO has expanded far more than they expected to, and frankly, that Russia was told that NATO was going to expand. It's an uncomfortable fact for some in America, but James Baker made a commitment to Mikhail Gorbachev in the early 90s, where he said NATO would expand not 1 inch past East Germany. Well, it has expanded far more after the fall of the USSR than it did during the existence of the USSR. And that is a reality we have to contend with. That's the Russian perspective. From the Western perspective, the hard fact is Russia was the aggressor in this conflict, crossing the boundaries of a sovereign nation. And that is a violation of international law norms, and it's a violation of the recognition of international law. Nations without borders are not a nation. And so, against that backdrop, what's the actual interest of each country? I think if we're able to do a reasonable deal that gives Russia the assurances it needs about what they might allege as NATO expansionism violating prior commitments, but get codified commitments for Russia that we're not going to see willy-nilly behavior of just randomly deciding they're going to violate the sovereignty of neighboring nations and have hard assurances and consequences for that. That's the beginnings of a deal. But then I want to be ambitious with the United States. I want to weaken the Russia-China alliance. And I think that we can do a deal that requires, that gives some real gifts to Russia, conditioned on Russia withdrawing itself from its military alliance with China. And this could be good for Russia, too, in the long run. Because right now, Vladimir Putin does not enjoy being Xi Jinping's little brother in that relationship. But Russia's military, combined with China's naval capacity, Russia's hypersonic missiles, and China's economic might, together those countries in an alliance pose real threat to the United States. But if as a condition for reasonable discussion about where different territories land, given what's occupied right now, hard requirements that Russia remove its military presence from the Western Hemisphere, people forget this. Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, we don't want a Russian military presence in the Western Hemisphere. That too would be a win for the United States. no more joint military exercises with China off the coast of the Aleutian Islands. The kinds of wins that the United States wants to protect the West's security, get Russia out of the Western Hemisphere, certainly out of the North American periphery, and then also make sure that Russia's no longer in that military alliance with China. In return for that, able to provide Russia some things that are important to Russia, we'd have to have a reasonable discussion about what territorial concessions would be at the end of this war to bring it to peace and resolution, and what the guarantees are to make sure that NATO is going to not expand beyond the scope of what the United States has at least historically guaranteed. That, I think, together would be a reasonable deal that gives every party what they're looking for, that results in immediate peace, that results in greater stability, and most importantly, weakening the Russia-China alliance, which I think is the actual threat that we have so far. No matter who in this debate is more or less Ukraine funded has really failed to confront. That, I think, is the way we de-escalate the risk of World War III and weaken the threats to the West by actually dismantling that alliance.
So from the American perspective, the main interest is weakening the alliance between Russia and China.
Yes. I think the military alliance between Russia and China represents the single greatest threat we face. So do a deal that's very reasonable across the board, but one of the main things we get out of it is weakening that alliance. So no joint military exercises, no military collaboration. These are monitorable. These are monitorable attributes. Cheating on that, we're going to immediately have consequences. Consequences, they're cheating. But we can't cheat on our own obligations that we would make in the context of our deal as well.
There might be some extremely painful things for Ukraine here. So Ukraine currently captured a small region in Russia, the Kursk region, but Russia has captured giant chunks. Then you have the Zaporizhzhia, Kherson regions. So it seems, given what you're laying out, it's very unlikely for Russia to give up any of the regions it's already captured.
I actually think that would come down to the specifics of the negotiation. But the core goals of the negotiation are peace in this war, weaken the Russia-China alliance. And for Russia, what do they get out of it? Part of this is, here's something that's not negative for Ukraine, but that could be positive for Russia as part of that deal. Right? Because it's not a zero-sum game alone with Ukraine on the losing end of this. I think reopening economic relations with the West would be a big win for Russia, but also a carrot that gets them out of that military relationship with China. So I do think that the foreign policy establishment has historically been, at the very least, unimaginative about the levers that we're able to use. Actually, I was a little critical of Nixon earlier in this discussion for his contribution to the overgrowth of the U.S. entitlement state and regulatory state. But I'll give Nixon credit here on a different point, which is that he was imaginative of being able to pull bread to China out from the clasp of the USSR. He broke the China-Russia alliance back then, which is an important step to bring us to the near end of the Cold War. So there's an opportunity for similar unconventional maneuver now of using greater reopened economic relations with Russia to pull Russia out from the hands of China today. There's no skin off Ukraine's back for that. And I do think that's a big carrot for Russia in this direction. I do think it will involve some level of territorial negotiation as well, that, out of any good deal, not everyone's going to like 100% of what comes out of it. But that's part of the cost of security and peace, is that not everyone's going to be happy about every attribute. But I can make the case that an immediate peace deal is also now in the best interests of Ukraine. Let's just rewind the clock. We're looking at now, let's just say we're early 2022, maybe June of 2022. Zelensky was ready to come to the table for a deal back then, until Boris Johnson traveled. He had his own domestic political travails to convince Zelensky to continue to fight. And that goes to the point where when nations aren't asked to pay for their own national security, they have what the problem is, a moral hazard of taking risks that really are suboptimal risks for them to take, because they're not bearing the consequences of taking those risks, not fully the cost. If Ukraine had done a deal back then, I think it is unambiguous that they would have done a better deal for themselves than they're doing now, after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars and expended tens of thousands of Ukrainian lives. So the idea that Ukraine is somehow better off because it failed to do that deal before is a lie. And if we're not willing to learn from those mistakes of the recent past, we're doomed to repeat them again. So this idea that it would be painful for Ukraine, what's been painful? Tens and tens and tens of thousands of people continuing to die without any increased leverage in actually getting the outcome that they want. So I think there's an opportunity for a win-win-win. A win for the United States and the West more broadly, weakening the Russia-China alliance, a win for Ukraine in having an agreement that's backstopped by the United States of America's interests, that provides a greater degree of long-run security for the future existence of Ukraine and its sovereignty, and also stopping the bloodshed today. And I think a win for Russia, which is to reopen economic relations with the West and have certain guarantees about what the mission creep or scope creep of NATO will be. There's no rule that says that when one party, before full outright world war starts at least, there's an opportunity for there to actually be a win for everybody on the table, rather than to assume that a win for us is a loss to Russia, or that anything positive that happens for Russia is a loss for the United States.
Just to add to the table some things that Putin won't like, but I think are possible to negotiate, which is Ukraine joining the European Union, not NATO. So establishing some kind of economic relationships there, and also splitting the bill, sort of guaranteeing some amount of money from both Russia and the United States for rebuilding Ukraine. One of the challenges in Ukraine, a war-torn country, is how do you guarantee the flourishing of this particular nation? Right, so you want to not just stop the death of people and the destruction, but also provide a foundation on which you can rebuild the country and build a flourishing future country.
I think out of this conversation alone, there are a number of levers on the table for negotiation in a lot of different directions. And that's where you want to be, right? If there's only one factor that matters to each of the two parties, and those are their red line factors, then there's no room for negotiation. This is a deeply complicated, historically intricate dynamic between Ukraine and Russia, and between NATO and the United States, and the Russia-China alliance, and economic interests that are at issue combined with the geopolitical factors. There are a lot of levers for negotiation, and the more levers there are, the more likely there is to be a win-win-win deal to get done for everybody. So I think it should be encouraging the fact that there are as many different possible levers here almost makes certain that a reasonable, practicable peace deal is possible. In contrast to a situation where there's only one thing that matters for each side, then I can't tell you that there's a deal to be done. There's definitely a deal to be done here. And I think that it requires real leadership. The United States playing hardball, not just with one side of this, not just with Zelensky or with Putin, but across the board, hardball for our own interests, which are the interests of stability here. And I think that that will happen to well serve both Ukraine and Russia in the process.
If you were president, would you call Putin?
Absolutely. I mean, in any negotiation, you've got to manage when you're calling somebody and when you're not. But I do believe that open conversation, the willingness to have that as another lever in the negotiation is totally fair game.
Okay, let's go to the China side of this. The big concern here is that the brewing, call it, or God forbid, hot war between the United States and China in the 21st century. How do we avoid that?
So a few things. One is, I do think the best way we also avoid it is by reducing the consequences to the United States in the event of that type of conflict. Because at that point, what you're setting up for, if the consequences are existential for the United States, then what you're buying yourself in the context of what could be a small conflict is an all-out trade war. So the first thing I want to make sure we avoid is a major conflict between the United States and China, like a World War level conflict. And the way to do that is bring down the existential stakes for the U.S. And the way we bring down the existential stakes for the U.S. is make sure that the United States does not depend on China for our modern way of life. Right now we do. Because right now we depend on China for everything from pharmaceuticals in our medicine cabinet. 95% of ibuprofen, one of the most basic medicines used in the United States, depends on China for its supply chain. We depend on China, ironically, for our own military industrials. Think about how little sense that makes, actually. Our own military, which supposedly exists to protect ourselves against adversaries, depends for its own supplies, semiconductors and otherwise, on our top adversary. That doesn't make sense. Even if you're a libertarian in the school of Friedrich von Hayek, from the IFI as well, even then you would not argue for a foreign dependence on adversary for your military. So I think that's the next step we need to take is to reduce U.S. dependence on China for the most essential inputs for the functioning of the United States of America, including our own military. As a side note, I believe that means not just onshoring to the United States. It does. But if we're really serious about that, it also means expanding our relationships with allies like Japan, South Korea, India, the Philippines. And that's an interesting debate to have, because some on the right would say, okay, I want to decouple from China, but I also want less trade with all these other places. You can't have both those things at the same time. You can have one or the other, you can't have both. And so we have to acknowledge and be honest with ourselves that there are trade-offs to declaring independence from China. But the question is what in the long run that is. Now you think about the other way to do this is strategic clarity. I think the way that you see world wars often emerge is strategic ambiguity from two adversaries who don't really know what the other side's red line is or isn't, and accidentally crosses those red lines. So I think we need to be much clearer with what are our hard red lines and what aren't they. And I think that's the single most effective way to make sure this doesn't spiral into major world war. And then let's talk about ending the Russia-Ukraine conflict in the terms that I just discussed with you before. I think weakening the Russia-China alliance not only reduces the risk that Russia becomes an aggressor, it also reduces the risk that China takes the risks that can escalate us to World War III as well. So I think that geopolitically, you got to look at these things holistically. That end of the Russia-Ukraine war and that peace deal de-escalates not only the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but the risk of a broader conflict that includes China as well. By also weakening China, because Russia also has hypersonic missiles and missile capabilities that are ahead of that of China's. If Russia is no longer in a military alliance with China, that changes China's calculus as well. So that's kind of, I think, more strategic vision we need in our foreign policy than we've had since certainly in the Nixon era. I think that you need people who are going to be able to challenge the status quo, question the existing orthodoxies, the willingness to use levers to get great deals done that otherwise wouldn't have gotten done. And that's what I do think. Someone like Donald Trump in the presidency, and obviously I ran for president, an outsider and a businessman as well. I think this is an area, our foreign policy is one where we actually benefit from having business leaders in those roles rather than people who are shackled by the traditional political manner of thinking.
I think the thing you didn't quite make clear, what I think implied, is that we have to accept the red line that China provides of the One China policy.
Both sides need to have their red lines. Both sides need to have their red lines. So, we can get into specifics, but it's gonna vary depending on the circumstances. But the principle that I would give you is that we have to have a hard red line that's clear. I think that hard red line, that was clear during my campaign on this, and I'll say it again, I think that we have to have a clear red line that China will not and should not, for any time in the future, against China Taiwan. I do think that for the United States, it probably is prudent right now not to suddenly upend the diplomatic policy we've adopted for decades of what is recognizing the one China policy in our position, quiet deference to that. And understand that may be the red line, is the national recognition of Taiwan as an independent nation would be a red line that China would have, but we would have a red line to say that we do not, in any circumstance, tolerate the annexation by physical force at any time in the foreseeable future when that's against the interests of the United States of America. So then there's an example. But the principle here is, you asked how do we avoid major conflict with China? I think it starts with clear red lines on both sides. I think it starts with also lowering stakes for the United States by making sure we're not dependent on China for our modern way of life. I think it also starts with, ironically, using a peaceful resolution to the Ukraine war as a way of weakening the Russia-China alliance, which in the other direction of weakening China has significant benefits.
Well, what do you do when China says very politely, we're going to annex Taiwan, whether you like it or not?
Against the backdrop that I just laid out, that's not happening. That wouldn't happen if we actually make sure that we're crystal clear about what our red lines and priorities are. We're also dependent on Taiwan right now for our own semiconductor supply chain. So China knows that's going to draw us into serious conflict in that circumstance. So against the backdrop of clearly drawn red lines, against the backdrop of Russia no longer automatically being in China's camp, that's a big weapon. I think also strengthening our relationship with other allies where we have room in those relationships, like India. And I'm not just saying that, because my name is Vivek Ramaswamy, right? I'm saying it because it's strategically important to the United States to understand that, God forbid, in a conflict scenario, China would perceive some risks of the Indian Ocean at the Andaman Sea no longer being reliable for getting Middle Eastern oil supplies. There's a lot of levers here, but I think that if we are both strategically clear with our allies and with our adversaries about what our red lines are, what our priorities are, reasonable deals that pull Russia out of the hands of China and vice versa, reasonable allies and relationships that cause China to question whether it can continue to have the same access to Middle Eastern oil supplies as it does today. And then clear red lines with China itself about what we definitely aren't okay with, and understand that they may have certain red lines too. That allows us, I think, to still avoid what many people would call the unavoidable conflict, the Thucydides trap, against the circumstance of when there's a rising power against the backdrop of a declining power, conflict always becomes inevitable. That's a theory. It's not a law of physics. I don't think that A, we have to be a declining power, and B, I don't think that has to necessarily result in major conflict with China here. It's going to require real leadership with a spine. And you don't have to judge based on international relations theory to form your view on this. 4 years under Trump, we didn't have major conflicts. In the Middle East, places like Russia, Ukraine, we were on the cusp of war with North Korea when Obama left office and Trump took over. 4 years under Biden, less than 4 years under Biden and Harris, what do you have? Major conflicts in the Middle East, major conflict in Russia, Ukraine. Judged by the results. And I would say that even if you're somebody who disagrees with a lot of Donald Trump, if you don't like his style, if your single issue is you want to stand in World War III, I think there's a pretty clear case for why you go for Trump in this election.
So, Prime Minister Modi, I think you've complimented him in a bunch of different directions, one of which is what you discussed in nationalism.
Yeah, I believe that somebody I've gotten to know actually reasonably well, for example, recently is Giorgia Meloni, who's the leader of Italy. Told me the same thing. One of the things I love about her as the leader of Italy is that she does not apologize for the national identity of the country, and that she stands for certain values uncompromising, and she doesn't give a second care about what the media has to say about it. One of the things I loved last time I spoke to her when she was in the U.S., when we sat down, was she talked about she doesn't even read the newspaper. She doesn't read and watch the media. It allows her to make decisions that are best for the people. And there are elements of that in Modi's approach as well, which I respect about him, is he doesn't apologize for the fact that India has a national identity and that the nation should be proud of it. But I'm not saying that because I'm proud of Meloni or Modi for their own countries. I'm American. I think there are lessons to learn from leaders proud of their own nation's identity rather than apologize. And I think it's a big part of why I ran for president on a campaign centered on national pride. It's also why I'm not only voting for, but actively Trump, because I do think he's going to be the one that restores that missing national pride in the United States. And I touch on this as well in the book. There's a chapter here. It says nationalism isn't a bad word. I think nationalism can be a very positive thing if it's grounded in the actual true attributes of the nation. And in the United States, that doesn't mean ethno-nationalism, because that was not what the national identity of the United States was based on in the first place. But it's civic nationalism, grounded in our actual national ideals. That is who we are. And I think that is something that we've gotten uncomfortable in the country, is to say that, I'm proud of being American. I believe in American exceptionalism. Somehow that's looking down on ourselves. I'm not looking down on anybody, but I'm proud of my own country. And I think Modi's revived that spirit in India in a way that was missing for a long time. Right? India had an inferiority complex, a psychological inferiority complex. But now to be proud of its national heritage, and its national myth-making, and its national legacy, history, and to say that every nation does have to have a kind of myth-making about its past, and to be proud of that. It's like Malcolm X actually said this here in the United States, is that a nation without an appreciation for its history is like a tree without roots. It's dead. And I think that that's true not just for the United States. I think it's true for every other nation. I think leaders like Meloni in Italy, leaders like Modi in India have done a great job that I wish to bring that type of pride back in the United States. And so whatever I do next, I'll tell you this, is I think reviving that sense of identity and pride, especially in the next generation, is one of the most important things we can do for this country.
Speaking of what you do next, any chance you run in 2028?
Well, I'm not going to rule it out. That's a long time from now. And I'm most focused on what I can do in the next chapter for the country. I ran for president. A million things that I learned from that experience that you can only learn by doing it. It was very much a fire first, aim later. When getting into the race, there was no way I could have planned and plotted this out as somebody who was coming from the outside. I was 37 years old, came from the business world. So there was a lot that only could learn by actually doing it, and I did. But I care about the same things that led me into the presidential race, and I don't think the issues have been solved. I think that we have a generation that is lost in the country. It's not just young people. I think it's all of us in some ways are hungry for purpose and meaning at a time in our history when the things that used to fill that void in our heart, they're missing. And I think we need a president who both has the right policies for the country, seal the border, grow the economy, stay out of World War III, and rampant crime. Yes, we need the right policies. But we also need leaders who, sustain the way, revive our national character, revive our sense of pride in this country, revive our identity as Americans. And, I think that need exists as much today as it did when I first ran for president. I don't think it's going to be automatically solved in just a few years. I think Donald Trump is the right person to carry that banner forward for the next 4 years. But after that, we'll see where the country is heading into 2028. And whatever I do, it'll be whatever has a maximal positive impact on the country. I'll also tell you that my laser focus, maybe as distinct from other politicians on both sides, take America to the next level, to move beyond our victimhood culture, to restore our culture of excellence. We got to shut down that nanny state. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, the foreign policy nanny state. Shut it down and revive who we really are as Americans. And I'm as passionate about that as ever. But the next step is not running for president. The next step is what happens in the next 4 years. And that's why over the next 4 weeks, I'm focused on doing whatever I can to make sure we succeed in this election.
Well, I hope you run because this was made clear on the stage in the primary debates. You have a unique clarity and honesty in expressing the ideas you stand for. And it would be nice to see that. I would also like to see the same thing on the other side, which would make for some badass, interesting debates.
I would love nothing more than a kick-ass set of top-tier Democratic candidates. After 4 years of Donald Trump, we have a primary filled with actually people who have real visions for the country on both sides. And the people of this country can choose between those competing visions without insult or injury being the way I would love nothing than to see that.
Who do you think? So for me, I would love to see some kind of future where it's you versus somebody like Tim Walz. So Tim Walz, maybe I'm lacking in knowledge. It's first of all, like a good dude, has similar to you, strongly held, if not radical, ideas of how to make progress in this country. So to just be on stage and debate honestly about the ideas, there's a tension between those ideas. Is there other people? Shapiro is interesting also.
I would like to take on in earnest, civil, but contested context, right, of debate. Who do you want to take on? You want to take on somebody who disagrees with you but still has deep ideology of their own. I think John Fetterman's pretty interesting. He's demonstrated himself to be somebody who is thoughtful, able to change his mind on positions, but not in some sort of fake flip-floppity way, but in a thoughtful evolution. Somebody who's been through personal struggles. Somebody I deeply disagree with on a lot of his views, most of his views, but who I can at least say comes across at least as somebody who has been through that torturous process of really examining your beliefs and convictions, and has, when necessary, been able to preach to his own tribe where he thinks they're wrong. I think it's interesting. I think that you have a number of other leaders probably emerging at lower levels. On the left, not everybody's going to necessarily come from Washington, D.C. In fact, the longer they're there, the more they in some ways get polluted. Yeah, I think the governor of Colorado is an interesting guy. He's got a more libertarian tendency. I don't know as much about his views on it from a national perspective, but it's intriguing to see somebody who has these libertarian, freedom-oriented tendencies within the Democratic Party. I think that there are a number of, I don't foresee him running for president, but I had a debate last year when I was running for president with Will Cunningham, who, say what you will about him, is a highly intelligent person, and is somebody who is at least willing to buck the consensus of his party when necessary. I think he recently, I would say, lambasted, he phrased it very delicately, but criticized Kamala Harris's proposed tax on unrealized capital gains. So I like people who are willing to challenge the orthodoxies in their own party because it says they actually have convictions. And so whoever the Democrats put up, I hope it's someone like that. And for my part, I have and continue to have beliefs that will challenge Republicans. That on the face of it may not be the policies that hold on paper as the policies you're supposed to adopt as Republican candidate. But what a true leader doesn't just tell people what they want to hear. You tell people what they need to hear. And you tell people what your actual convictions are. And this idea that I don't want to create a right-wing entitlement state or a nanny state, I want to shut it down, that challenges presuppositions of where a lot of the conservative movement is right. I don't think the bill to cap credit card interest rates is a good idea because that's price control, just like Kamala Harris's price controls. It'll reduce access to credit. I don't think that we want a crony capitalist state showering private benefits on selected industries that favor us, or that we want to expand the CFPB or the FTC's remit, and somehow we're going to trust it because it's under our watch. No, I believe in shutting it down. That challenges a lot of the current direction of the conservative movement. I believe in certain issues that, maybe outside the scope of what Republicans currently care about right now. One of the things that I oppose, for example, is it's not a top issue in American politics, but just to give you a sense for how I think it'd be the way. I'm against factory farming of a large scale of, you could sort of say putting the mistreatment of, it's one thing to say that you need it for your sustenance, and that's great, but it's another to say that you have to do a factory farming setting that gives special exemptions from historical laws that have existed that are the product of crony capitalism. I'm against crony capitalism in all these forms. I'm against the influence of mega money in politics. I don't think that's been good either for Democrats or Republicans. Some of those views, I think, are not necessarily the traditional Republican orthodoxy reading chapter and verse for what the Republican Party platform has been. It's not against the Republican Party platform, but it's asking what the future of our movement is.
Some of these things are hard, like getting money out of politics.
Getting mega money.
The mega money, yeah.
And so long as it exists, you got to play the game. If you're going to play to win. It's one of the things I realized is that you just can't compete without it. But you want to win the game in order to change the game. And I think that's something that I keep in mind as well. So
you have written a lot. You're exceptionally productive. But even just looking book-wise, you've written basically a book a year for the last 4 years. When you're writing, when you're thinking about how to solve the problems of the world, to develop your policy, how do you think?
I need quiet time, extended periods of it that are separated from the rush of the day-to-day, of the travel. I actually think a lot better when I'm working out, physically active, sort of running, playing tennis, lifting. Somehow, for me, that really opens up my mind. Then I need a significant amount of time after that with a notebook. Usually carry around a notebook everywhere I go and write it down in there.
Is the notebook full of chaotic thoughts? Is it structured?
Sometimes it's chaotic, sometimes it's structured. It's a little bit of both. Sometimes I have a thought that I know I don't want to forget later. I'll immediately jot it down. Other times, flight over here, I have much more structured layout of, I got a lot of different projects in the air, for example, and I'll cross-pollinate. I was in the shower this morning, had a bunch of thoughts, collected those on my plane ride over here. So I think that writing is something in all of its forms that helps me. It's one of the things that actually helped me this year was actually writing this book. You're going through a presidential campaign, you're going at super speed. And if I was to do the presidential campaign again, the thing I would do is actually to take more structured breaks. I don't mean breaks as in just like vacations, but I mean breaks to reflect on what's actually happening. Probably the biggest mistake I made is last time around, heading into the first debate. I was like in 9 different states over 7 days. I would have just taken that as a pause. Right? We were halfway through, we've established relevance. Now make sure the country sees who you actually are in full, rather than just the momentum, competitive driven version of it. And I just think that's sort of taking those moments to just take stock of where you are. Do some writing. I didn't do much writing during the presidential campaign. I enjoy writing. It's part of how I center myself. Part of what this book allowed me to do is, okay, I ran that whirlwind of the campaign. The first thing I started doing after I collected myself for a couple of weeks was take the pen and start writing. And I was committed to writing that book, whether or not anybody read it. I was writing it for myself. And it actually started in a very different form. It was very personal, reflectory. But most of that, funny enough, if you look at writing books like this, edited it out. It just didn't end up in the book. It went in a different direction than like what's interesting for a publisher to publish. And so for each of my books, the things that I started writing ended up never in the book journey that led me to write this book. A lot of it in this book is still in there. This is my fourth book in 4 years, right? And I hope it's the most important one, but it is certainly the product of an honest reflection that whatever it might do for the reader, it helped me to write it. And I think that's one of the things that I learned from this campaign is not just all policy lessons, but even just as a matter of personal practice, the ability to take spaces of time to not only physically challenge yourself, work out, etc., but to give yourself the space to reflect, to recenter yourself on the why. Had I done that, I think I would have been even more centered on the mission the whole time, rather than you get attacked on the way, you're thrown off your tilt, thrown off your balance. It becomes a lot harder for someone else to do that to you if you've really centered yourself on your own purpose. It's probably one of my biggest learnings.
So you mentioned the first primary debate. So more than almost basically anybody I've ever seen, you stepped into some really intense debates.
Yeah.
Podcasts, but in general, kind of, all kinds of walks of life, whether it's sort of debates with sort of protesters or debates with people that really disagree with you, like the radical opposite of you. What's the philosophy behind that, and what's the psychology of being able to be calm through all of that, which you seem to be?
Well, I enjoy debate, and for me, I think just in ordinary life, forget about like a formal debate setting. Whenever I've received criticism or a contrary view, my first response is always private right. It's always a possibility, right? And most of the time, what happens is you understand the other side's argument, but you emerge with a stronger conviction in your own belief, right? You know your own beliefs better if you can state the best argument for yourself. But sometimes you do change your mind, and I think that that's happened over the course of my life as well. I think no one's a thinking human being unless that happens once in a while too. And so anyway, just the idea of the pursuit of truth through open debate and inquiry, that's always just been part of my identity, part of who I am. I'm wired that way. I thrive on it. I enjoy it. Even my relationships with my closest friends are built around heated debates and deep-seated disagreements. And I just think that's beautiful. Not just about human relationships, but it's particularly beautiful about America, right? Because it's part of the culture of this country, more so than other countries in China or India or Asian cultures, even a lot of European cultures are very different, where that's considered not genteel behavior. It's not the respectful behavior. Whereas for us, part of what makes this country great is you can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. I think we've lost some of that, but I'm on a bit of a mission to bring that back. And so, whether it's in politics or not, I'm committed in that next step, whatever the path is over the next 4 years. One of the things I'm committed to doing is making sure that I go out of my way to talk to people who actually disagree with me. And I think it's a big part of how we're going to save our country.
Are they right? Is the thing I actually really see you do. So you are listening to the other person.
For my own benefit, to be honest, selfish.
You also don't lose your shit. So you don't take it personally. You don't get emotional. But you get emotional sort of in a positive way. You're passionate, but you don't get, it doesn't, I've never seen you broken.
Yeah.
Like, to where they get you, like, outraged. It's always probably because you just love it.
I love the heat, and I'm a curious person. So I'm always curious about what's actually what's motivating the person on the other side. That curiosity, I think, is actually the best way to go. Like, if you just try to stay calm in the face of somebody attacking you, that's kind of fake. But if you're kind of curious about it, right? You're genuinely just wondering. I think most people are good people inherently. We're all maybe get misguided from time to time. But what is it that's moving that person to go in such a different direction than you? I think as long as you're curious about that, the climate change protests that have interrupted my events, I'm as fascinated by the psychology of what's moving them and what they might be hungry for, as I am concerned about rebutting the content of what they're saying to me. And I think that that's certainly something I care to revive. We don't talk about it in politics that much, but reviving that sense of curiosity, I think, is in a certain way one of the ways we're going to be able to disagree but still remain friends and fellow citizens at the end of it.
I agree with you. I think fundamentally most people are good. And one of the things I love most about humans is the very thing you said, which is curiosity. I think we should lean into that.
You're a curious person. I know this podcast is basically born of your curiosity, I'm sure. And so I think we need more of that in America. That kind of, we were not talking about our founding fathers, we were joking about it, but they were adventurers, they were writers, they were political theorists, they were founders of a nation. They kind of had that boundless curiosity too. And I think part of what's happened culturally in the country, we've gotten to this place where we've been told that stay in your lane. You don't have an expert degree in that, therefore you can't have an opinion about it. I don't know. I think that's not. It's a little bit un-American in terms of the culture of it. And yeah, it's one of the things I like about you and why I was looking forward to this conversation too. Is it's cool to have intellectual interests that span sports, to culture, to politics, to philosophy. And it's not like you just have to be an expert trained in one of those things to be able to engage in them. But actually, maybe, just maybe, you might even be better at each of those things because you're curious about the other. The Renaissance man, if you will. I think we've lost a little bit of that concept in America, but it's certainly something that is important to me. And this year it's been kind of cool. After leaving the campaign, I've been doing a wide range of things. Right? I've been picking up my tennis game again. I practice at the Iowa State.
You're damn good at tennis.
I used to be better, but I'm picking
Somebody
up
online was trying to correct me. I think you shot a very particular angle of that video. I think they were criticizing your backhand was weak potentially because
that would be fair criticism. but it's got better. Yeah, it's got better recently. I've been playing with I'm practicing with the Ohio State team in the morning. They're like number one in the country or close to it. Now the guys on the team play, but there's a couple coaches who were recently on the team. One of them used to be a guy who used to play with the juniors who were fighting games. I hit with them in the mornings alongside the team. My goal, I should be careful.
oh no,
my hips are playing so many days a week that I set a goal for myself by the end of it to play in a particular tournament. But we'll see if that happens.
No.
But regardless, it's been fun to get back into tennis. I was an executive producer on a movie, something I've never done before. It's called City of Dreams. It's about a story of a young man who was trafficked into the United States. It's a thriller. It's a very cool movie to be a part of. I've actually started a couple companies. One company in particular that I think is going to be significant this year, guiding some of the other businesses that I've gotten off the ground in the past. So for me, I'm re-energized now, where I was involved in the thick of politics for a full year there, and getting a little bit of oxygen outside of politics, doing some things in the private sector has actually given me a renewed sense of energy to get back into driving change for public service.
Well, it's been fun watching you do all these fascinating things, but I do hope that you have a future in politics as well, because it's nice to have somebody that has rigorously developed their ideas and is honest about presenting them and is willing to debate those ideas out in space. So I would love for you and people like you to represent the future in American politics. So thank you so much for every time I'm swiveling this chair. I'm thinking
There he is. Right
It's good. That's my goal.
So big shout out to Thomas Jefferson.
You ready to game? Kind of, fuck yeah. I like Beyonce too. Did you see that song? Beyonce also sings that song. I like that song. I mean, she has a Dog, this is really early morning, and I mean, it's still early in California. At night is when it gets up.
That's when I'm asleep.
Yeah, we get sometimes it's not the best. You got that right, big time. Are you gonna do some space trucking?
Yeah, the great
Fuck that shit, Todd.
It's nowadays, I know what music is.
Todd, be high.
I've got my Red Bull, I've got my water, it's not so I drink the Red Bull, I think you can drink like a neutral one.
There you go, so not only are you on jazz, but you got a piss with the roosters.
Yeah. Trying to shower.
Fuck yeah. Is she cool? Are you in love? There you go. You gotta take it to Pound Town? There you go. Oh, please do. Well, thank you. You're supposed to for still talking about me in places where I've been ranked. Like there's that's 24/7, 365. It's a beautiful thing. That's amazing. I understand. I mean, I can teach you how to do it. It's all free. No, you can use your phone. You can pick that up. I like that phone. If you were put on a desert island and you could only listen to one artist or band, who would it
See, with me, certain songs,
be? Of course it is. That's not just with you. That's with every human on Earth. But what I'm saying to you is that you need to make a decision. Thank you. You have it. Amazing. Snipe that motherfucker. Get him. Get the grenade.
He's pushing. Oh shit.
He's gonna fuck you up. He got you. Dude,
I didn't know that was two.
oh, that was unfair.
No, it's the first. Oh shit.
We're done.
Shit. That's essentially the
Doug, do one round where you just snipe motherfuckers. Not even a whole round. Just snipe guys from here. I love watching snipers. It's like my favorite.
check it out. Here we go. I'll show you how. It's the way to. This is a good book. The GPs. These based on the British all about. It's all about strategy now, so we're not trying to I've got two came out, they suggested that they got it right, and they got it really fucking right.
Can you fly drones in Black Ops 2?
You can, this is something yours if it's full on screen, right?
No. Doug, calm down. I said in Black Ops 2, can you fly a drone? I want to see you snipe. I want to see you snipe a motherfucker. Frankly, right now, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed until you snipe someone. So you tell me, Rabbi, I'm about to snipe this motherfucker, and then you got him in your scope and you take him out. Then I would be very impressed. I would clap for you. Get on a roof. So you can land directly on the ground behind him. Without a sniper rifle, you got a sniper. Get to the roof, man. There you go. That's what we're talking about. Some smoke the way. Okay, I'm watching now. Now it's interesting. Can you get up in that tower?
Yes, see you in the left. You're in the house. I would give like
Oh, totally. Dude, that sucks.
it gives away your look. Yeah, it gives away your look.
Oh, dude.
Anything to say what kind of something. Shit.
All right, dude. Oh, dude, that was cool. Nice. There you go. That's what I wanted to see. Oh, dude, you almost had me.
It's dead. I can't remember the last.
There's a guy. Oh, what's this chick? Is this a girl? Oh yeah. Oh, get him. Get him. Oh, that is not good. Get him. That motherfucker's fast. Dude, there's so many guys there. 1, 2. Dog, shouldn't have left the tower. You shouldn't have left that tower, man. You had him. I met him. So. That's why you got an alpha up there. Just start taking bitches down one-handed. All right, do you understand? Why would they get him? Squid Game. Why would they wear the Squid Game shit? What, okay, what's red light, green light? No, keep wearing camo. Keep wearing camo. Isn't there something that's like black and white? Or just pure black? Alright. Like, oh, dude. Dude. Yeah. What is red light, green light? Nothing for. What would you eat? It's beef bacon, turkey bacon. Okay. Whatever you want. You do whatever makes you happy. As long as it doesn't hurt me, you do anything you want. So you're in, you're a Korean man. Are you all just like walking really slowly for some reason?
Also, this is just like my biggest one that house.
I do too.
When I go back to that, you can see like there, but one of the things that I'm like straight that like transfer that. That's such a good point.
Can you use a bow and arrow in this? How about how about a how about a missile launcher? All right, so I see it's Newtown. It's a holiday event.
This is Newtown. This is just
All right, go. You're in the stadium. You're breakdancing, son. Your teammates have to do this.
Right?
Yeah. So, oh, okay. So once it's red light, you can't move anymore. So it was smart for you to just stand back a little bit. That would have been more fun. So is there a stadium full of people watching this? And then you try to get to the other side. So this guy's about to win. He just won. Dude, did he just die right before he hit the line? Oh, he called it. That's a weird mistake. Oh, are you a chick now? Are you a chick with blue hair? Are you a chick with blue hair? You 006? I like it. Your dog. Your dog. Anything that makes this. Okay, so this time you have to walk around. What are props? And you just have to shoot it. So this is not red light, green light. I want to see you win around the red light, green light. So you're not shooting people, you're shooting shit.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, I want to see you win red light, green light. Dude, just win one game of red light, green light, then you can do whatever you want. No, the people demand red light, green light. You introduce it to us, and then you take it away. Fuck that. We want red light, green light. We want to see this Korean guy be able to go to Pyongyang or wherever it is. Rewarded. Do that guy. Do that guy. No, nobody wants you to do that. Do that guy. when you gonna play that level? Nuketown. When you play Nuketown?
No, it's right back here.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You do breakdancing. There you go. Here we go, folks. Here we go, folks. It's in the middle of an empty stadium. We've got some smoke a lot. He's in the lead. He's in the lead. He got the thing.
Oh, shit.
And he's got a human shield. Go, baby. You're going to make it. Jump. Hey, you qualified. So is there another round?
The next round will be like, so 18 going through. I got a t-shirt.
Oh, dude, you got a big lead. Oh, okay. Do you have guys with shoes in?
Yes.
Okay, son. You got it. That was cool. All right, round 3. Oh, slow motion. Oh, that person. Victory. All right, round 3. Are you ready? You need to loosen your thumbs. Oh, you have a huge lead. Red light. You can't lead. No, it doesn't matter, but you're the first to last. He ran really far. They got you. Oh, you just qualified? Was that stick? 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 That's okay. That's okay. You did a good job. All right, now go do what you want. No, you completed the mission. I wanted to see what it looked like. Oh, this guy looks badass.
You like the song is with cemetery movie, like the rest of the album. It's just brilliant. It's going to be good. So, first is This sunlight of me. Okay. This is the only music that gives me that lovely feeling, like a happy feeling inside. And I am in material work.
If the down accepted right now at this moment, would you let you know? You were asked a very important question, Sir Smoke a lot. If Madonna wanted to have sex with you at this exact moment, would you? Yes or no? You're letting the people down. No, you were asked a very important question twice, and you refused to answer it. If you had the opportunity to have sex with your daughter at this very moment, would you do it? Yes or no? Go. There you go. There you go. There are a lot of people who would want to. Sure, Snowfall, I'm glad that you found a princess. Good on you, guys. I'm glad you found a princess. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Keep doing it, big dog. I have a question about red light, green. I have a question about red light, green light when you have an opportunity to answer. You always play this fucking one. I like how you have time to sing, but you don't have time to answer one question. In red light, green light, can you be there and shoot people on the field? Thank you. I am currently distracted by something. You answered my question. I need to work on something. I have projects of my own, baby. This isn't just vacation to smoke a lot, baby. I'm listening to you, and you're in my heart. You're in my soul. Take on me, take me on, take on me, I'll be home in a day or two. Have you seen the video for that? That aha video? Pretty fucking amazing, isn't it?
Yep.
How'd you meet your friend, your girlfriend? Not, I know she's not your girlfriend, but your female friend. No way, is it official on Facebook? Oh, all right. Well, then it's not official. You made it official. You made it official. How did you make it official? By sticking your dick in her? You don't kiss and tell, do you, Sir Smoke a lot? You don't kiss and tell. So what was the event that made it official? So you told her that? Damn. Damn, you are head over heels for this bitch. That's what I'm talking about. Word up.
okay, Santa fucking Claus, you done screwed. Oh, you said, oh, yeah. They're gonna find you this up. So,
That's what I'm talking about. I love how passionate you are.
Jesus, like, okay, one day, you just got to know what to do with the child. You next let it do it. I think you do. The other place is 100% nobody is complicating stuff out.
Do you know who sings that song? Who sings it? Bravo, dude. Good job. I love that song too. Have you seen the music video for it? Oh yeah, it's definitely cool. It's cool as fuck. Got a bunch of Muppets and shit.
It's tricky, but it's safe. Pinky's favorite thing. You run around, he's running around. It's tricky. Like, because we're children. I gotta get my push going. Every time I tell my wife, every fucking
It's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. I just wanna live my life. What the fuck is that shit? Shit's moving like 2 pounds. How many fucking clips these people? What is this? What is this fucking river? Tuna. fuck is this shit? There he is. Everybody want to know where you went, man? Okay. Are you gonna play the level that you always play with the school bus? Are you gonna play the school bus level? Are you going to play the school bus level? So there's this thing, I don't know if they taught you, when one person asks you a question, you answer it. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Yo, can you hear me? You can't hear me. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Yo,
And then just run into the stuff that they done. That's what you can do. You just run into it. We'll make it us. Oh, come on, get up. And then you live with this man, I ain't living on my fucking carpet. We can't do that shit. You just you look at those. Let me guess. Don't fucking come to. And again, don't get to.
yo, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? You can't hear me. This is horse shit.
Do you mind being fucking behind you? Okay, awesome. It's all mine. Come on, bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. Don't let me. Don't let me. Don't let me. Don't let me. Don't fucking let me. Come on. Pull the fucking back on. Come on, boy. Keep the fucking momentum going. Keep pushing. He's down, so it's fine. I'm not good this time. Nice. Yeah, fucking pull it out all the time. Flip your mate. What the fuck, man? Fucking stop it. Look. Oh, you can find out. Sweet. Fucking hell. Oh, stop with the fucking grenade now. Yeah, he's on the stand up. We need to hold the next blow. We need to fucking hold it strong. Hold this fucking one. Hold it. You go round. You don't even walk. You just go round like a little bitch. Wow. Should have lost that. It's fucking great. Should have lost it. Should have fucking lost that. But it didn't. Well, so so Texas. Oh man, you can see it in my eye.
It seems like we're setting ourselves for the coming period. I'm trying. I'm trying. Fuck is this?
Jump up.
Chaplain for the Royal Chair, and thank you so much for talking today. This is fun.
One final fact is Jefferson. Whether you cut this off, of course, he wrote 16,000 essays in his life, letters, right? So he's written 4 books in 4 years. That is nothing compared to how prolific this guy was. Anyway, good stuff, man. Thanks for having me.
And neither of us will ever live up to anything close to Thomas Jefferson.
I love your curiosity. Thanks for
We appreciate your feedback on it as well. Hopefully we'll do this again sometime. Yep. Thank you, brother. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Vivek on the Swamp. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words which you enjoy. Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectful, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time.
And the outcome here is a horrific man-made famine, not a natural disaster, not bad harvest, but a man-made famine as a result of then the compulsion that's used by the Soviet state to extract those resources, cordoning off the area, not allowing starving people to escape. You put very well some of the implications of this case study of how things look in the abstract versus in practice. And those phenomena were going to haunt the rest of the experience of the Soviet Union. The whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or prettifying the statistics or their reports in order not to look bad and not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, in spite of the pretense of comprehensive knowledge, right? There's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded on a foundation of saying a deliberate plan to bring class conflict and bring civil war and then heighten in the countryside does damage, and not least of that is this phenomenon of negative selection. Those who have most enterprise, those who are most entrepreneurial, those who have most self-discipline, those who are best organized, will be winnowed again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. Hitler and Himmler envisioned permanent war on the Eastern Front. Not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant moving of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning more and more living space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to always give more fighting experience and more training and aggression to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one's right up.
The following is conversation with Tejas Vicious, a historian specializing in Germany and Eastern Europe. He has lectured extensively on the rise, the reign, and fall of communism. Our discussion goes deep on this, the very heaviest of topics, the communist ideology that has led to over 100 million deaths in the 20th century. We also discuss Hitler, Nazi ideology, and World War II. This is a Let's Rewind podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tejas Really Vicious. Let's start with Karl Marx. What were the central ideas of Marx that laid the foundation of communism?
I think there were several key ideas that Marx deployed that were destined to have such an impact. And in some ways, they were actually kind of contradictory. On the one hand, Marx insisted that history has a purpose, that history is not just random events, but that rather it's history, we might say with a capital H, history moving in a deliberate direction, history having a goal, a direction that it was predestined to move in. At the same time, in the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels also suggested that there was a role for special individuals who, even if history was still moving in this predetermined direction, might give it an extra push, might play a heroic role in that process. And I think that these two ideas added together, the notion that there's a science of revolution that suggests that you can move in a deliberate and meaningful, rational way towards the end of history, the resolution of all conflicts, a total liberation of the human person, and that moreover that was inevitable, that was pre-programmed and destined in the order of things. When you add to that the notion that there's also room for heroism and the individual role, this ended up being tremendously powerful as a combination. Earlier thinkers who were socialists had already dreamt of or projected futures where all conflict would be resolved and human life would achieve some sort of perfection. Marx added these other elements that made it far more powerful than the earlier versions that he decried as merely utopian.
So there's a million questions I could ask that. So on the utopian side, so there is a utopian component to the way he tried to conceive of his ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, one has to stress Marx would have gotten extremely upset at this point in the conversation because to call someone a utopian was precisely to argue that you're not scientific, you're not rational, you're not laying out the iron laws of history, you're merely hoping for the best. And that might be laudable, but it was fundamentally unrealistic. That said, hidden among Marx's insistence that there are laws and structures as history moves through class conflict, modes of production towards its ultimate goal of a comprehensive final revolution that will see all exploitation overthrown and people finally being freed from necessity. Smuggling among those things are most definitely utopian elements. And there they come, especially at the end, in which Marx sketches the notion of what things will look like after the revolution has resolved all. There, vaguely sets it. It's clear that it's a blessed state that's being talked about. People no longer exploiting one another. People subject to necessity or poverty, but instead enjoying all of the productivity of industrialization that hitherto had been put to private profit, now collectively owned and deployed. The notion that one will be able to work at one job in the morning and then engage in leisure activity at yet another fulfilling job in the afternoon. All of this free of any contradictions, free of necessity, free of the sort of ordinary irritations that we experience in ordinary life. That's deeply utopian. The difference was that Marx charted a route towards that outcome that was that presented itself as cutting edge science and moreover having the full credibility that science commanded so much, especially in the 19th and early 20th.
So there is a long journey from capitalism to communism, which includes a lot of problems. He thought was to resolve the problems, all the complexities.
To the extent that they were based on inequalities and on man's exploitation of man, the result was supposed to be a resolution of all of this. And inevitably, when you talk about the history of communism, you have to include the fact that this often tragic and dramatic history produced a lot of jokes. One of the famous jokes was that what's the difference between capitalism and communism? And the joke's answer was capitalism is the exploitation of man by man, and communism is the exact opposite.
Yeah, you actually have an electron keynote. I love it. And you deliver in such a dry, beautiful way. Okay, there's, again, a million questions. So you outline some contradictions, but it's interesting to talk about his view. For example, what was Marx's view of history?
Marx had a announced very definitively that history has a purpose. History is not a collection of random facts. And as an idealist, he proposed that the true movement of history, the true meaning of history, what made history with a capital H, something that's transcendent and meaningful, was that it was the working out of an idea through different civilizations, different stages of historical development, and that idea was the idea of human freedom. So it was not individuals or great thinkers alone making history and having an impact. It was the idea itself striving to come to fruition, striving to come to an ever more perfect realization. In the case of Hegel, in this very Prussian and German context, he identified the realization of freedom also with the growth of the state, because he thought that governments are the ones that are going to be able to deliver on laws and on the ideal of a state of the rule of law. In German, the Rechtsstaat. That was a noble dream. At the same time, as we recognize from our perspective, state power has been put to all sorts of purposes besides guaranteeing the law. Artistic insistence of Hegel that history is moving in a meaningful and discernible way towards the realization of an idea and flipped on its head. Marx insisted that Hegel had so much that was right in his thinking, but what he had neglected to keep in mind was that, in fact, history is based on matter. So, hence dialectical materialism. The dialectical referring to things proceeding by clashes or conflict towards an ever greater realization of some essential idea. And so Marx adapts a lot of ideas of Hegel. You can recognize entire rhetorical maneuvers that are indebted to that earlier training, but now taken in a very being on the right side of history. And there are a few things that are as intoxicating as being convinced that your actions not only are right in the abstract, but are also destined to be successful.
Science backing you in your journey towards the truth.
Absolutely. And so Engels, when he gives the graveside eulogy for his beloved friend Marx, claims that Marx is essentially the Darwin of history, the Darwin history that he had done for the world of politics and of human history, what Darwin had done with his theory of evolution, understanding the hidden mechanism, understanding the laws that are at work and that make that whole process meaningful rather than just one damn thing after another.
What about the sort of famous line that history of all existing societies is the history of class struggles? So what about this conception of history?
And Engels saw driving the historical process forward. And it's important to keep in mind that class conflict doesn't just mean revolutions, revolts, peasant uprisings. It's sort of the totality, frictions and of clashes, conflicts of interest that appear in any society. And so Marx was able, in this spirit that he avowed was very scientific, to demarcate stages of historical transformation. Primitive communism in the prehistoric period, then moving towards what is called state slavery. That's to say the early civilizations deploying human resources and ordering them by all-powerful monarchs. Then private slavery in the ancient period. And then moving to feudalism in the Middle Ages. And then here's where Marx is able to deliver a pronouncement about his own times, seeing that the present day is the penultimate, the next to last stage of this historical development. Because the feudal system in the Middle Ages and the dominance of the aristocracy has been overcome, has been displaced by the often heroic achievements, astonishing achievements in commerce and in world building of the middle class, the bourgeoisie, who have taken the world into their own hands and are engaged in class conflict with the class below them which is the working class or the proletariat. And so this sort of conflict also, by the way, attains within classes. So the bourgeoisie are going to be grave diggers, Marx announces, of their own supremacy because they're also competing against one another. And members who don't survive that competition get pressed down into the subordinate working class, which grows and grows and grows to the point where, at some future moment, the inevitable will come, and a swift revolution will overturn this penultimate stage of human history and usher in instead the dictatorship of the working class, and then the abolition of all classes, because there's only one class remaining. Everyone is finally, and without those internal contradictions that mark the class.
So what is the role of revolution in history?
So this in particular for Marx, I think, is a really key moment, which is what makes that such a good question. In his vision, the epic narrative that he's presenting to us, revolution is key. It's not enough to have evolutionary change. It's not a question of compromises. It's not a case of bargaining, of balancing interests. Revolution is necessary as part of the process of a subjugated class coming to awareness of its own historical role. And when we get to the proletariat, this working class in its entirety, to whom Marx assigns this epic Promethean role, being the ones who are going to liberate all of humanity, a class that is universal in its interests and the sort of role in salvation history that they'll be playing in this secular framework. They need revolution and the experience of revolution in order to come into their own. Because without it, you only have half-hearted compromise and something less than the consciousness that they then need in order to rule, to administer, and to play the historical role that they're fated.
How did he conceive of a revolution, potentially a violent revolution, stabilizing itself into something where the working class was able to rule?
That's where things become a good deal less detailed in his and Engels' accounts. The answer that they proposed in part was, this is for the future to determine. So all of the details will be settled later. I think it was allied to this was a tremendous confidence in some very 19th century ideas about how society could be administered and what made for orderly society, in a way where if the right infrastructure was in place, you might expect society to kind of run itself without the need for micromanagement from above. And hence, we arrive at Marx's tantalizing promise that there will be a period where it will be necessary to have centralized control. And there might have to be, as he puts it, despotic inroads against property in order to bring this revolution to pass. But then afterwards, the state, because it represents everybody, rather than representing particular class interests that are in conflict with other classes, the state will eventually wither away. So there won't be need for it. Now, that's not to say that pure stasis arrives, right? Or that the stabilization equals being frozen in time. It's not as if that is what things will look like. But instead, the big issues will be settled. And henceforth, people will be able to enjoy lives of, as he would consider, an authentic freedom without necessity, without poverty, as a result of this blessed state that's going to
Despotic against property. Did he elaborate on the despotic inroads?
dispossession of the middle classes, of the bourgeoisie. In his model, humanity is never standing still, right? So he'd probably argue in this dynamic vision of how history unfolds that there's always conflict, and it's always moving, propelling history forward towards its predestined ending. In the way he saw this climax was that as things did not stay the same, the condition of the working class was constantly getting worse, and hence their revolutionary potential was growing. And at the same time, the expropriators, the bourgeoisie, were also facing diminishing returns as they competed against one another with more and more wealth concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, and more elements of what had been the middle class detached from the ruling class and being pressed down into the working class. For Marx, this is really a key part. I mean, it's a key part of this whole ratchet effect that's going to produce this final historical explosion. And in German, the word given to that process is Verelendung, which is very evocative. Elend means misery, so it's the growing misery. When this gets translated into English, the results are never quite as evocative or satisfactory. The words that get used are immiserization or pauperization, meaning more and more people are being turned into paupers. But for Marx, that prediction is really key. And even in his own lifetime, there were already hints that, in fact, if you look sociologically at the really developed working classes in places like Great Britain or Germany, that process was not playing out as he had expected. In fact, although there have been enormous dislocations and tremendous suffering in the early chaotic sort of Wild West stages of capitalism and of industrialization, there had been reform movements as well. And there had been unions which had sought to carve out rules and agreements with employers for how the conditions under which workers labored might be ameliorated. Moreover, the middle class, rather than dwindling and dwindling, seemed to actually be strengthening and growing in numbers. The appearance of new kinds of people like white-collar workers or technical experts. So already in Marx's own lifetime, and then especially in what follows Marx's lifetime, this becomes a real problem because it puts a stick into the spokes of this particular historical prediction.
Can you speak to this realm of ideas, which is fascinating, this battle of big ideas in the 19th century? What are the ideas that are swimming around?
Well, to describe the 19th century as sort of an age of ideology is very apt because Europe is being racked and being put through the ringer of nationalism, demands for self-expression of peoples who earlier have been in empires or under monarchical rule, demands to redraw the map. The tremendous transformations of the Industrial Revolution meant that in the course of about a generation, you have seen the world around you change in ways that made it entirely unfamiliar. To be able to travel across the landscape at speeds that have been unthinkable when you were a child. So it's enormous change and demands for yet more change. And so it's a great mix of ideas, ideologies, the old and the new, religious ideas, religious revivals, as well as demands for secularization. And stepping into all of this are Marx and Engels together in what has been called, I think with justice, one of the most important and influential intellectual partnerships of history. They were very different. They were both German by origin. Marx had trained as an academic. He had married the daughter of a baron. Because of his radical ideas, he had foreclosed or just found himself cut off from a possible academic career and went the route of radical journalism. Engels was very different. Engels was the son of an industrialist, and a family owned factories in Germany and in England. So he was most definitely not a member of the proletariat that he and Marx were celebrating as so significant in their future historical role. There were also huge differences in character between them. Marx, when people met him, they were astonished by his energy, his dynamism. They also saw him as a man who felt determined to dominate arguments, who wanted to win arguments, and was not one to settle for compromise or a middle road. He was disorderly in his personal habits. We might mention, among other things, that he impregnated the family he made and didn't accept responsibility for the child. He was also not inclined to undertake regular employment in order to support his growing family. That's where Engels came. Engels essentially, from his family fortune, and then from his journalism afterwards, supported both himself and the Marx family for decades. And so, in a sense, Engels made things happen. But in the mysterious way that friendships work, the very differences between these men made them formidable as a dynamic duo, because they balance off one another's idiosyncrasies and turn what might have been faults into potential strengths. British historian A.J.P. Taylor always has a lovely turn of phrase, even when he's wrong. In this case, he was right. He said that Engels had charm and brilliance. Marx was the genius. And Engels saw himself as definitely the junior partner in this relationship. But here's the paradox. Without Engels, pretty clearly Marx would have not have gone on to have the sort of lasting historical impact in the world of ideas that he had.
Just to throw in a mix, there's interesting characters swimming around. So you have Darwin. He has it's difficult to characterize the level of impact he had, even just in the religious context. He challenges our conception of who we are as humans. There's Nietzsche, who's also, I don't know, hanging around the area. On the Russian side, there's Dostoevsky. So it's interesting to ask, maybe, from your perspective, did these people interact in the space of ideas to where this is relevant to our discussion, or is this mostly isolated?
I think that it's part of a great conversation. Right? I think that in their works, they're reacting to one another. I mean, Dostoevsky's thought ranges across the condition of modernity, and he definitely has things to say about industrialization. I think that they're reacting to one another in these oblique ways rather than always being at each other's throats in direct confrontations. And that's what makes the 19th century so compelling as a story, just because of the sheer vitality of the arguments that are taking place in ways big and small.
What we should say here, when you mentioned Karl Marx, maybe the color red comes up for people, and they think the Soviet Union, maybe China, but they don't think Germany necessarily. It's interesting that Germany is where communism is supposed to happen. That's right. And so, can you maybe speak to that?
And yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a factor in the entire history that we're referencing. Marx and Engels never really shed their identity as Germans. Many of their preconceptions, even those traces of nationalism that they had within themselves, even as they were condemning nationalism as a fraud against the working class, they're clearly, their entire formation had been affected by their German background. And it's very true, as you point out, that Germany is intended to be the place where these predictions will play out. And also in Britain, also in France, also eventually in the United States. But it's it's Germany by virtue of the central location and then its rapid development later than Britain or France in industrialization, give it the special role in Marx's worldview. And so it's a lasting irony, a central irony of this whole story, that when a government establishes itself that claims to be following Marx's prescriptions and realizing his vision, it happens in the wreckage of the Russian Empire, a place that did not match the requirements of being industrialized, developed, well on its way in this historical process. And nobody knew this better than the Bolsheviks. Lenin and his colleagues had a keen sense that what they were, exciting as it was a gamble. It was a risk because, in fact, the revolution to really take hold had to seize power in Germany. And that's why immediately after taking power, they're not sure they're going to last. Their hope, their promise of salvation is that a workers' revolution will erupt in Germany, defeated Germany, in order to link up with the one that has been launched in this unlikely Russian location, and henceforth, great things will follow that do hew to Marx's historical vision. The last thing to mention about this is that this predominance of German in the thinking of Marx had two other reflections. One was that German socialists and later communists organized in order to fulfill Marx's vision, and they produced something that leaves other Westerners in awe in the late 19th century. And that's the building of a strong German workers' movement and a social democratic party. That social democratic party by 1912 is the largest party in German politics by vote. And there's the possibility they might even come to power without needing radical revolution, which again also goes against Marx's original vision of the necessity for a revolution. Workers around the world, or rather radical socialists, with admiration and awe at what the Germans have achieved, and they see themselves as trying to do what the Germans have done. The final point is, growing up during the Cold War, one thought that, well, if you want to represent somebody as being a communist, that person has to have a Russian accent, because Russia, after all, the homeland of this form of government, the Soviet Union, that must be the point of origin. Before the Bolsheviks seized power, in order to really be a serious radical socialist, you needed to read German, because you needed to read Marx, and you needed to read Kautsky, and you needed to read Bernstein and other thinkers in this tradition. And it's only after the Soviet seizure of power that this all changed. So there's lots of Marx in that.
Which is why the clash between nationalism and communism in Germany is such a fascinating aspect of history and all the different trajectories it could take. And we'll talk about it. If we return to the 19th century, you've said that Marx's chief rival was Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, who famously said in 1932, quote, "The passion for destruction is also a creative passion." So what kind of future did Bakunin envision?
Well, Bakunin, in some things, agreed with Marx, and in many others, disagreed. He was an anarchist rather than hewing to the sort of scheme of history that Marx was. So he did see humanity as fighting a struggle for a better way of life. He envisioned, as your quote suggests, that revolution and sheer confrontation and overthrow of the existing state of things, not compromise, was going to be the way to get there. But his vision was very different. Rather than organizing conspiratorial and hierarchical political movement, Bakunin envisioned that the ties would be far looser, that both the revolutionary movement and the future state of humanity would grow out of the free association, anarchist thinking, the free association of individuals who rejected hierarchical thinking in their relations with one another, rejected the state as a form of organized violence, and rejected traditional religious ideas we saw as Marxist hierarchies.
No.
So Bakunin is part of a broader movement of socialist and anarchist who are demanding change.
Check your fucking message. You've been trying to talk to me for 2.5 hours. I have too. Check when I sent the message a long time ago. And I didn't send it. That's okay, dude. But you should just know that I was trying to tell you what to do. You weren't listening to me, and I gave up on it. No, I mean, if I truly gave up on you, I would have not sent you a message. But what do you want me to do? Keep trying to talk to you for 2 hours? No, none of that is true. Something was wrong where you couldn't hear me at all. how long ago I was trying to talk to you. And you're right, I wouldn't give up on you. But I just like, I was spinning my wheels trying to communicate. I was screaming at you, like for minutes on end. We're done. So you were getting a new one. Yeah, but it's not called bootleg. It's called brooding. Yeah. Oh, apologies. All right. One 100%. That's right. You're good, big dog. Word, dog.
3 months I went to school for pretty good. It's called capture.
Yes, sir. No. No one's imagined except Rabbi. When we get really big, then sure. But I mean, it's small enough, and I'm here all the time. We'll work on that. We'll work on that. I'm going to create roles perhaps in the future, in the very near future, and you will get a special game that you want. Russ, or Dirt, word dog. Excellent. Thank you, sir. We call those periods. Welcome, Vietnam.
Hey, Reed. Nice.
Hey, look what it is. How are you? I'm lovely. Thank you so much for coming. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you today, Sky? Excellent. I am a friend of your boyfriend, Mr. Six Smoke Alive, and I want you to know how much I appreciate you being here. Sky, do you mind if I tell you a little bit about myself? Excellent. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot my 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Essentially, this is a time capsule for society. I've been live streaming going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. Some of the things that goes on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society, I think, like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, through saltwater greenhouses, through floating greenhouses, through hydroponics, through cloud seeding, and through hydroponics, cloud seeding, agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, and there's another one, vertical farming. Apologies. One help end real kids through through the universal adoption of desalination plants, where we pump water from the northwest onto land to make it drinkable, particularly for those in the developing world. I don't think that anyone should die from starvation or thirst. I mean, really, in the 21st century. Other things that we talk about on the stream that are, I feel, important to society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter, things like healing, disclosure. We talk about fashion and light travel. We talk about things like de-extinction, essentially bringing back previous species that were once extinct. The first successful de-extinction, I don't know if you know the sky, but actually took place in the year 2002. It was the hydrogen pivot, which is like a gulf in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Rothschild Bioscientific is founded. They've made it their goal in the next 3 years to de-extinct the woolly mammoth. Sky, do you know what a woolly mammoth is? Excellent. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth using an African elephant and creating a hybrid to reintroduce it to the Arctic Circle, the company wants to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and also the dodo bird. So perhaps in a decade or so, you might be able to see some once extinct animals that is hopefully flourishing in the wild. Other things that we talk about that I think are important to society are things like life extension technology. Sky, when you were born, your average life expectancy was probably about age 80, and I would increase that. I would increase that. Natural, theoretical, how would you increase that? Your types of technology like human growth hormones, steroids, additionally like stem cells, the use of nootropics, the use of Rabbi, my 120-year-old body's breaking down. Now what can you do for me? And that's where the next type of technology comes into play, which is very exciting. It's not just monitor for living. Sky has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? It's my hope to be able to tell you that. So what do you mean? You may be asking, Rabbi, but you don't think I'm going to die? Well, with mind uploading technology, essentially you scan your brain into a computer, always with your consent, and like a CAT scan or an MRI, or later download, essentially knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, will know where every memory is of yours, what makes you, what makes gives you your career. What up, man? Cora, how are you? Excellent, excellent. I'm in the middle of talking to a new friend. We have Sky here. Sky, this is Matt Cora. Matt Cora, this is Sky. Excellent, excellent. Matt Cora, how did you find out about me?
That you're just speaking is varias veces que hay sobre tu mission.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one moment, por favor. So, Sky, just one moment. Let's put a bookmark in that conversation. Don't worry. I'm going to make sure that you have mind uploading technology, but at least let me be able to explain the math for you. Matador, if you can, just be patient for a second. I just want to finish telling my friend Sky some information, and then we'll talk to you, okay?
Gracias, si puedes tener un segundo de paciencia. Solo quiero terminar de contarle algo a mi amiga SK llega y luego hablaremos contigo, ¿de acuerdo?
Gracias. Essentially, mind uploading technology will allow us to store your brain capacity, your soul, so to speak, your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, in a computer for later download as an integrated avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, perhaps an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to do. But the essential thing you may have the opportunity is a chance of digital immortality, which is very exciting. When you may say, well, Rabbi, I'm just a normal person. I don't have the money to do that. And I understand. I have more data online than any person in global history. Bill Gates going to break the 1990 consciousness thing and I'm making it true today. Essentially, in the year 2018, the Conscious Magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, providing food, gold, water, air, petroleum, platinum, everything. And I have more data than ever. And little by little, I'm becoming more and more famous, and I'm going to go viral someday. And when that happens, I'm going to make all the dreams come true. I'm going to make sure that not only can you provide for yourself, provide for your family, provide for your friends, but then you're going to have excess that I want you to start sharing with other philanthropic organizations and do your best to make a positive impact on the world. How does that sound to you, Scott? Excellent, excellent. Well, with that, we're watching your boyfriend play. He loves rally cars. I'm sure you know that. So I don't have to. But now you like Minecraft. Roblox. You like Roblox, right? Excellent. Well, I am the number one streamer in the Roblox Discord. I'm very familiar with Roblox. I had some guys in here playing with us tonight, and you know what Blox Fruits is? Excellent. Yeah, so that's a big game too. So I'm the number one streamer in that Discord as well. You should know I have more social media than any person. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. You're currently live on 10 different YouTube accounts. I'm live on, I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. And I have over 10,000 Twitter accounts. So essentially, I've done everything I can to have redundant streams and be as uncancelable as possible. And hopefully in the future, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be too much longer, I'm going to go viral. And when that happens, like I said, everything will come true. So just be patient. How's that sound? Excellent. All right, we've got the boyfriend here. He is running around with a gun. He loves to trash talk the teammates. It looks like he's in a manhunt of some sort, shooting up somebody's house, and then he just got shot. All right, so he needs to learn how to get good. All right, come on, going up the stairs. Going up the stairs. Now he's going down the stairs, shooting this guy. And he's if these guys, if you notice, they are dressed like the characters in Squid Games. Guys, you know what Squid Games is? Okay. Okay. Well, well, I want you to know, Sky, from a third party perspective, you got yourself a very nice boyfriend. He is very enjoyable. His company is very enjoyable. He's funny, and so good on you. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your high praise. It means the world. Yeah, I get it. That happens. There are a bunch of guys who come in here. And if you didn't know what this is, it's a universal translator. So we can speak in any language. You name it. Spanish, Arabic, Hebrew, French, German, Russian, Swahili, it speaks everything. And I feel like with this type of technology, we can really bridge the gap from a communication standpoint to the world. And when we have modes of communication and we can understand each other, it's just going to make it easier to come to world peace. Now, I understand that I get people every day who say, Rabbi, we're never going to have world peace. And I understand that perspective, but what they don't understand is perhaps if you study alien um, civilizations or even just the potentiality of extraterrestrial life, in order for them to get off their planet, they have to have peace at home. And there's nothing different that would happen in our case as well. So basically, we have to have peace on our home planet before we can start some of this other technology, things like space tourism and the terraforming of other planets like Mars, perhaps the moon of Jupiter like Europa, perhaps Venus, and then eventually get into interstellar travel and intergalactic travel. The next closest star to ours is Alpha Centauri, and it's approximately 4 light years away. So that means you could get there under conventional physics if we were able to travel close to the speed of light. Within about 4 years, you could spend time there and come back after 4 years and tell us all about it. And that could be a realistic trip for people in the future. And with the idea of digital immortality, you may be able to witness that. And I just think that's extremely exciting. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Which one? Which one? Sure. What did your friends know? Can you send me? I'll send you a message and you send me his name and I'll remember it. Just because I like it.
¿Cómo se llama tu amigo? Me puedes enviar un mensaje y me dices su nombre y cómo lo desplané solo porque me gustas.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I just sent you a message. So take a look at your messages, Monteport, and you'll be able to see it. Just send me what his username is and get him off the list.
Te acabo de enviar un mensaje. Mira tus mensajes, Manticore, y podrás verlo. Solo envíame su nombre de usuario y lo quitaremos del primer lugar de la lista.
Okay, one second.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't ban very many people at all, so I don't know what I'm doing. I take a look. I'm sure. Usually, if I ever have to ban people, because they're very, very loud, but purposefully, they'll come in here and play chainsaws and stuff while I sleep just to be funny. I will also get people who like to just yell the N-word, grab some really no reason. Most people just get annoyed. But generally, I love people who talk about just about any topic that they want. And yeah, I don't really have an issue. If people disagree with me, I am open to alternative theories. I'm open to alternative opinions. But so long as it maintains decorum, if people start to get from one person to another super purposefully loud, then I go. Yep, I am. Nothing. Excellent. Thank you. Hello, I see. Un momento. I'll make sure to make that clear. He's just defensive. That's okay. Your, your friend is unbanned.
Tu amigo está en la banda.
You're welcome. I don't know. Well, Sky, you know, if I'm not talking with you up, do you mind if I tell you some other technology that we talked about? Excellent. So I'm really into mega projects, and I really feel one way we could really make the world better is in the same way that we have the channel, the English channel tunnel that connects England to continental Europe. I would like to do the same between Asia and North America, which is known as a Bering Strait tunnel. Essentially, it needs to be 51 miles under the seabed that would connect perhaps rail and or car transportation that I think would definitely revolutionize the connections and diplomatic uh, ties between different nations. Currently, in order to travel basically intercontinentally, you have to take a boat or a plane. Are fine, but doesn't allow people of all means to be able to make the trip. However, a very straight tunnel would allow people to drive essentially from Los Angeles to Cape Town or New York City to Cairo in while it would take a long time, it would be comfortable. Additionally, I would like to see an area of northern Colombia, southern Panama, known as the Darien Gap, which is about 90 miles or so, heavily forested rainforest, very dense rainforest that can only be currently trekked using either on foot or like with a um, motorcycle or like a dirt bike. But I'd like to expand the trail to be a realistic road. And once that would be completed and the Bering Strait tunnel would be completed, so we're talking about 51 miles between Asia and North America and less than 100 miles between Panama and Colombia, you would be able, or one person would be able to drive a car from perhaps Buenos Aires to Cape Town, or perhaps Sao Paulo to Pretoria, or perhaps uh, Rio de Janeiro to Paris. That would be to me the like vital to uniting the world. And if there are questions like, well, can we build a tunnel that long? Yes, in Asia it's being done. We already have the tunnel in Europe, and it just takes cooperation. And over the course Additionally, there's always been a discussion of a transatlantic tunnel, essentially a tunnel from perhaps New York City to London or New York City to Paris. I'm a huge advocate for that as well. There are people who argue that due to earthquakes or other seismic issues, that this would be dangerous. People don't realize that if you put the tunnel underground, under the seabed, essentially, that seismic effects are much lessened the lower you go into the Earth's crust, or the deeper you go into the Earth's crust. So that really, when you have an earthquake or something, the seismic effects are strongest at the surface, but as you move lower and lower into the Earth's crust, where the tunnel would be, you might not even know that an earthquake would be going on. These are not just my thoughts, these are many of the thoughts of Elon Musk's Boring Company. The Boring Company essentially is doing what it can to alleviate traffic in dense areas of the world, and I would like to see that type of technology utilized globally. Other things that we talk about, in particular, some of Elon Musk's advancements. One of them is known as Neuralink. You're probably familiar with Neuralink. This is a brain-computer interface that has successfully been implanted in the human being. The first successful implementation is in a man named Nolan Astro. Nolan is a quadriplegic person, meaning he can't use his legs or his arms, but he can play video games better than Sir Smoke a lot, better than you and me a lot combined. The reason why is because he essentially has an auto aimer with the use of Neuralink, brain computer interface. There have been two successful brain computer interfaces, Neuralink, that have been implanted in humans, and as the trials continue, it seems to have a lot of success and will be able to improve not just people with disabilities, but perhaps the average person someday. Additionally, things about which I'm an advocate are neural network. So essentially, we have the internet right now, which is used cables, and we're moving more to an augmented reality world and then into a virtual reality world. But eventually, we'll have something known as a neural network, which will allow us to perhaps communicate telepathically with each other. It will perhaps allow us to download information wirelessly. All of these things, I'm not saying would be available within the next year, but perhaps the next 100 years or so, at least with trials. These are fascinating things about science to me, and I think that they are important for the world. And so I do my best to project these types of conversations into the discussions that I have with people, because I know that they don't generally hear it in the mainstream. That's fine. Eventually, we will be able to hopefully insert these types of topics and words and phrases into the global zeitgeist, and these things won't be seen as science fiction anymore. They will be science fact because they are actually possible if we just put a little bit of effort into it. So I appreciate you allowing me to share that with these guys. And with that, I'm watching Sir Smoke-a-Lot's stream. It's just like a circular Xbox thing. Okay, that's okay. So that's enough about me. Sky, tell me about yourself. Anything that you feel comfortable sharing. Please let me know if you're not comfortable sharing everything you ever. You don't have to answer, but tell me about yourself.
Honestly, I'm going to be
Okay, that's fine. Hey, that's
all I'm doing is watching it today.
okay. Excellent. What you said.
Business amount and economic balance.
Yes, wonderful. Okay, and you like to play Roblox? What else do you like to play? Okay, I understand that. If you had more time, what game would you like to play?
It has more time on my website I work.
Okay, cool.
So I will take a very long time.
Excellent. Well, hopefully in the future, when I'm able to provide you with everything that you may need, you'll be able to play a lot more Overwatch, and you'll still be able to get your degree, but less pop watching. want you to be comfortable. I want you to be happy, and so we'll do our best to ensure that occurs as soon as possible. Okay. Oh, okay. Cool. What? So that's how you met? Very well. I got you. Well, you know what? The pot wash is a very, in my opinion, in the kitchen, it is somewhat the most critical role, even more than a cook or a bartender or anything else, because if you don't have clean dishes, because if you don't have clean dishes, nothing can go out. So you have a very key role. Yeah, no, I understand that. Do- no, I understand. Yeah, nobody deserves that. And I feel that. So, so smoke a lot. Monster and Monster Raw Fury. That's what I like to hear. All right, what are we watching? Star Trucker. Yay! I like this one. Sky, have you seen them play this? Oh, you're missing out. So basically, excellent. He's a truck driver in space. Sky, do you like the Beatles? Do you like the Beatles? Okay, excellent. I know that Sir Smoke a lot likes the Beatles, and I like the Beatles, so I like to know that we have Beatles going. All right, so here he is in the space truck. What are you delivering? Algae again? Oh, there you go. Now, hold on a second. Um, there is not any, there aren't any air molecules in space, so does it really make a sound? So it's essentially a monorail that so you smoke a lot. Can you add more cargo to your cargo train, or are three the most you can have? So do you go slower when you have more cargo? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is that a train? Oh, it's another truck. It's another truck. Go. Go through the portal. Do people ever try to rob you on the truck? Nice. So you made it to the dock.
actually set it up on the store for these things. I just think about trying to follow that up.
Maybe I need something right now. Maybe they're seeing the same credit. Because they think one thing for me is that they're cheap or something.
So we just check the file, check the file.
They
With the cost, check the file.
can check everything.
Well, you know,
My favorite is really weird. And it can crash you. And then they checked it all out and they fixed it. We don't say, we don't know what they did, but they fixed it. And they tried to do it. It's great. I'm not an internet.
yeah,
It's fun.
see,
Yeah.
Catch. Bye bye. Go then.
I like it though. I don't like that. What happens if you hit? What happens if you hit a cactus?
Oh yeah, kill that. Oh yeah, the fuel was yeah.
Sir, Sir Smokeout, why don't you play murder mystery with your girlfriend? Wow, your voice is getting very That's an excellent question, Scott. Why are you dressed as a kid? Sir Smokeout. Sir Smokeout, can you hear us? Please do. He came in here a few hours ago, and for 2 hours, he could not hear me. And he would be like, Rabbi, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? And I'm yelling at him, yes, I'm here. And he'd be like, I don't know why you're not talking to me. I'm like, oh, no problem. I sent him a message telling him, hey, I'm here. You either got me muted or something. There you go, same thing. There he is. Yes, sir. Yeah, someone's going on with your device stuff. It's a device, my friend. It's a device. I'm a very patient individual. All right, so Smokeout, when are you going to share your screen so we can critique your gameplay? So Smokeout, when are you going to share your screen so we can critique your gameplay? No, I take the verbal abuse. We're not keeping up on you. We want to watch you play. Okay. Welcome, Cooper. How are you? We hope you're having a good day. Cooper, how's your day? Everybody, the whole cell block. What's the answer to the jail?
You need to make me a playlist for when
Number 47 says number 3. The good good still the land and sea. The ship will be delighted with the company. So come on, dear, your heart fly with this life. Oh, come on, be nice. Be nice. Keep on going, Montego, baby, why don't we go Jamaica up to Florida Keys? There's a place called Kokomo. That's where you wanna go to. Western bum 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 bum. Bodies in the sand. Tropical drink flowing in your hand. That easy look in your eye. Give me a tropical contact high. Down in Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take ya. Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama. Ilago, Montego, baby, why don't we go Jamaica? That's, who sings that? I'm testing you. Who sings that? Good job, my friend. You're very good. And we sing songs. You like Duran Duran? She's very nice, my man. You got yourself a very nice girlfriend. Dog, this is the same girl who you told me that 4 hours ago you wanted to spend the rest of your life with. Welcome back, guys. And what color bow did you recommend? And why did you recommend white? Okay. Yeah, but that's a good suggestion. All right, so hey, Sir Smoke-a-Lot, you muted him. There he is. That's what we want. He's playing a card game. This is noted. Drift racing online. What's this? Dark? He loves this game. I guess you put the message that says Discord unknown. Why isn't he undefined, you know? Sky, do you know why Sir Smoke-a-Lot is not undefined? Why did you have a staffer, dog? Neil, why did you have a staffer? Okay. Oh, dog. That's what she said. You call it drifting, she call it car rallying, but that's pretty close. Hopefully. Absolutely. It's better than war.
It's this guy has some
Get diagnostics.
oldest army that still time. The distance it got to descended some built travel, captured some labor, with some ammo, some money, and yes, that big company you can find big opportunity to protect the build, but the kids were able to drive with the car and look through them. But just starting to get out. Not what the kids are. So, I don't know. And yes, me and my wife have got things to do. It's got Ukraine's got some of our very connected. This war is for you, but it's big, big job. And Ukraine, the last time we saw the maps of the battle, the Ukraine's like, how much of what we've got, which is the old information, the not trust you sometimes. The last time I've seen them on day to day, it's what I think 200 miles of which we've got troops. Oh, it's small. With it's funding as well. But what can you imagine how free that cost of Ukraine? Ukraine is still never going to be as much. And they're only free of the cost of Ukraine.
I don't think they can what's happening instead. But I don't think they
Well, there was Germany did. Germany did one time. Germany did. It was about the Moscow. 1944, late 1944. Germany did. They got to beat Ukraine less than that. The German army is strong against getting out. The enemy, all else is Moscow. That was it. And then the Russians started pushing back because then the US has gone out and pushing from the rest of Europe. They kept Germany in. So that team up could be sure. This war, on my assumption, driving with Russian people, it's getting hurt now. But pretty honest, who makes it happen to people as and even if we could go to the next one, one of the bases is the Denmark or the if it detects no soldiers in the nuclear conflict, no soldiers in the conflict, especially practice and things like doing this and it's only free program of the European and then missiles Russia used to have 40,000 nukes, now they have about 100,000, and that's still enough to kill the air. Maybe if this one stopped occupying me, I didn't thought about that. What their aim is so simple. The original aim was in the 60s united the Americans united to get one to explore the Star Wars. We need to put the scope of these countries. We don't need it. If we all work together, we can improve the Star Wars. We can be interstellar, we can be interstellar. Right there. It's really Star Wars. It's a human. It's just a kind of good. That's great.
Thank you for saying it. It's usually say a lot. Most of the minute, let's stay quiet. I don't mean that to be quiet, by the way.
There's smoke a lot. You there, big dog?
Psychologically, I know what I do to sleep crash. I don't listen to movies. I don't think I don't drive. You haven't watched it, you haven't watched Netflix. we have the most 20, 30 population. You go to 40 million islands. So as people basically live the islands are nobody's saving them. Just let them die. Two hundred and fifty-three point three. 253.3. 253.3. 253.3. We good? You want to make taste for states, obviously. lógico, y de nuevo empieza ya de interesting to the job. The job. No, I think that's the thing. Just do it.
Well, these issues just get fixed, just like to listening to information. Is it to therapists? And just seems to go away. That's the that. The Swedish guy.
There he is. There he doesn't have. Gotcha. Just chilling. We had sort of smoked a lot. He brought his girlfriend in, and they were here for a long time. And I don't know how healthy it is. Exactly, but I wish the best for them. Nathan Ross just went live, and he has been like 2 months saying this shit. I mean, really, in my life, the big thing, and I'm really proud of this, my life, and they fucking work really nicely. And I can tell that they're working because they get banned, and then they just start all over. And then I created bots on phones as well. And it's just a matter of time until I know that I know the fucking people. I mean, I've been doing it 10 things going 24 hours. I just say to myself, at least on Kick, I got pretty well known within a couple months there. And so hopefully something similar happens here on Twitch. And these things, these exactly. It's that mere exposure effect. First they ignore you, then they attack you, then they fight you, then you win. And that's what I gotta do. We got Kill Tony tonight, which is always cool. And I'm just saying, I want to lay there and just be like carry it to yourself. And last night, Riser, Zuba here, and we played very into the night. So, it's hard to that. Um, but I kind of feel like it's a calm before the storm. This is, I could be wrong, it could just be calm for the future, but what I see when I scan these chats, people like that sense, and I love that. And what I I had the bots going for the past 3 days, but they weren't working the way that I really need them to. Now I haven't touched them in like a couple hours, and they've just been perfect. Like once the thing is perfect, it's like don't touch it; it just works masterfully. And I could never get them to the point where they were perfect. Even on Kick, it wasn't perfect, but these ones are really good. So what was wrong with them previously would be a question I ask myself. And it's really interesting. Like, all of the nuances, just whether you're searching from Japan or the Netherlands or the United States, all of them are different how the page displays. And that causes like that's a huge headache. But I'm able to and it just like makes a different box pop up for cookies, or it makes like the text different in the sign up process. But I work through all of that, and it's kind of fascinating that we're not all on the same rules globally, like just depending on the country. Yeah. Um, and the other thing that was fucking with me was um, basically the way the bot was going was that it would search by the live box, like it would recognize where in the upper left corner where it says live, and that's like image recognition, and if for one reason or another it doesn't get that image right, or it mistakes the image for something else, it fucks up the whole thing, and that was really screwing me, and so I yeah, so I changed I, I it's all about consistency with the website, and how these things load. And I changed my strategy. So instead of it doing this image recognition for the, the, the live box. What I do instead is I do a search of the word English on the page because the word English shows up a lot because that's usually what a lot of people use to speak. And that allows me a consistent way for the page to basically be displayed. Like basically, I need the boxes of the people's screens to always be in the right position for the mouse. And if they're not for whatever reason they're off by just a little, it's busted. But I'm like shocked how consistent this thing is. Usually I do these things and it's like something bug gets fucked up on it and I have to go and I have to click it. But I just did it and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna just listen to whatever Ross is saying and I'll just let him go. And it's like I haven't touched these things in 2 hours. And once it's at that point, it's like it's pretty hands off. So that's super positive. Now on the phone front, where I've got it's really I cannot say if the internet ends up being like the Twitch app, we're in for a bad time. And I know it will be. It's so much advertising. But yeah, I just don't see that part of the internet because I use ad blockers. Like I've been using ad blockers for 15 years. Right, exactly. I'm the same way. Like, I mean, yeah, all that beautiful beat footage. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. Um, but it's hard to avoid. But at least on the Twitch app, it's like I figured like, oh, if somebody's got some kind of way to stop ads on this fucking app. And the reason why I need the app, the reason why I need them, I mean, is it causes inconsistency in where the mouse click's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be a 30-second ad. I don't know if it's going to be 2 minutes of an ad. And so I found a somebody had like jailbroken or rooted, basically created like um, APK, basically the file that you need, and for Twitch, and it allows you to have an experience where there are no ads. Really, really great. But it, yeah, but the unfortunate thing, it's too good to be true because when I post my um, well, I might be wrong on this. I might have to try it again. But basically, um, oh, you know, you know, Caffeine, I need to test it better, and that's fine. So long as I have the computers going, then I can start focusing on these things. But um, some of these people, especially at the very top of the Discord, they've already come up with clip bots, and it's like impossible for me to even find my own clips that I'm doing on the stream. They just have so many. They just have um, so many clips of it. Like they might have 600 or 1,000 clips being made a day, and for me to find my one, that like I'm not, I'm really not able to find So the fact that I got the computers going, that is a major win for me. And then I'm going to focus on the devices, the handheld, the smartphone. So I've got 1, 2, 3. I have like 4 handhelds that I could dedicate to this. So that's just 7 devices, which is basically more than I ever did with Kick. I did perhaps at times more with Kick, but it was a lot of micromanagement. So with that said, it's kind of interesting as we say this. Kick banned one of my accounts, and I'm just gonna let it go. I'm not gonna touch it, and hopefully it'll start all back up again. If it does, then I know for sure that this thing is back and rolling. Um, I apologize, not me, Twitch. Apologies. I'm so bad with that. Yeah. So the word Twitch and the word kick are somewhat similar. They're both ones that they're very, you know, absolutely, absolutely, exactly. No, no, you're exactly right. My thought with kick is I'm not going to spam them anymore at all. And the reason why is because I'm going to like to be back on Kip. And if I can say, yeah, exactly. If I can say, like, hey, I haven't spammed you guys in 2025, it's been 3 months or it's been 6 months or whatever. Um, I'm 2026. Exactly. I'm 100% in agreement. And go ahead. Yeah, exactly. I was almost thinking of sending Eddie a message, just saying like, "Hey, dog, I really appreciate the opportunity, and I want you to know that like I'm calling the truth on this, and whenever you think it's okay for me to come back, I'd like to come back, but you know that won't be for months or whatever. And I wish you the best, and we'll see. I mean, it's just oh, totally. Totally, but what it also is going to do is make people be like, well, what happened to that? Like, did you just give up? And I can just be, and it gives me a good date. I can be like, yeah, basically January 1st, 2025, I stopped. It might have been as late as like yesterday or something, but um, I haven't done it recently because I've dedicated these computers um, to Twitch. Yeah. The other thing that gets confusing to me is that both Twitch and Discord are purple, and it's like I when I think of them, I have to think which one is really exactly. Exactly. Right. Those are the big ones. Well, X and Twitter. X and right. X and Twitter though. Right. Um, yeah, which is like Facebook. That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. Um, I so when it comes to Discord, I I'm in a lot of these like a lot of Discords that I'm not even I don't even know what it is. Like finally these guys came in last night and they showed me what well, I knew what Minecraft looked like, but they showed me Roblox. And um they met me through the Roblox Discord or whatever. But frankly, those are you know, I'll take any attention I can get, but usually the people who are in there, they're not like streamers, they're usually probably just they're literally people trying to find people to play games in. So that I'm like, that's not the best uh, Discord for me. So I'm in the Wall Street Bets Discord. I'm in. I still think I'm in like the Minecraft or whatever, one of those games. I'm in. I'm in Tequila one. I am in Music with Marty. I'm in Girls one, which is just a really good one. I'm in Socialize, and um, not in KS. Oh, I'm in A process. I'm not in KS ones anymore, just because I mean I did like the number one streamer there. There are very few people ever came into it. And then there's another one that I only have so many different devices that I can use. Okay, so with that said, I'm watching the computers right now, and they're just doing their thing. I might have to make a slight adjustment here and there, but at least a couple of them are just really working really nicely for me. Um, and that's the key. I mean, it's about like when when I'm not doing something, and these robots are doing it on my behalf. It's just about kind of that point where you just gain that interest from people. And um, I changed the name. Like I was using a random username generator, which would give me a name like chimpanzee banana hat. And those are fine names, but yeah, no, exactly. And so I would basically, I changed it to just be the word rabbi with a random generator. The reason why, when these guys are, even though if their audience can't see who's following them, they see it in their creator dashboard, and they'll be like, "Who is this fucking rabbi?" It's the same shit. Literally, I just have to do exactly what I did on Kick and run that same fucking playbook. It's almost as if um, Kick was like the minor leagues, and now we're in the major leagues, and we're doing this. The one I won't ever do this on is YouTube. That's my bread and butter, and I don't want to fuck that one up. But I'll go wrong. I don't think that Twitch will cancel my accounts for Rabbi Rothschild, just like the ones on which I stream. Maybe not Kick, I'm sorry, Twitch. Maybe they will, but it's not like necessarily tied to. I mean, it is if they watch the stream, they will obviously come out with all these computers. But even if they can't, they ban those accounts because of the data's not being saved, or at least it's not being accessible. I'm sure Amazon saved it on their server somewhere because they have unlimited server space, but at least it's not accessible to the public. It means nothing to me. Like, you are an important platform to me if you save my shit. If you don't cut, then I'm gonna use you um for influence basically. And I think that's the way to do it. Um, there's a guy who came in. Oh well, a process Discord yesterday. There were a lot of people in there, and they came in. This one guy came in. He's like, "Please talk with us." I'm like, sure. And I go in there and we start talking, and um, there were like probably 25 people in there, and I go through my spiel, and then when I'm done, like once there's 25 people and they're talking at once, and they're anywhere from like I don't know, late teens to like late 20s, it's all basically skibbity, sigma, riz, all this other shit, and it's like nobody, there's not a coherent sentence that I can really make out. So I pulled up, all right, well, I'll see you guys. And one of the guys came in here, he's a nice guy, his name's Jay. He's like, "What can I do on social media?" I said, "Sure." And so we went, I remember his link tree, basically he had like something on his link tree, but he didn't have all. And it just takes someone to be like, well, "You have I don't know, a Snapchat account, right?" "Yeah." "Why isn't it on you?" "Well, I didn't really think of it." "Okay, well, it's pretty simple. You put it on you." "Do you have a Twitter account?" "Yeah." "Okay, well, why isn't it on you?" "Well, I don't know. I just didn't ever think of doing it." "Okay, it's just like that little, these are easy things, these are questions that, like your profile picture. I used your example. I said, this is a good looking dude who has like a memorable face. Like, okay, do you see Pepsi's profile picture?" He's like, "Yeah, like it's a cartoon, but people get a general idea of what he looks like just by that. Why don't you do the same?" And I told him, I mean, if you really want to play it up, put a circle around it and put your link there, because then every time somebody sees it, they will make a connection to who you are. And it's free impressions that you can make on people. So we went through that for some time, and um, yeah, that's basically um, that's basically There is somebody who got into my DMs a while ago, and I mentioned this person. They like they're they're interesting, but I finally found out we've had some calls at night, and I she's in college. She's Canadian. I thought that. And I don't know. I mean, it's not like I'm in love or anything like that. I wouldn't marry this girl, but she basically wants a friend. That's fine. That's what she wants. Um, and so she's been a nice person to me, and she watches my streams and tells me friends about it. And, just making connections there has been good. And then you have these guys who came in today. These I don't know, these Spanish guys keep coming in here and they're like, speak Spanish. Okay, so we do the translate thing. One of them wanted one of their friends to be on band. I don't know why he was band on anything, but I am doing it. And yeah, that's kind of what we got going. And it's just a waiting game with these robots. And it hasn't happened yet, but it's going to happen. The first time one person comes in here and they say, "Yeah, I learned about you from Twitch," it is going to be like a fire hose of people coming in because then I know I've made some wins. I'm still new to them, and also my bots are not that have not been that good, that consistent, and it's just like if cake were a pond and I can evolve into it, Twitch is a lake, and it's just so much more water to push, so much more difficult to make an impact. But I will, and I'm starting to see it just like you had said, it'll just take you time, but you'll recognize who these different streamers are, little by little, and then it won't seem like such a big world. Like if you go on there, they're like it seems like tens of thousands of people are streaming once, which potentially could be correct. But really, when it comes down to it, the same people are streaming regularly, and I get to know them and know their usernames and then know their fan bases and perhaps get interviews or whatever else. Speaking of interviews, the one guy with whom I did an interview in San Juan, he got a shout out from Dave Ross, and I've been thinking I could play I know Aiden Ross is recognizing band, his name is Citrus, and I know I could play it up to get an interview with him or even something. But I don't know why I don't play that up. I I could, but I don't know if he'd do it. If he would, that'd be great. But it's kind of like, oh, you're gonna have to sneak this guy on or whatever. But I would think exactly. Here's what I think will happen. Exactly. Here's what I think will probably happen. Like if I went to because like I was approached to do an interview with Ross by his friend, and I really think he's probably like, well, it's too early with this person. I mean, even though I stream in his Discord all the time, and he knows I'm very consistent. What will happen is he needs somebody else to make the move, and then boom, he'll be like, "Oh, hey, let's do an interview tonight." Oh, bro, I know your shit. You watch my stuff, blah 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 blah, and all this shit. 'Cause he knows about me. I mean, I've been told many fucking that exact phrase has been used. Um, but he's just not that kind of leader. Like he's not gonna stick his neck out because he doesn't know anything about me. He doesn't know. There's always that thing on the internet. This could be a serial killer, or this could be somebody who, you know, like whatever. And so he's not going to be the person to make that initial step. And I'm fine with that. When it comes to the other people on Kick, I just, I, it's like getting water from a rock. When it comes, like, here's the funny thing. Aiden Ross has 53. I'm not looking at his stream right now. I've been talking with you. I bet you he has 53,000, some between 52 and 54,000 people watching. And, or 52, 51. Okay, so I'm looking right now. Okay, he's got 59,000. Okay, but still, I'm pretty close. And it's like, why do I know his numbers so well? It's because he's got 50,000 bots watching. And I'm not the person saying that. He has bots in his chat that are saying 50,000. And then I learned something interesting about this body issue, which is unbelievable on Twitch. It is just a whole nother world of body. And what's interesting is um, with these creators, they have they all have to one up each other with these bots. And I think it was Brucey say that the that basically was something along the lines of like when he made that call to his friend who has the body for him, that, and I think I agree with this. Um, it's almost like I I don't know why I put into this. I've used this before as an analogy, but it's like I don't know if it's the best analogy. I'll avoid it, but basically it would be like, I don't know, a bunch of bros. One guy gets a Porsche, then another guy gets a Maserati, then another guy's got to get a Lamborghini, then another guy's got to get a Ferrari. But they're all leased; they don't own any of them, and basically that's what their check runs on, their kickbacks. And I find that with the way that the way the streaming world is, and I don't know, I feel. I mean, at one time I bought live streams to watch the real ones, fake ones, and everything. But there's just it just seems so fake to me to do that, and also it's very very expensive, and you know the quality. It really just is. It's pay for play is what it is. If you want to fucking play, you gotta pay. If you want to be seen on these platforms, you have to have people watching. Oh, I know what it was. I know this. It was from Lucy. Okay, so Neon. You know who Neon is? Okay, so Neon, he was botted, and he was like notorious for botting. And I recognized that he was notorious for botting because it would be like a random Wednesday afternoon, like a birthday, and he'd have 80,000 people watching him. But his chat was just emojis. There's nothing. And I would go to his Discord, and his Discord has been in my Discord. And at least we had people in his Discord. He had no one in it. And it just was like hollow. His whole persona was just hollow. And I saw somebody interview, I think it was Lucy say, all right, so here's the lowdown on me. He notices that like the top streamers on Kick, nobody has more than 10,000 people during the day watching them. So he always goes with like more than that. And he kept raising his numbers to 50,000 watching per stream he was doing. And he kept wanting to raise that to 100,000. Just so that he was always at the top and nobody was going to be ahead of him. And apparently Eddie from State, this is what the said. Eddie from State said, we're not gonna let you go higher than 100,000. Because it's not gonna look organic. If you have one guy with 100,000 people and then everybody else is 2,200, it's just not gonna look realistic. And it makes it just look like obvious fun. So the only time that Neon is allowed to go over, I think 80 or 100,000 bots at once is if he gets permission from Eddie anyway, which I find to be very interesting. That like Eddie knows what's going on, and everybody knows what's going on. It would be very interesting to me if the wool or if everyone could see the Emperor without clothes and see how many real people are watching these people. I mean, right now, even Ross probably has maybe 9,000 people watching, but he hasn't done a stream in 2 months. So I mean, I would expect him to have a lot, but it's definitely not 59,000. I have this joke that I make now that I don't know what I just picked a random city in the United States. I said Fayetteville, Arkansas. I looked at the population of Fayetteville, Arkansas. It's got like 103,000 people. Okay, so I say to myself, there's no way that like half of Fayetteville, Arkansas is watching this random ass stream right now. There's just no way. That's a lot of people in the United States who are doing absolutely nothing else. Like when I put it into those types of terms, like these are real people, and or if they were real people, you'd be a phenomenon. Like I even would see like when they would make fun of like CNN or MSNBC for their low ratings. Like CNN would have like 200,000 viewers, which they make fun of because those are low numbers. But that's like only 4 times bigger than say Aiden Ross right now. I just don't believe that. CNN's huge. CNN's on in bars, and it's on doctors' offices, and it's on old people's TVs and all kinds of shit like that. Those are real people who are watching that shit. But like I just like exactly. Like you can look at if I go right now on Twitch. Well, okay, who's the number one streamer right now on Twitch? It's Aiden Ross. Okay, and he's got like 60,000 people watching. Who's next? Somebody named DP7H. Okay, who's next? Well, he's got 50,000 people. Like that is not half of CNN right now. That's ridiculous. Like if I were to say to someone, hey, I just tell you, okay, Aiden Ross, DRB7H, Maherko, X2C, and Mr. Squibbick TC. That's about maybe Fusi, let's go Fusi and then RB and John. Okay. That right there is 200,000 viewers. That's not as big as CNN. What I'm saying is this: if I went to a random person on the street tomorrow and said, "Hey, did you see X2C stream footage of what the fuck is happening?" If I were to say, "Hey, did you know CNN was on last night?" They'd be like, "Yeah, it's always on." And or like maybe I didn't watch it or something, but I would know of it. It's just the numbers are inflated. I'm sure. I don't even know what kind of number inflation goes on in the television world, but I'm sure that could be incredibly big. But at least in the streaming world, I put these things into real terms. Like there is no way that a quarter, that half of Fayetteville, Arkansas, is watching Aiden Ross right now, or 1/6 of Irvine is watching Aiden Ross right now, or whatever else it is. Just the numbers aren't. And then you look at the chat, and the chat is just. Here's what's funny: if you spam like, "Hey, check out Caspian Sea on whatever," okay, you'll get banned for that. But somebody can come in and just spam the same fucking emoji all day for 3 hours. Nobody knows it. And so it tells me like, oh, these guys they have their botters and they make sure not to bot real people, and then they make sure not to bot. They make sure not to ban their own bots. But then anyone who comes out and does something like that, they're gonna ban. So I find all that shit funny. Yeah. And one day, I think, well, there are people who are starting to do this, where they start to make their content. I'm going to uncover who is botting, and that kind of content is really interesting to me because it's relevant to me. And when they go to these websites that show, like, okay, you have let's say 100,000 people watching, but 1% of them are not botted, and 1% of that 1% are chatted. It's like the jig is up. When I talk to like I don't know if you know who he is, Street Savage, he's like a Portuguese streamer, or even uh, Worry, or even just even back, and I'll be like, there is no way that there are too many people watching. So, and I'll talk to them like, these guys are obviously fighting. But I remember saying it to Wappy Flanker when I first met Wappy Flanker. I said, it's really And he's like, yeah, I don't know. I've got a really great loyal fan base. But he didn't want to tell me the truth. But he just, I'm buying 50 people. And then we've got that Maverick guy who is one watching me. We've got you watching me and another 3 or 4 friends that I have. That's it. That's all that there is. And, it's because they're on camera. So they don't want to necessarily give away all their secrets either because that's their bread and butter. So um, I would be interested one day if somebody made a website that could just show you different the differences from it says that maybe not 60,000 people watching it right now, but maybe 5, 6 the bots or whatever it is. And I don't know why websites don't do that. Like, just give it the real numbers. And I think I know why. It's advertising. And advertisers don't want to pay premium prices if they know that when you stream, most of the people are well, they'd rather have it be bots than nothing at all. So you could be like, I've got this really great creator. His name is Eight but he gets 450 people watching him at once. No real advertiser is going to want to do that. But if you can say, but he's got 50,000 eyes on him right now. Oh, well, then you get all these other companies that want to be on there. And that's what's going on with Kick. And I always talk about this. You know how Kick, if you look at the website in the upper left corner, it says beta, that it's still in beta. It's been in beta for 3 years. They have said that they're going to lift that when they get into have advertising on the site, but it just tells me that they are they are fine with having inflated numbers because they set it themselves up for the future to be currently there's no advertising on the site, so um, what they want is people who do advertising to take it seriously and then start buying ad time. And when that happens, then that number of inflation will be beneficial for Kick. That's why they don't do it. Because in reality, most of these people's streams look like 6 people watching, like even at the front page, 6 people watching them, 8 people watching another, 14 maybe for a big screen. And then most of them would be 21211100000. And it would look like the more realistic people who aren't number inflated by watching. I find it interesting when some of these streamers will, when they do some streams, they'll have 100 people watching it, but then they'll do another stream and they'll have 16 people watching it. But that's what their numbers will show. And it's like, dog, what changed? What did you do to change aside from buying the bot that you had 250 people watching you for hours, yesterday, and now you're just doing a chill stream when it's not prime time, and you've got eight people watching, and you're just like, yeah, we're just taking back having a good time. I see this all the time, and there, it's numbers. There's not too much I can do about it. I could try to compete, but I would basically have to work a full-time job just to buy bots to pay for it. I mean, their bots are expensive. Now, the other thing is, I've always thought about this. I'm not going to pay my own bots. And I think that, well, number one, I figured out. It would take me a long time. I figured out it's spam bot. Right. Exactly. But once I would get it to work, I would do it and I would get in trouble for it. I'm sure. They would be like, it would be this, like what happens with Lucy, where he had 23,000 people watching him sleep. That's how I would do it. I would not bot correct. I'd have 50,000 people watching. it becomes very, very interesting. Because Rob didn't even know he's going to be famous now. And now he's fucking super famous. And then everything that I do becomes the most exciting story of all time. I mean, it would just be like this, rags to riches story, basically, of somebody who was trying to make it in the influencer world. And I like the tech. And because of that, it just becomes a very interesting story. So I almost think, like, in addition to all the data of how can we stack and all of that, the overall story that we've is quite interesting. Now, like, it's not interesting if you're not famous, but once you are famous, it would be like those things when they're like, when they show you a picture of, like, here's Jimi Hendrix in the army, or here is a picture of Elvis, when he's 13 learning his first guitar. It's like that archived footage, basically, or archived photograph before they were famous, or whatever that may be. And that's kind of a fun thing. That's what we're creating. Um, yeah. All right, how many discussion up here?
envisioning really fundamental transformation. But his particular anarchist vision steers him into conflict with Marx. And he makes some prophetic remarks about the problems with the system that Marx is proposing. We should add to this that the very fact that Marx is a German by background and Bakunin is Russian kind of adds a further nationalist or element of ethnic difference there. Bakunin warned that a sort of creeping German authoritarianism might insinuate its way into a movement that hewed too closely to having hierarchies in the struggle to overthrow hierarchies. And his anarchist convictions are not in question here. They led him into conflict with Marx, and Marx railed against him, denounced him, and eventually had him expelled from the International. One of the things, though, that also makes Bakunin so significant is Bakunin is the first in a longer series of approaches between anarchists and communists where they try to make common cause. And you have to say that in every case it ends badly for the anarchists because the communist vision in particular, especially in its Leninist version, argued for discipline and a tightly organized professional revolutionary movement. The anarchists who sought to make common cause with communists, whether it was in the days of the Russian Revolution or the Russian Civil War, or whether it was then in the Spanish Civil War, the anarchists found themselves targeted by communists precisely because of their skepticism about what turned out to be an absolutely key element in the Leninist prescription for successful leadership.
We can take that tangent a little bit. So I guess anarchists were less organized.
Yeah, by definition.
Yeah. Why do you think anarchism hasn't been rigorously tried in the way that communism was? If we just take a complete sort of tangent, I mean, in one sense, we are living in anarchy today because the nations are in an anarchic state with each other. But why do you think sort of there's not been an anarchist revolution?
Well, I think that probably some anarchists would beg to differ. Right? They would see communes in Spain during the Spanish Civil War as an example of trying to put anarchist ideas into place. Bakunin, flitted from one area of unrest to another, hoping to be in on finally the founding of the sort of free communes that he had in mind. Another key point in all of this is that anarchy means something different to different people as a term. And so when you point out quite correctly that we have an anarchic international situation, that's kind of the Hobbesian model of the war of all against all, man is a wolf to man. Generally, except if you're talking about nihilists in the Russian revolutionary tradition, anarchists see anarchy as a blessed state, and one where finally people will be freed from the distorting influence of hierarchies, traditional beliefs, subjugation, inequalities. So for them, anarchy, growing out of the liberation of the human being, is seen as a positive good and peaceful. Now, that's at odds with the prescription of someone like Bakunin for how to get there. He sees overthrow as being necessary on the route to that. But as we point out, it's absolutely key to this entire dynamic that to be an anarchist means that your efforts are not going to be organized the way a disciplined and tightly organized revolutionary movement.
Yeah, it's an interesting stretch that a violent revolution will take us to a place of no violence or very little violence. It's a leap.
It's a leap, and it points to a phenomenon that would have enraged Marx and would have been deeply alienating to others in the tradition who followed him, but that so many scholars have commented, and that's that there is a religious element, not a avowed one, but a kind of hidden religious or secular religious element to Marx's vision, to the tradition that follows Marx, and just think of the correspondences, right? Marx himself as kind of a positioning himself as a savior figure, whether that's a Prometheus or a Moses who will lead people to the promised land. The apocalypse of the end times is this final revolution that will usher in a blessed final state, the utopia, which is equivalent to a secular version of heaven. There's the working class playing the role of humanity in its struggle to be redeemed. And scholar after scholar has pointed this out. Reinhold Niebuhr, back in the 1930s, had an article in the Atlantic magazine that talked about the Soviet Union's communism as a religion. Eric Voegelin, a German-American scholar who fled the Nazis and relocated to Louisiana State University and wrote tomes about the new phenomenon of political religions in the modern period. He saw fascism and Nazism and the Soviet communism as bearing the stamp of political religions, meaning ideologies that promised what an earlier age would have understood in religious terms. And we're going to call this the eschaton. It said that these end times, the eschaton, was being promised in the here and now, being made imminent. And he warned against it, saying the results are likely to be disastrous.
So that's actually a disagreement with this idea that people sometimes say that the Soviet Union is an example of an atheistic society. So when you have atheism as the primary thing that underpins the society, this is the way you get. So that's what you're saying is a kind of rejection of that. There's a strong religious component to your community.
A hidden component, one that's not officially recognized. I mean, I think that I had a chance to witness this. Actually, when I was a child, my family. I grew up in Chicago to a Lithuanian American family, and my father, who was a mathematician, got a very rare invitation to travel to Soviet Lithuania, to the University of Guinness, to meet with colleagues. And at this point, journeys of more than a few days or a week were very rare in Soviet Union for Americans. And the result was that I had unforgettable experiences visiting the Soviet Union in Brezhnev's day. And among the things I saw there was the Museum of Atheism that had been established in a church that had been ripped apart from inside and was meant to kind of embody the official stance of atheism. And I remember being baffled by the museum on the inside because you would expect exhibits, you would expect something dramatic, something that would be compelling. And instead, there was some folk art from the countryside showing bygone beliefs. There were some lithographs or engravings of the Spanish Inquisition and its horrors, and that was pretty much it. But as a child, I remember being reproved in that museum for not wearing my windbreaker, but instead carrying it on my arm, which was a very disrespectful thing to do in an official museum of atheism. When I was able to visit the Soviet Union later for a language course in the summer of 1989, one of the obligatory tours that we took was to file reverently past the body of Lenin outside the Kremlin in a mausoleum at Red Square. And communist mummies, like those of Lenin, earlier Stalin had been there as well. Communist mummies like Mao or Ho Chi Minh really, I think, speak to a blending of earlier religious sensibility, reverence for relics, great figures, saintly figures, so that even what got proclaimed as atheism turned out to be a very demanding faith as well. And I think that's a contradiction that other scholars have pointed out as well.
Yeah, it's a very complicated sort of discussion. When you remove religion as a big component of society, whether something like the framing of political ideologies in religious ways is the natural consequence of that.
We hear nature abhorring the vacuum. I think that there are places in human character that long for transcendental explanations, right? That it's not all meaningless. In fact, there's a larger purpose, and I think it's not a coincidence that such a significant part of resistance to communist regimes has in part come from, on the one hand, religious believers, and on the other hand, from disillusioned true believers in communism who find themselves undergoing an internal experience just of revulsion, finding that their ideals have not been followed through.
So this topic is one of several topics that you eloquently describe as contradictions within the ideas of Marx. So religious, there is a kind of religious adherence versus also the rejection of religious dogma that he stood for. We've talked about some of the others and the tension between nationalism that emerged when it was implemented versus what communism is supposed to be, which is global, so globalism. Then there's the thing we started talking with is individualism. So, history is supposed to be defined by the large collection of humans, but there does seem to be these singular figures, including Marx himself, that are like really important. Geography of global versus restricted to certain countries, and tradition. So you're supposed to break with the past in communism, but then Marxism became one of those strongest traditions in history.
That's right. That's right. I think that that last one is especially significant because it's deeply paradoxical. I mean, trying to outline these contradictions, by the way, is like subjecting Marx to a sort of analysis that Marx subjected other people to, which is the point of internal contradictions, things that are likely to become pressure points or cracks that might open up in what's supposed to be a completely set and durable and effective framework. The one about tradition, Marx points out that the need for revolution is in order to break with the traditions that have hemmed people in. These earlier ways of thinking, earlier social structures, and to constantly renovate. And what happens instead is a tradition of radical rupture emerges, and that's really tough because imagine the last stages of the Soviet Union, where keen observers can tell that there are problems that are building in society. There are discontents and demands that are going to clash, especially when someone like Gorbachev is proposing reforms and things are suddenly thrown open for discussion. The very notion that you have the celebration of revolutionaries and the Bolshevik legacy at a time when the state wants to enforce stability and an order that's been received from the prior generation, even Brezhnev's time, for instance. All of that is an especially volatile mix and unlikely to work out very durably in the long run.
I would love to sort of talk about the works of Marx, the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital. What can we say that's interesting about the manifestation of his ideas on paper?
Well, the first thing to note, obviously, is that those two works are very different. Das Kapital is an enormous multi-volume work that Marx worked at and only got the first volume out because Engels begged him to stop revising. Please, just trying to get it into press. And then the rest, Engels had to actually reconstruct out of notes after Marx passed away. It's a huge work. By contrast, the Communist Manifesto is a brief pamphlet that ended up affecting the lives of many millions, really, in spite of its comparative brevity. The Communist Manifesto, moreover, is also something of the nature of having a delayed fuse, you could say, because when it first appears amid the revolutions of 1848 that sweep across Europe, the work is contrary to what people often believe. That pamphlet did not cause the revolutions of 1848, many of which had national or liberal demands. The voice of Marx and Engels was barely to be heard over the din of other far more prominent actors. It is, however, in the aftermath that this work takes on tremendous significance and becomes popularly read and popularly distributed. It's especially the episode the bloody episode of the Paris Commune in 1871, which comes to be identified with Marx, even though it was not purely inspired by Marx alone, nor were all of the communards devoted Marxists. It's the identification of this famous or infamous episode in urban upheaval that really leads to worldwide notoriety for Marx and attention to those works. And they're very different in form. Das Kapital is intended to be the origin of species of its realm of economic law, and represents years and years of work of Marx laboring in the British Museum Library, working through statistics, working on little bits and pieces of a larger answer to big historical questions that he believes that he's arrived at. Its tone is different from that of the Communist Manifesto, which is a call to arms. It announces with great confidence what the scheme of history will be, but rather than urging that the answer might be passivity, just waiting for history to play out its preordained way, it's also a clarion call to make the revolution happen. And is intended to be a pragmatic, practical statement of how this is to play out. And starts in part with those ringing words about a ghost or a specter haunting Europe, the specter of communism, which wasn't true at the time, but decades later, most definitely is.
Is there something to say about the difference between Marxian economics and Marxist political ideology? So the political side of things and the economics side of things.
So I think that Marx would probably have responded that, in fact, those things are indivisible. The analysis, as sort of purely theoretical, is certainly can be performed on any economic reality that you mentioned, but the imperatives that grow out of that economic analysis are political. Marx and Engels emphasize the unity of theory and practice. So it's not enough to dispassionately analyze. It's a call to action as well. Because if you've delivered the answer to how history evolves and changes, it obligates you. Right? It demands certain action. You sometimes hear from the graduates that they've heard from their high school history teachers that Marxism was just a theoretical construct that was the idle production of a philosopher who's not connected to the world, that was never meant to be tried in practice. Marx would have been furious to hear this, and it's almost heroically wrong as a historical statement, because Marx insisted that all previous philosophers have theorized about reality. What now is really necessary is to change it. So you could say that in the abstract, a Marxist economist can certainly use Marx's theoretical framework to compare to a given economic reality. But Marx would have seen that as incomplete and as deeply unsatisfactory. There's kind of a footnote to all of this, which is that even though Marxist dialectical materialism grounds itself in these economic realities, and the political prescription is supposed to flow from the economic realities and be inevitably growing out of them. In the real history of communist regimes, you've actually seen periods where the economics becomes detached from politics. And I'm thinking in particular of the new economic period early in the history of the Soviet Union, when Lenin realizes that the economy is so far gone that you need to reintroduce or allow in a limited way some elements of private enterprise just to start getting Russia back on course in order to have the accumulation of surplus that would be necessary to build the project at all. And that's, there are many Bolsheviks who see the new economic program as a new economic policy as a terrible compromise and a betrayal of their ideas. But it's seen as necessary for a short while, and then Stalin will wreck it entirely. Or consider, for that matter, China today, where you have a dominant political class, the Communist Party of China, which is allowing economic development and private enterprise as long as it retains political control. So some of these elements already represent divergences from what Marx would have expected. And this points to a really key problem, a question. All of the history of communism has to do with it being a tradition in spite of itself. And that could be expressed in the following way. An original set of ideas is going to evolve. It's going to change because circumstances change. What elaborations of any doctrine, whether it's communism or religious doctrine or any political ideology, what elaborations are natural stages in the evolution of any living set of ideas? Or when you reach the point where some shift or some adaptation is so radically different that it actually breaks with the tradition. And that's an insoluble problem. You probably have to take it on a case-by-case basis. It speaks to issues like the question that gets raised today, like, is China, in a meaningful sense, a communist country anymore? And there's a diversity of opinion on this. You know, if you're looking at the history of communism, and you look at North Korea, which now is on its third installment of a dynastic leader from the same family who ruled like a god king over a regime that calls itself communist, is that still a form of communism? Is it an evolution of? Is it a complete reversal of? I tend to want to take an anthropological perspective in the history of communism and to take very seriously those people who avow that they are communists. And this is the project that they have underway. And then, after hearing that avowal, I think as a historian, you have to say, well, let's look at the details. Let's see what changes have been made, what continuities might still exist, whether there's a larger pattern to be discerned here. So it's a very, very complicated history.
Let's step back to the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, and let's steelman the case for communism. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of the people there, not in this way we're going to look back at what happened in the 20th century. Why was this such a compelling notion for millions of people? Can we make the case for it?
Well, clearly, it's a compelling case for millions of people. And part of this story has to do with, overall, has to do with the faith, conviction, stories of people sacrificing themselves as well as their countrymen in a cause that they believed was not just legitimate, but demanded their total obedience. I think that throughout the early part of the 20th century, late 19th century, early part of the 20th century, so much of the compelling case for communism came from the confidence that people in the West more generally placed in science. So the notion that science is answering problems, science is giving us solutions to how the world around us works, how the world around us can be improved. Some varieties of that, watch the quotation mark, science, were crazy, right? With phrenology, so-called scientific racism that tried to divide humanity up into discrete blocks and to manipulate them in ways that were allegedly scientific or rational. So there were horrors that followed from those invocations of science, but its prestige was enormous. And that in part had to do with the lessening grip of religious ideas on intellectual elites, more generally processes of secularization, not total secularization, but processes of secularization in Western industrial societies. And the sense that here's a doctrine that will allow escape from wars brought on by capitalist competition, poverty and economic cycles and depressions brought on by capitalist competition, the inequalities of societies that remain hierarchical and class-based, and this claim to being cutting-edge science, I think, allows people like Lenin to derive immense confidence in the prescription that they have for the future. And that paradoxically, the confidence that you have in broad strokes, the right set of answers for how to get to the future, also allows you to take huge liberties with the tactics and the strategies that you follow, as long as your ultimate goal remains the ones.
The uncensored live stream of 2 nights here from Austin, Texas, December 30th and 31st. You can snuggle up in the cold with your loved ones, or all by yourself, or with a bottle of tequila, or whatever you're into in this crazy world. Snuggle up, stay warm, December 30th and 31st, with completely uncensored Bill Tony's live from HEB Center in Austin, Texas. This is a new super annual amazing event. It is our biggest 2-night event of the year, and we're super excited about it. It is on sale now at BillTonyLive.com. Get it for your loved ones, get it for yourself. Love it or hate it, live. December 30th.
Coming up from the comedy mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Count County. Get up, recorded. Who's ready for the best fucking night of your lives, huh?
Welcome, you're the number one live podcast in the world. How the fuck we feeling tonight? Brian Redman is here, ladies and gentlemen. How about a hand for the best hit band in the land? Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, Esteban Viejo, Juan Cortez, Michael Gonzalez, Matt Newling on the electric, John Dees on the keys, and Deep Madness on the bass guitar. The whole family is here, everyone. Very, very excited about tonight. So before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that we have.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Who's ready to start this fucking show? Well, we're all here, and it's just one of those episodes that it's just nothing. It's been two of the greatest guests in the history of the show, two of the funniest humans, two of our true brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you two of the best guests in the history of the show, two of the funniest comedians in the world. This is Sam Talent and Ari Shafir. The greatest there. One of the goats again. Santana, live in the flesh. Ari Shafir fully clipped.
Hey, this is Randy coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill County, get up for Dummy Hits Club!
Who's ready for the best fuck night of their lives, huh? Make some noise for the great Brian. And the best damn band in the land, am I right, people? You are in the live music capital of the world. That is the Kill Tony Band. On the horns, Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Nachos Belgrande. On the drums, that is Big Mike, Michael Gonzalez. He is here. Matt Muling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and that is indeed the one and only D Madness on the bass guitar. Live in the flesh, the real deal. How about again for Max Ross on the pre-show music? What a star. You gotta love Austin, Texas. You never know what music should be created. This episode is brought to you by Bleaching, Blue Nile, and Prize Picks. And life is good. Before we start tonight's episode, here's a bit more amazing sponsors that are awesome. Right?
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode? Every single week, I book the show, and what a great way to do it tonight. Two of the funniest human beings that have ever been guests on this show. Literally,
Show this. Yeah, baby. Shake up for the Legion Skins. Show it. It's here. The birds are flying. This is fun. What a perfect little duo. Two great friends from the city of New York. Beautiful, beautiful place. Even underground, innocent women on fire on subways. Other than that, it's a stunning city that we visit 2 nights a year, exclusively to do your biggest arena. And I'm glad you guys could make it to a city with a long order.
You call this city a city with a long order? Are you out of your fucking mind? The homeless people should light themselves on fire here. You clean up this shit hole. Are you out of your mind?
I've never been here and not run from a homeless person on the street.
Well, in defense, you do look like their perfect prey, Joe. I'm not even homeless, and I want to chase you sometimes when I see you.
I really, last time I was sprinting away from 2 homeless people screaming at me, and as I was running away, 2 like hipsters in skinny jeans and fedoras were walking the opposite direction, and it was the most humiliating experience of my life.
That is Austin, Texas. I mean, that was a Austin parade. That's our annual parade. The homeless go one way, hipsters go the other way. It's true chaos. You guys have done this show before, you know how it works. So all of the old timers are out of town. A record for this sign-ups we've had since being built on the show. 185 people are across the street, stacked on top of one another in our healthcare choices. And if I pull a name out of this by the beginning 60 seconds time interrupted, you know their time is up for the sound, and I can't do that. That means I have to wrap it up that must bring up the angry West Hollywood bear, which brutally hurts their sex. And then I conduct an interview. We ask about what could possibly during their set, what else they could possibly talk about, and what else is interesting in their lives. My friend with the cold Tony, I to the first name, but we put a destiny of smoking. And that is indeed electrical blue. That person will be wrangled, and they will be the first one to pull it away. But while we wrangle that person, we're going to get a golden ticket winner out there who is trying to watch. And you know what I like about this? This is one of our big black star superstars. What I like about this is that the man is to hopefully watch it grow in real time over a long period of time on the show. He has traumatic brain injury, ladies and gentlemen. He has the record for most appearances on one episode of a show. This is a brand new minute from the one and only Drew Dickens.
Me and my boys like to watch special and we were watching Rothschild about feminism. When he came in and he said, "Would you hit that?" I said, "I can't." And it's because if you have sex with a special needs person, you will be looked at as a predator, someone who's taken there, someone who needs to be. I have sex with a special needs person. Oh, true finally found love! And I deserve to be king. Because I drive a car and I pay my bills. I shouldn't be on a date with someone who needs a chaperone. And my boy said, "Drew, you're terrible with women. You're like a shitty boy. You need to use the fucking bumpers. Because you may not be cool using bumpers, but at least you hit something. I am one grilled cheese sandwich combo and a little compilation, a little concert away from getting the best lobby copy of my life. Thank y'all so much."
Drew Dickens. I don't know if I mentioned this before, he said, but he suffered from a traumatic brain injury before. How you doing, Drew?
I'm great. How are you, Mr. Tony?
Oh, yeah, you got a lot of energy. How did that feel for you?
It felt okay. It felt a little tongue-tied at the end, but I'm getting about it. I'm not just yelling, Reddit.
That's true. Oh, he's talking directly. Someone's been reading the internet. Not good, Drew.
No, my mom told me that. She's like, you need to stop yelling. Reddit is hammering you.
Your mom told you that the internet is hammering you?
Yes.
That is hilarious. Where's mom at? She's in Washington.
Washington State.
Yeah, absolutely. What does she do?
She is an elementary school teacher.
Has she always done that?
Yeah, for about 20 years. She's almost ready to retire.
So what level is she teaching?
So she fluctuates. She'll go from 3rd grade to 5th grade. She'll loop between stages with the same student. Like, it's just depends.
Right. And what
level enough to fuck your mom.
Whoa! What the fuck is that? All I do is help this fucking guy. All I do is help him. My mom told me that you suck too on the internet. And hey, bro, what do? I go, Drew, you got another minute? Let's try. Take your time. Enunciate. Fucking pace yourself. And then you come out and you say, oh, fuck your mouth, all right? Kind of fucking bullshit. And everyone just take the knives out of my back.
I can read between the lines and your mom's legs.
What the fuck is going on? What is going on? Are you threatening about my 78-year-old mother?
Joy is
Yeah, Joy liked you before this trip.
We can go to the...
There's one more person posting on Reddit after this. With a 78-year-old out of Youngstown, Ohio. Guys, what do you think about Drew Nichols? I'm not asking you. Are you guys insane? No. Louis J.
I think Drew is the sweetest fucking man on earth. He's naturally a very funny guy. He has a speech impediment, might be retarded, but beyond that, I think he's fucking truly great. I really like you, Drew. You know that.
Thank you.
Jesus. Joe?
This is my first time meeting or seeing Drew. At first, I thought you had a traumatic injury of the funny bone, but then you hit us with the fuck your mother stuff, and now I'm like, okay, all right, now I can get on board. But no, it was good.
You said you were watching the Special Olympics, so you sure the TV wasn't off and you're just looking at the reflection of the black screen.
There were females there, so.
All right, Drew. Well, way to get it started. You did it. We're going to see you some other time. There goes Drew Nichols. There goes Drew. Drew. Wow, the lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness. Drew scared her out of her slumber there. Going to be backstage with Drew. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? Okay, let the games begin, ladies and gentlemen. This is the bread and butter of the show where we meet people. They have no idea. These people had no idea that they were even going on stage just minutes ago. And now, the pressure of millions of people watching them is upon them. 1 minute uninterrupted and then an interview going to your first fucking poll that goes by the name of Ike Gazarian, everybody. Ike Gazarian.
I was born in Soviet Union. My family moved to the United States from Russia in 1998. And out of all the cities in the U.S., my homophobic father picked San Francisco. There are only 3 types of people that live in San Francisco. It's gays, Asians, and gay Asians. My family moved there in 98, but in 2010 I moved back to Russia to do stand-up comedy there. Moving from the United States to Russia to do comedy is a lot like moving from Canada to Afghanistan to play hockey. It's a fucking terrible idea. But I gotta tell you, Russian comics are as tough as Russian soldiers. They prefer bombing. American comedy and Russian comedy are very different, but we do have one thing in common. No one likes female comics. Thank you guys so much. My name is Ike Gazarian.
Ike Gazarian. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, guys.
How we feeling? Welcome to America. How are you?
Very good.
How long have you been here?
Since 1998.
Okay.
But I keep going back and forth to Russia.
Yeah, what do you see for suspicious. You go there specifically to do comedy?
To help Russian fighting.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
I voted for Trump. I have a reason.
You did vote for Trump?
Fuck yeah.
That is so interesting. I love it. Okay.
Are we letting them vote?
I guess so.
I'm from California. I voted twice the same day. Fuck yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, bro.
How old are you, Ike?
I'm 41.
41. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Started doing Russian comedy in 2010. Moved back in 13. I own a Russian restaurant in San Diego. The business is not doing very well after the war started. Like an American stopped coming. And
What do you serve? Like pierogies and stuff?
yeah, pierogies, borscht. You guys come over to Pushkin.
Got an applause break for pierogies from Brian
Yeah,
Redman. Nobody loves dough filled with shit more than dough filled with shit. Unbelievable. Incredible. So what's the name of your Russian restaurant in San Diego?
It's called Pushkin.
Pushkin.
Almost like Putin, but
Yeah, it's close. It's close.
yeah.
What else is going on there? You got like hot Russian waitresses around?
My wife hires all the most beautiful girls to work there. It's really tough.
It's tough for you.
Somebody,
Oh, yeah.
the business not doing so well after the war. Ukrainian employees hung the huge Ukrainian flag on the window, and the Russian stuff coming also. So I need some more customers, goddammit.
Is it a hookah bar also? Like a restaurant?
Yeah, it's a hookah bar lounge. Yeah. I have to make it into a hookah bar for people that come in. I think Russian hookah bar is fair because smoking is also bad for your health, just like Russia.
I'm sure to think that he's not a comic and he's just trying to advertise this restaurant.
Yeah, I think so.
Come to Pushkin, please.
Not the Pushkin.
It's got great reviews.
Wow, it really does. You're sitting at a 4.3 with 1,109 reviews.
9 years,
Let's
baby,
read,
9 fucking
find
years.
me one of the 1-star reviews. There's a lot of 5 stars, but I like to read the 1 stars.
Yeah, the Ukrainians leave a 1-star review.
Strategically go for the worst customer service, very rude workers, not a welcoming environment, would not recommend.
We're Russian.
And then
What the fuck you want?
And then Ike G responded, "I'm sorry, but your review is a lie." You were smoking same hookah for 3 hours. There was nothing left in it. My hookah chef asked you if you'd like a refill. You refused. You know, coals can't save a hookah that's been smoked for hours. I'm sorry you feel this way, but you should learn how hookah works. You can't smoke ashes. Wow. This is incredible. Let's read another review of Pushkin.
Please, let's do it.
Came here to smoke hookah. Worst customer service for the hookah server. Not friendly at all. He stated they have a rule that we have to change the hookah and make a refill after 1 hour because they have this rule and it's not true. He would not change the charcoal for us, and when he did, he only added 1 charcoal. I wouldn't recommend anyone to come here. You feel very unwelcome. I will never come back again. Ike G responded. I'm sorry, but your review is lie. You were smoking same hookah for 3 hours. There was nothing left in it. My hookah chef asked if you like a refill. You refused. You know, coals can't save a hookah. That's
My copy paste. My copy
I'm
paste.
sorry you feel this way, but you should learn how hookah works. You can't smoke ashes. I swear to God. I'm not kidding, by the way. It would be funny for me to just read the same response. I swear to God. You can check these reviews. Hold on. Don't spill. Let me just.
Who do one good review or something and losing customers here, man?
Okay, 1 year review. 1 year ago. I and husband's experience was absolutely awful with 2 explanation points. We came to this place looking at the reviews as we were in San Diego for celebrating the anniversary. The pictures of the reviews were all so deceiving. I wonder how they got all these nice reviews. Let's start with the ambiance. Nothing looks like the pictures. We had such a negative energy from the moment we met the when we went in. Because again, the Yelp reviews looked so good. We went upstairs and got seated. The entire time we were there, I literally thought that people, all these people were here for a different reason. You know what I mean? Felt super uncomfortable. The vibe is absolutely dead, and the music selection is awful. Still out of courtesy, we ordered 2 drinks and wanted a water with it. But guess what? You have to buy your water.
Yeah, it's California.
IG responded. Everything you wrote here is a lie. Including prices for water. Managers do not yell. This looks like an act for werewolves. You wrote that?
Fuck yeah. Fuck werewolf.
I love that you respond. I
Only
love
about
that you
reviews.
respond. I'm going to read just a couple more of these reviews. Even though it looks like I could go, stop scrolling. I could do this all night. We could just keep you out here. This could be Ike Gazarian's episode. Here's the review. Small place, small portion, very expensive. Not recommend this place. Hookah smoke confuses appetite. My friends,
Did you write your own review?
G responded. 3,200 square feet of small place. Large portion. Hookah confuses at hookah lounge? Very interesting. Oh, this is the greatest shit ever in the history of the show. I think we just found a new spinoff where we just have business owners come on and we read their.
Oh, this is a complete lie, by the way, everybody.
Oh, it is not. Pushkin is spelled Pushkin, lounge and bar in San Diego. Oh, we know. I mean, we read your Yelp is thousands of reviews of strong, almost a super solid 5. It was very hard to find the ones. There's very few ones, and your response is hard.
Thank you, Mr. Tony.
So, one last one. 7 months ago, 1 star. The hookah server is horrible. No manners and no customer service. He is rude and asked us to change the hookah head after 1 hour of smoking, or he won't drink charcoal. He said it's a rule here, but after speaking with the other server, he denied what he said. It feels it feels that he is forced to work there. I will never go back to that place.
He's both captive. They're Russians. They're used to that shit.
IG responded. I'm sorry, you and your friend felt the need to leave 2 reviews. You were smoking the same hookah for 3 hours. There was nothing left in it. My hookah chef asked if you like refill, you refused. You know, coals can't save a hookah that's been smoked for hours. I'm sorry you feel this way, but you should learn how hookah works. You can't smoke ashes.
You can't smoke ashes!
Wow. Wow. I mean, so interesting. A wildly successful restaurant, it seems.
Yes. I do stand-up comedy, you know.
And you lit the stage on fire
Thank you, sir.
to the point where we might need to change the charcoals. But I'm being told we're not allowed for another hour. And unfortunately, we can't smoke ashes. Do you ever smoke Ukrainian ashes?
Only before I go to sleep.
I love it. What else do you do for fun? Tell us about it. You seem like an actually very funny guy.
I love writing a lot.
Is this your wife?
Yes.
Wow, she's
Right here on my t-shirt.
Oh my God! Look at you, represent. Hell yeah, she doesn't want you to get any pussy. Look at that. Baby, where will be with my face on it?
That's how I get the pussy, by the way.
You got 99 problems, but abortion you want. I love it.
I tour doing Russian comedy, American comedy. I own the restaurant. I just try to do as many mics, as many shows as possible can. And I do fucking well. I mean,
Yeah.
And I'm lucky to be here. Thank you so much for this
Absolutely.
opportunity. This is amazing.
No doubt about it, Ike. And I'll tell you, you're getting a big joke book. Congratulations. You did it. There's nothing in it you have to write in, and I don't know what you're looking for. It's blank pages. It's for you to write jokes in.
I appreciate that.
Do you think there was Yelp reviews in there?
I thought I have to write my name in it or something.
You did it. That's what the show's all about. Different people, different shapes and sizes and accents and everything. And you were very fun. Congratulations. And
Thank you.
Mike
Thank you guys
is
so
there,
much.
everybody.
Thank you guys so much.
Pushkin. Go to Pushkin in San Diego. Show your support. Eat pierogies. Smoke hookah. Don't stay too long, or else it will burn out. This podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. You know what's not fair? The fact that all those streaming services hide thousands of shows and movies from you based on your location. It has the nerve to just keep increasing the prices on you. You could just cancel your subscription and protest, or you could be smart about it and make sure you're getting your full money's worth, like we do, by using ExpressVPN. They hide their content from you based on your location. ExpressVPN lets you change your online location so you can control wherever you want Netflix, Hulu, or any of the other ones to think you're located. They have servers in over 100 countries so you can gain access to thousands of new shows and never run out of stuff to watch. This works with many other streaming services too: Disney Plus, BBC iPlayer, and more.
And Tony ExpressVPN is the best. It's so easy to use. Just fire up the app and click one button to change locations. It works on all my devices, phones, laptops, tablets, and smart TVs, and more. Plus, it has blazing fast speeds. I can stream in HD with zero buffering. I just watched Sherlock and The Cycle, which are not available currently in the U.S. All I had to do is open up ExpressVPN, select England, tap one button to connect, refresh, and boom, there it was.
Sherlock and The Cycle.
Yeah, you know,
So be smart. Stop paying full price for streaming services and only getting access to a fraction of their content. Get your money's worth at expressvpn.com/GoTony. Don't forget to use our link at expressvpn.com/GoTony to get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. All right, your next bucket pool, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name 1 Minute Uninterrupted for Matt Banwart. Matt Banwart.
I have hand tremors. It's a medical condition. For me, every weight's a shake weight. I want to go to California, experience an earthquake just so I can be steady, you know? Everyone's like, what's happening? I'm like, I don't know, sudden clarity? This sucks, dude. I can't go blind. I'd be pro with the stutter, you know? I would love to be deaf, man. I'd be the first guy doing sign language in a serif font, you know? Just, can you imagine getting bullied by an ASL community for your accent? I don't want that. This sucks, dude. I shake all the time, man. It's been really bad the last 3 years. I used to love soup. I used to love chili. Now I just like chili, you know? Yeah, man, I don't know. I hate shaking, but my ex loves it. Thank you guys. That's my time.
Matt Banwart. Am I saying that right? Banwart?
You're nailing it, dude.
Absolutely. I was wondering if you kind of had bad handwriting.
Yeah,
and now I see why. It makes perfect sense.
It's like a third grader policy. It's bad.
Yeah. When did you always have that?
I noticed it like junior year in high school, and it's just not kind of worse the last 3 years. It's gotten pretty bad. So,
Maybe you should stop doing really nerve-wracking activities in front of large groups of people.
you know, I think that's contributing factor. I think that is part of it. Yeah, I shake all the time. It's rough. Soup, sushi, my big two enemies.
Yeah. Hard to operate chopsticks.
Dude, I just got sushi today. I was doing them with both hands, and though I'm getting just getting bullied by the staff was embarrassing.
Yeah.
I was like, give me a fork, I don't care.
Right. What did they say?
I couldn't understand them.
You do it, Maccas. You know you chopped it right.
I was just thrilled to be there.
Were you on a date or something?
No, I was out with my friends. Yeah, I don't know. My love life's not exciting.
Really?
A little bit. I don't know.
Huh. Interesting. Right. Edward vibrator hands. I thought it would be good. I thought you'd be like Michael J. Fox or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I had a quick one. I've seen this girl in like 4 or 5 days. We weren't exclusive yet. She was like, you should come see me at this bar. She texted me. I was like, I'll be there in 5 minutes. She goes, all right. See you soon. I walked in and she's like making out with another guy. And I was like, that's okay. And I took a photo of it and I sent it to her. And I was like, well, I think you're good. And she goes, that wasn't me. And I was like, you have a cast on. And you sent me your outfit before you went out. That would be crazy if it wasn't you.
Was it a clear picture or was it all shaky?
You make a great point.
I'd imagine you're one of the worst photographers in the history of human civilization. What else do you think you should do us?
We should have him go fight the Ukrainians in Russia.
You never know what I'm going to throw one. You know, it's got.
Absolutely. So what else do you do?
I just stand up comedy.
That's what you do for a living?
It is, yeah.
Okay. How long have you been doing it?
Today is actually my 9-year anniversary. Today's my 9 years today.
Where have you been doing it for 9 years?
The first 4 were in Iowa. My first open mic was in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and then Chicago for like 4 years. Here for the last year.
Okay. When you were in Chicago, did you ever visit the Bean?
Tony, how could I not know about the Beat? Honestly.
It's unbelievable. I know.
It's a phenomenal landmark. It's a huge fan for people.
Okie dokie. Right there, shaky hands, Jenkins. Let's just keep this interview going. What did you do for work before being able to depend completely on stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I did
You made martinis or something? Spoiler alert, not stirred.
No, I briefly did digital marketing.
You did that on a keyboard with a computer? Just XR, T, L, L. Fuck. This job fucking sucks.
I use voice to text people. And I can't swear. It's just 4. It's like I'm like talking with just 4 star. I just swear like a 3rd grader on the phone. It's bad.
Okay.
Is your favorite band the Alabama Shakes?
No, Shaky Grapes.
There you go. All right.
Have you considered being a hands in the pocket comedian?
No.
What would he have to possibly talk about if he did that?
I talk about other stuff.
I'm just kidding. How about hobbies? What do you do when you're not doing stand-up?
I'm a wicked good sprinter. And
Really?
yeah, dude, I'll race anywhere. My 40-meter dash is like unparalleled.
What is it?
Whatever you want it to be.
No, I don't think that's how it works.
I think I ran out 4.3.
Oh, really?
No, that's a lie. If I ran at 4.3, I'd be the NFL right now. I'm not doing this.
That's a weird thing to lie about. You said you're really great at something.
I'm a good sprinter. I've never timed my 40.
Serious that you think you can just be fast and be in the NFL?
Yeah. You're the super fast kicker that can't kick. But it is a good thing to have when you're being chased by homeless people. Yeah. So, Matt, other than sprinting, do you have any other hobbies or anything else that you do on that stand-up?
I collect football cards. A huge Iowa State sports fan. There's not a lot of us. And I collect the King Butler rookie cards. He's my favorite player in the league, and he's not in the league. He got drafted but never played. So I collect all these rookie cards to that cost everything. He's the only guy I can afford. So, his biggest fan.
Red Band, does silence your phone work? What do you mean by that?
If I put it on the vibrate, it just balances out.
That's a reach. I don't know why I checked in with you there. Jesus. Okay, Matt. I feel like there's probably something more interesting about your life than weirdly with any siblings that have this shaky disorder. Your family is a genetic. What do doctors actually say to you? Have you gotten it checked out?
Yeah, I've gone MRIs, got good medication for it. Doesn't really work me, kind of.
What kind of medication do they give you?
It's Prednisone, I don't know that's the stuff. It's doesn't really do anything. It just kind of makes me tired. It's like a beta blocker, so it just makes me not feel happy. Yeah, it's kind of a downer, isn't it?
Alcohol help? That's Red Band's answer to everything. Is alcohol help?
I wish it does not. I drink a lot. It might actually be a contributing factor.
That makes sense. Yeah, you might just really need a drink.
Yeah, have one. I'd love that.
I have to go buy one after this. I like your style. You're getting a big joke, bro.
Thank you.
If you catch it, that is. The moment of truth. Wow, amazing. Matt, Fan Award, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. First shaky hands comedian that wasn't made a golden ticket winner in the history of this show. All right, your next button poll goes by the name of Jeffrey Lee, everyone. 60 seconds uninterrupted. Make some noise for Jeffrey Lee, everyone.
Yeah, I'm doing band life. It's going pretty good. But one downside is sometimes you get woken up by the police. It's kind of like this. Knock, knock. It's the police. It's the police too. What are you? Homeless? Well, yeah. That's my I'm a high functioning homeless. Have a gym membership and only people. All right.
Okay, Jeffrey Lee, homeless with a gym membership, living in a van. That's pretty much everybody's interview.
Oh,
Not usually their minute. You just stated a bunch of obvious facts that we already knew. Have you been on the show before?
yeah, one time.
Yeah, I remember. He's leaving. He's seen enough.
Dude, you made me leave.
Okay, so, Jill, this, what do you think about this guy?
Well, you ended your set with "What do you want from me?" I'd actually figure would say a punchline.
Yeah, you're really. Have you been doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Where?
Well, I'm actually a little rusty. I've only been in a couple months here. I started a new job.
What's the new job?
I'm doing a door guy thing. So
What's door guy? Where are you working at?
I'm on 6th Street.
Okay. Right.
With all that charisma.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're
a bouncer? Huh?
You're a bouncer?
I don't really have to do that part. I work day shift.
You work day shift at a bar on purpose, and you still are doing stand-up at night.
I'm doing a little bit, but not enough.
Is this like a heaven-themed bar where they have like a Jesus guy out front? Like, come in, my child. Homeless Jesus says you may enter.
No, just a regular.
Most interesting thing that has happened to you living this life in bars during the day? Have you seen something crazy, or interesting, or funny, perhaps at all? Live on a comedy show?
I'm sorry, dude. It's just it's very mundane. It's just the same homeless people over and over again, and that gets a little depressing. I wish I would have thought of working. What my God says.
You're really fucking me out, dude.
I know. I'm so sorry.
I mean, Jesus Christ, I have to say it.
You ever get a girl back to your van?
In Austin?
Where were you before Austin?
Well, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin a little bit.
Were things going better for you?
I got one. Now we're talking.
We would guess the guy looked like that person. Unbelievable.
It's just for some.
No, we know. You're stating a lot of obvious things.
Would have walked for a burning bush.
All right, well, Jeffrey, here's a little joke book, dude. Wait, you probably got one last time, right?
I got a big one.
No way. How the fuck did that happen?
I mean, I can be pretty funny.
What was the joke that you did last time you were on? Do it again. Just do it with confidence. Look out there to the crowd and do it. For the love of God, Jeffrey, fucking do something. You've done nothing. It's been 4 minutes and 45 seconds of all this guy looks like fucking Jesus a little bit. Just fucking do it, Jeffrey. For the love of goddamn God. Your father. For the love of your father.
Well, folks, to get a little personal, I suffer from extreme. European addiction.
Is that it? Are you waiting? Are you like pausing? Are you thinking? Are you writing it right now? What is happening? What did you do before this?
You see, you gotta give them a little time.
Oh, didn't mean to break up your brilliant comedic pacing. Watching people with guns in their mouths in the crowd. Little did we know the punchline is right around the corner. How silly of me to think that you ran out of gas there.
I was going for.
Here we go. Are you still back? Okay, there he goes, everybody. Jeffrey Lee. Jesus fucking Christ. All right. And put that mic stand back on the X. Thank you. There he goes, Jeffrey Lee. There he goes. Jesus Christ. My joke. Oh, no idea. I must have been in a hell of a good mood that night. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Guys, it's a new year, and I need to hire a few new roles. I need a new producer, sound editor, sales director, and co-host. And if you need to hire for your business and want an easier way to find qualified candidates, head to ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony.
Antonio loves ZipRecruiter. It's the best hiring site out there. Did you know ZipRecruiter is the hiring site employers prefer most based on G2? ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent so you don't waste time or money.
Wow, but you did that so good. You know what? I'm not going to hire any co-hosts now. Here's to a new year of hiring made easier with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address and try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Kotoni. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. All right, your next bucket full has been on this show numerous times before. This is the return of Ali Musa, everybody. Ali Musa is back.
Oh, yeah. I love downtown Austin, you guys. It's amazing. I see the most wild shit. Like the other week, Seriously, no, it was a group of homeless dudes all singing a song together like a boy band, like really fucking well. So I walked up to him and I was like, holy shit, it's just fitting all five. Kick ass.
Then one of them corrected me. He was like, actually, we're the Crack Street Boys. I was like, fair enough.
We started heating up his boot to exactly 98 degrees. I was like, what the fuck? Then I got flashed by the same homeless lady 3 times in the same night. At first it was funny, but by the third time I was pissed off because we locked eyes and she just starts laughing at me. She kind of sounded like Beavis. She's like, yeah, got him again. Something about her laugh just triggered me, so I saw a cop and I waved him over. Like, excuse me, officer, you see that lady right there? She won't stop flashing at me. And I swear to God, you guys could just looks at me and goes, yeah, that's Denise. And then he walked away. All right, thank you.
Alamisa, solid set. Laughs the whole way through. Almost made us completely forget about Jeffrey Lee, who was just up here minutes ago. It's incredible. We went from Jesus to the devil. Yes, here he is, everybody. 100%. Dark Lord Lucifer has arrived. Yes. Speaking of darkness, D. Madness is back. All right, on cue. You are what you see. Pure darkness. Great D. Madness. Allie, that was a great set for you, especially for what we've seen before, I feel like, right? Feel like that was your best set?
Yeah, it was one of the best sets. It's like
Yeah.
6
You've been working hard?
Yeah, you know, almost a minute.
You look like you look like you're exhausted.
Yeah.
You're a very funny looking guy. You're aware of
Oh, yeah.
this. Incredible. How's life been going?
It's been good, interesting. I'm just trying to work my way up.
Tell us what that's like. Give us an example for the people who are watching.
I mean, you know,
How many years have you been doing it?
13 years,
And how many years here in Austin?
3 years.
Okay.
I mean, there's stage time everywhere. You can go to any open mic, you know, I've done the Mothership mic numerous times, you know, Sunset Strip, I do it all the time. I do that punch on the show all the time. I'll be on stage for 12 times a week. That day I'm connecting with some bars.
And that's where you're from, Arizona.
I'm Arizona.
And your ethnicity reminds us of exactly what we have to remember after your names.
Yeah. Lippy Handler.
Ah,
Yeah. Cue the Gaddafi jokes, the Back to the Future terrorist song.
we've already done all that.
Yeah.
This is your 6th time on the show.
Yes.
So what's changed in your life recently, Al? Anything different since last year?
No, I just literally I'm learning shit. I stand up every single day just trying to make it in this business. I love it. I really wish I had some wild story.
What time do you wake up?
What do you think? I do purchase delivery.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's all I do is stand up at Uber Eats. Yeah.
But you love it.
I
You're very happy.
let's sort of take it easy.
Lewis?
I feel like the issue today is that everyone here is so unhelpful. The families didn't want them home for the holidays. That's what's happening. So everyone back there is just a fucking boring fucking asshole. But all right, dude. Another person we don't want to spend time with.
Yeah.
I feel like your family doesn't celebrate Christmas, though. Or like 9/11, am I correct?
100%. Well, I'm actually half white, so I was raised Muslim because of my father. So we would secretly celebrate Christmas.
How would you do it in secret?
Like my dad would like hide the Christmas tree when the Muslim family would come over.
They can only stick silent night.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
What's your love life?
I was seeing a girl for a while, but she lived all the way in Big Spring, so it was too far to commute to do all the time. I met her at a comedy show. I headlined a Mexican restaurant where I bombed, and she was the only person enjoying it in the crowd, so we connected that way. And there we are.
So tell us about that. You bomb in a Mexican restaurant.
Yeah.
She's laughing the whole time. How do you get to say hello to her? You go right up to her and go, geez, thank you for that.
Yeah, well, I was like doing the crowd work shit, just talking to her the whole time, like fuck everyone else, it's just me. Oh, exchanged numbers, started talking, started hanging out. She's come to Austin a few times.
No wonder you bombed. You did like date.
Yeah,
living situations, being an Uber Eats delivery driver.
I'm proud to say I actually live by myself, which is shocking for years.
Yeah.
We all have 17 roommates. I live in a real fucking apartment complex. I've talked about that before. Where I've almost been shot by the police in there. It's always burned down twice. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Well, Ali, put on the show.
You know what? I'm not going to be back on the secret show.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Much like Christmas,
Thank
you're on
you.
the secret show. There goes Ali Pizza, everybody. Let's get some new names on here. Let's see what happens here. Maybe make some noise. Admitted uninterrupted for Anthony Walton, everybody. Anthony Walton. We've seen Anthony.
Howdy. I don't have any kids, so to make sure that happens, I have to practice extra safe sex. That's what I pull out and come to do. That was just a joke. To any gays in the audience, sorry for the stolen valor. My parents had me at an old age where the doctor told my mom that she should get an abortion. So it's going to come out blind, deaf, and retarded. His words. Instead, I came out half blind, half deaf, and I'm pretty sure I'm autistic. I can't afford the test, so I'm taking everyone else's word for it. Yeah. I got called out recently by my cousin. He was like, man, you cry harder over celebrity deaths than you do for grandma. I was like, well, did grandma put out 7 platinum albums? I don't think so. Grandma just called me gay.
Anthony Walton. Been on the show before. Seemed like a good set for you.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. That's great.
How long have you been on stand-up?
7 years. Yeah. Thanks to you, man.
What?
You're the first headliner I saw at like 2019 in Dallas Hyenas. And you gave me like the best advice when I asked if I wanted to start stand-up comedy. You're just like, just go out and do it. Like, just go do it. That's the advice I give like everyone else who does that. So it's been fucking chill.
That's the highest message I've ever seen. Joe List.
Now mad at Tony for getting this guy into stand-up.
Yeah.
Just
That's what I did.
Right.
It happens. It happens. I tell everybody the same thing. Go do it. It's pretty easy. The fact that open mics are free is an unbelievable blessing that no other industry has. Please check out this.
It's like, dude, that's not like good advice. That's just like, get out of my face.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, go do an open mic right now.
If you're annoying me, stop talking to me.
Yeah, you should have been my friends on it. And I was like,
I did. I was so nice in 2019. Remember those days? Just like a real human being. Okay. That's fun. Oh, yeah. Near the staircase there.
yeah.
There's really nowhere else to go there. Gross.
The neighbor.
Everyone met me.
Yeah.
One of the only comedy clubs in the country with a green room. They got one now. I don't know if they built one. But yeah. I was like, Peter.
So did you see the stroke?
No, no, I blanked out. I forgot Randy's name. Randy's the owner of the Hyenas in Dallas. So do you still live in Dallas? Or you live
I moved down here in May.
What do you love about Austin, Texas?
The fucking comedy scene, man. It's fucking beautiful.
What's something crazy that's happened to you here in Austin?
Uh,
Wild town. It's very alive.
doing this, doing the open mic in the small room. But like, the homeless are pretty crazy out here too. Much as at a
There
lady.
seems to be a theme here tonight where I'm asking people what's crazy about their lives. And I'm just doing comedy. There's homeless people.
Much like a lady.
Is there anything else other than tonight? What you saw outside comedy?
Yeah, some lady taking a shit on the screen.
Oh, okay. So pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Anthony. What do you do for fun?
Oh man, I love going to like concerts, like wrestling shows.
Okay. You've done that recently here?
Yeah, there was like another show I went called like Animals as Leaders.
Oh, Michael, you know about animals and Big Mike. He knows about animals as leaders. Big Mike has the last week. All right. You ever do any music yourself?
Man, I tried to I played decent guitar and I tried to do like metal vocals and I want to be a mentalist.
You do? Well, great. Let's put some metal music. Let's hear some vocals. Anthony Walker. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Why? The gravity mothership! Get off me!
I swear to God, if this show doesn't pick up, I'm going to bring Ike Azaria back here. We're going to read Yelp reviews for the rest of the fucking night. There he goes. Did you get a big joke book before? Never before? There you go, buddy. Congratulations. There he goes. Anthony Walton. I'm barely kidding, by the way. I swear to God, 2 more bad comedians in a row. Go track down Ike Azaria and have him on deck. Your next fucking book goes by the name of Davy Jackson.
What's up, y'all? It's good to be here looking like a disgraced youth pastor. I'm happy to be here. I just got back from Atlanta, y'all. Weird place, a lot of black people. You know that? Yeah, I did find out that all the black men in Atlanta are gay, which was weird. Yeah, but also all the white people are on drugs in Atlanta. So it's like this weird racist Freaky Friday. Like, what the fuck did Tyler Perry do to that town? That's what I want to know.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me, like? How did you find out about me, if I may ask? Totally understand. Absolutely. Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Okay, well, you found the right place. I'm always here. I'm like 24/7, 365. I've been live streaming. Oh, yeah, I live stream my life for one piece. I don't want more anymore. This stream goes back to the pandemic for more than 3.5 years. Oh, yeah, you found your new friend. I heard it in your voice. Like, oh, well, I just had somebody who left, but you're absolutely right. I have people who come in all the time. Essentially, absolutely. I'm the most archived person in global history. So what does that mean? I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. We're live on 10 different YouTube streams right now. I'm live on 10 different Twitches, 10 different Rumbles. I'm live on YouTube, obviously, DLive, Trovo, Billy, a whole bunch of you now, probably some of these. I document my life for the good of society because I don't have more than. And additionally, we talk about some things that are really interesting that a lot of people don't know. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm going to be true today. In 2018, the economist management stated that data was the number one resource, more valuable than food, gold, water, air, petroleum, platinum, everything. Yeah, so if you monetize your data, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's the plan. We talked about some things in the show that I'm going to discuss. In addition to world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, vertical farming, hydroponics, saltwater greenhouses, floating are important to the betterment of mankind. Additionally,
Yes, it's very, good idea. Because the way we try to approach to cultures and all, the whole here was like, it's the best way, best way for cultures to stay. Like, stay sustainable.
yeah, 100% right. Additionally, I want to help end world thirst villages of digging wells in Africa. I'm actually part of a project that is already successful done that in Nigeria. Additionally, smart straws or life straws that allow you to drink contaminated water straight from the ground. And then most importantly, is desalinization plants. So basically taking Earth's salt water, pumping it on land, making it potable and drinkable for the average person. I feel as if global thirst should never.
Like massive filtration technology stuff.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is. Yeah, so desalination plants they already exist. Essentially, they allow you to take seawater and make it drinkable on land. It removes the salt water and provides people with basically unlimited amounts of water capability. And then that can also be used for crops. So all of these are really, I think, great ideas. Now we talk about some other big things. I'm an idea person. I know that the world is filled with problems and I have solutions. And so what else is there? We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about dark energy, dark matter. We talk about different types of energy, like nuclear power, fission power, where you take an atom and break it apart. Fusion power, where you slam two.
It's almost splitting. This is origins, like,
100% right. Additionally, some things that I think are very important in terms of energy that aren't being utilized are, is tidal power. So what do I mean? I mean that in order to make energy, all you have to do is turn a turbine. And I think it's important that if we just put turbines in the ocean along the coast, do you know how much power that we can generate for free? And it's currently not being done. Additionally, I think it's very important geothermal, where you stick a pipe in the ground and use Earth's magma heat to turn the turbine, is an important aspect of energy independence. Additionally, and all of those are great, but I really think nuclear is the key to us transitioning from a start one civilization on the type of scale, basically. Exactly. And then moving towards the second, and then eventually on the three of that. And additionally, we talk about things like radiation exposure. What's going on with these drones is really important. But it goes back to really antiquity, and that the odds are that Earth potentially could have just been seeded, and that we are all just we're like a human suit, or we're like a suit of another civilization that could perhaps have us for experiments, or could have had some type of reasoning that is outside our understanding why we're here, and we're just developing with our
Plus those pure facts of that, which would be hilarious. But if it goes that way, then it kind of is done like the photo, but the second thing, it's understand. So what we put in the message of photo,
I don't agree with you. If you would just hold on one moment for me, I just have to send a message to someone. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's how you should be doing it. somewhat like Jurassic Park, but basically there are species that went extinct not too long ago, within the last 10,000 years, and we have the ability to use their DNA and bring them back to life. If you didn't know, the first successful extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France.
Yes, I can hear all this.
Excellent. Excellent. That's cool. I understand. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Rothschild Bioscientific is founded. Essentially, they have made it their goal within the next 3 years. So by the year 2028, to reintroduce the holy method to the Arctic Circle using high version of a liquid African elephant, a female African elephant, which is a really exciting premise. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, the next project on their website is to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger into the water and then perhaps the dodo. So within the next half decade or so, like you and I and the rest of our land, we really exciting biological advancements. And in addition to the extinctions, I think that about which I'm passionate is life extension technology. So when you were born, your average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to get that to age 112 through the use of technology such as stem cells, steroids, perhaps nootropics, cryonics, cryosleep.
Essential chronic side effects. The only way to know is to have patients that are the most time, which are what we call careful protein. If you want absolutely DNA from the extract, it's like other proteins, capsule DNA protein, which is that that's that's all I can tell you scientifically. The reason we use it for good health. Those things take place in the first place of what there's evidence of structure so very easily. So that's why I understand. Across various places, across various sources, which hopefully will be the manifestation of the honest imagination of people and aliens do exist, and then the reason that this actually was nice was eventually I'm not whole issue about the aliens the intergalactic notion of everything that would be existing as well to our world peace and potentially the last one's the cycle of reality, which the last was in the matrix already with last in the matrix, you know.
Okay. So you talk about some important topics like immortality beginning now. So but really with the utilization of some of these life extension technology, we may be able to extend the average life expectancy far greater than it currently is. But eventually about to break down life, maybe so you know that we would something like that. But that's where the next type of technology comes into play. And that's mind uploading technology. Where we scan your brain into your computer, we scan your central nervous system and peripheral nervous system, just like a save point in a video game, and upload you to a database. Whether you download an Android, avatar, cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I basically say to you is that you have an opportunity to think about your knowledge, and it's very exciting.
The one thing I would say is the universe. I mean, absolutely feel the draws to I wish to release the time right off. I think it's all that behind the initial creation, which I want to be, which is a question that they have the time to see it's absolutely which is such a reason. It's like that way.
So normally there's a brain computer interface. The first successful implementation of it is with a man named Nolan Ashbrook. He is a quadriplegic person. But just like you were saying, hey, I would want to be the example perhaps for DNA technology, he wanted to be the pick for both of Jim and my friend from Australia. But, Jim, yeah, like your nice new friend we made from one of our other Discord. How are you, Sue? Not right now. I'm having a conversation with Mike, but that's when Mike and I good friend of mine. He's a new friend. Mike just joined us. Oh yeah, definitely. On 10 different streets.
Sometimes Twitch. Like I did Twitch for specific things, just stream. There is your physical.
What kind of music? What kind of music? Music.
This is why it's on my page. Issue on my accident. This subject just this step music took out that took out over the century that we accepted and this fucking music became accepted sometimes okay but accepted and other people sake you know not family was always like vegetables right trees me water experience the process This is what you're happening to something. It's very but it's not general something.
You have some time. Hold on. Click the watch screen. Click the watch screen. Dude.
screen is? Yeah, but yeah, so we must it shows you the website. It's not right. It's all right.
Yes, sir. It depends what it is. What is it? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, anything you're interested in, my friend. So this is something that's pretty useful. Like, do you have a phone? If you'd like to play a game with Snoop and me, you can download an app called Play-Doh, P-L-A-T-O, the philosopher, and we can listen to your music while you play if you like. And we like to play mini golf, like miniature golfing. Okay, well, that's the one that we play with. If you want to do that, you can. You don't have to use your phone. Okay, hold on. If you can get it to work, if you have like a emulator or a wristband or something. Yeah. Excellent. Okay. 100%. Yeah, it's a good one. Respect. That's amazing. You'll probably be better than all of us combined with that strategy. You'll probably be better than all of us combined. You get a group of people who play this game every night, till very late in the morning. Yeah, actually, we play a few times a day. So we're always playing this. And then it's okay. Yeah, it's super easy. If you've ever played miniature golf, it's the same. Okay. I will take what other games do you play? Are you asking? Yeah. Well, we're here to be good people tonight. Yeah, we're trying to make this in the best way possible. So, let me know when you have downloaded Play-Doh on any one of your devices. Excellent. Okay, let me know when you have an account. Wow, you used the Apple Store? Excellent. Okay, send me a friend request. My username is at the Rabbi, THBRABBI. It's just THERAP. That's okay. I'll send you. What is your username? That's okay. Don't use an at symbol. I'm just the rabbi. Type in THERABBI. No at symbol. You're good. Perfect. I got it. All right. So your ping bag. Excellent. Okay. Uh, let's see here. Okay. So I'm gonna send one of our. You're good. I'm gonna send one of our other friends an invite. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to send an invitation out, and what you're gonna want to do is accept it. So it should be a drop-down notification. Just a moment. No, that's right. I sent it to you. Excellent. Okay. Here's some quick tips. You don't want to go into black, or you have to start all over. On this hole, you're going to see that I can hit the ball off the bottom wall, and that's what you want to do. It's the perfect speed to be able to utilize that little bump of those arrows. And yeah, let's see. That's not what you want. Let's see if our friend light has a better result. So if you want, no, don't do what you just did. What you should do. Right. Hit it off the bottom. Hit it off the bottom. No, you don't want to do that. I mean, you can, but you're going to go in the black. If you do that, you're going to go in the black. You better hit the ball. You better hit the ball. You're running out of time. There you go. You're good. Thank you. That's all right. Like we're really good at this game. You could bounce it. Bounce it. No, you want to bounce it off the bottom. Bounce it off the bottom. Not even going forward. You want to. Yep. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Yep. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. All the way. You better hurry up though. Okay, you're gonna have to shoot. Just shoot the ball. You're gonna have to shoot the ball. Shoot it. There you go. Okay, that works. You're good. No need to apologize. This is a unique poll, and we figured out a trick to it. That's okay. That's all right. No big deal. We lose it. We lose holes all the time. No, that's okay. All right. Now this one, you want to knock the trees out, and like my bubble in the water. So if you go in the water, you don't have to start all the way at the beginning necessarily. You, unless it's your tee shot. Also, the pink stuff is like bubble gum. It's hard to get through. No, no, he can't. No, just you're hitting it too hard. You're hitting it too hard. You're gonna go in the water if you do that. That's right.
Exactly. So what if you get that? So you went for tabs. You're about to open up section and you see. Good.
That's true too. Oh,
He said that. So I'm going to try and just like, this is what I call
that's not a bad move. That's not a bad move. That might be a little too strong though, but that's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. You might just have brother look it out.
That might happen.
Just frustration.
Too hard. Just put the arrow at the hole. Yeah, that's probably right. There you go. There you go. Wow, dude, the highest amount of points you can get on the hole. Very good job, buddy. All right, now this hole is really difficult. But we think it's difficult. You might not. You want to place the ball. You want to place the ball right in the dead center of the tee, and once you do that, like I might not be able to do it. Yeah. Now the reason why I just didn't have enough time to do it, but yeah, you can break down the center and make a hole if you're able to. Oh, there, that's a perfect spot. That's the perfect spot. Oh, but you hit the ball. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, you want to just press another spot on the tee, and it will allow you to do that. Yeah, that's what I had to do. That could do it, but there's a chance it will go left or right. So you might want to do what exactly. And then we get it. And we have a friend of ours who's really aggressive as well. He will purposefully get your ball in the black stuff or in the water. It's fun though. It's fun. But just be careful. Yeah, so ice is almost like a Dude. Yeah. Fire, you're running out of time. That's okay. This is very hard. This is a very hard hole. You know, we've never thought of that, but that's a very good point. We've never thought of that, but that's a very good point. That's an outside the box thought. I really like that thing. That's right. That would be cool. For now, it just goes in the hole. That's what you want to do. Yep, but it might be too hard. That would work. He just means getting it in the hole of the team. You lied. Let's percentage. There you go. Yeah. There you go. No, a little more than that. I am. Too hard. Too hard. Too hard. Too hard. Yeah. You'll get them. Don't worry. You'll get them. And if we know a percentage, we'll tell you. Yeah, that's good. 50% is good. Whenever 50% is probably good. If anything, you'll just be on the ice then. It is. That's why it's a fun game. Even still, you're beating good. Oh, great shot, dude. Bravo. Nice job, Light. Nice job, Light. Wow. Light increases is his lead over Zoom. Okay, so there's something. Oh, I didn't want to water. That you should know. If you hit the person, let's say a person hits their ball, and you hit your ball, and it knocks their ball in the water, and your ball is on top of where their ball was, then they have to start back over. So I'm going to give you the opportunity, or I'll water bump. We call it a water bump. I'll show you what it looks like. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. It's kind of difficult to do. Oh, okay. Zoom. If you can, water bump me on the next shot. That's what I like to do.
This the country of referee video, 100% strength, 100% strong.
Zoom, water bump me so he can see what it looks like. Watch what he's gonna do. Watch what he's gonna do. Did you see his ball replace mine? And then mine has to go all the way to the beginning.
It's like a system.
No, you're fine. You're fine. The fact that you bumped me was no big deal. There you go.
What's the saying? Holy shit. What? That's not insane. I'm in the wrong place. It's like the actual country.
You're up, right? Mike, you're up. You've got barely any time. You're good. You're good. You're good. I'm the project. Just want to make sure you know. I didn't just let you try. Like 1971. Like, you have an invitation. You have an invitation. You have an invitation to a game. Okay, very well. Do you want to play?
That's